he was trying to say women are weak. Which don't make any sense because Donald Trump ain't going to actually go out and physically protect anybody from foreign invaders. He's going to use the military. And last time I checked, Kevin J, that military consists of men and women.
Correct.
And that's what people do to me. People twist my words off. They twisted Jesus' words. People lie on you. And they lie about what you say. They take what you say out of context on purpose. Create a straw man and then attack the straw man. It's an ugly world we live in. That's the real reason why a lot of these people are reacting the way they react. You know, do y'all really want to know why a lot of these people are freaking out? Do y'all want me to just tell y'all real quick before we move on? You want to know, Kevin J? Anybody in the chat? Let me tell y'all.
Yeah, sure.
Let me tell y'all why these people are really freaking out. It's because they were scared out of their minds by the fear-mongering campaign of Kamala. That's why they're really melting down like that. They're scared. That's the real reason why. They're just scared. Y'all saw the reactions. It was anger, but it was mostly fear. They bought into the propaganda. That's what people will do to you. That's one of the reasons why they were able to crucify Jesus. The Pharisees convinced them that if we don't shut this guy up, the Romans are going to come and conquer us. That's in the Bible. That's in the Gospels. That's another way how people try to convince y'all to stop listening to me. They come in here and they say, this guy right here, that's heresy. Everybody know heresy means hell. You're going to hell. Everybody know that. So they dropped the H word on me, the H bomb, right? And now you're scared. He's teaching heresy. Better not listen to him. Heretics go to hell. People use fear. Fear is a tool. It's a weapon. I try to teach y'all to have discernment. Don't get caught up in the hype. That's how they get us every time. Not just black people, not just white people. That's how they get us every time. They scare us. That's why these people are freaking out online, y'all. That's why they ain't thinking about God. They ain't like, well, even the Trump is all this stuff. God did. God got us. That's what we supposed to be saying. Trump or Kamala. Yo, whatever happens, God got us.
Yep. That's what I was saying earlier. That's exactly
That's
what
what
I
we
was
supposed
saying
to be
earlier.
saying.
Yep.
Right? If Trump wouldn't have won, do y'all think y'all would have saw out there? Oh, over.
Throw in the towel. It's over.
Y'all think I would have been out here like that? I would have been doing exactly what I'm doing now. Still teaching the word. Ain't missing a beat. That's how we're supposed to be. But they are so afraid because they don't know about it. They really believe that this guy is this way. I want y'all to understand that. They think he's this way. They're just brainwashed. That's all it is. They bought into the hype. They don't let this campaign in this country scare them. We're not supposed to be that easily moved. Right? This is Psalm 115, 3-7. Read, please.
Psalms 115, verses 3. But our God is in the heavens. He hath done whatsoever he hath pleased.
That's right. Go ahead.
Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands.
They said their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. Whose idols? The nation's idols? Any idols that the children of Israel may have adopted from the nations or created themselves? Yep. Now, watch how I describe these idols, because idols represent false gods. Kevin J, before we continue, everybody online listening on every media we're on, do we all agree that idols are not real gods? Do we all agree on that?
No, yeah, facts, yes.
And if they're not real gods, do we also agree that they don't exist?
Correct.
Yes.
Y'all agree on that?
Yep.
And if the Bible gives a description showing how we know they don't exist, we got to go with that, right?
Got to roll with it.
Definitely.
Okay, we do? All right, y'all gonna eat them words later. I did y'all know I just said y'all just got you. Got y'all in my trap. Got you. Got you real good, right? But here's the thing though. You're correct, though. Y'all ain't wrong. You can be right and still fall into a trap. I just want you to know. Okay, let's read the descriptions of how we know. Somebody caught my reference. I said, gotcha. Somebody got the reference.
Yeah, this is good. Can't say the other part of it.
I didn't put the other part on the end of it. But
I see
we'll
that.
read. Okay, we talking about the idols. This is how we know that idols are not real. They don't exist. These gods don't exist. Read, please.
This is Psalm 115:5. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not.
They have mouths, but they don't talk. You know, they make the statues. They make them with mouths.
Yep.
They have eyes, but they don't see. So what are two descriptions we have of idols so far, Kevin J? What two descriptions we got?
They can they can't they have a mouth but they can't talk, and they got eyes but they can't see.
Okay, keep reading. These are senses, by the way. Do we all agree that these are senses?
Yep.
These are senses. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
6. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not.
Okay, so they have ears, but they can't hear. Right. They got noses, but they can't smell. More senses, right?
Yep.
See, notice that God is showing you if a God exists, they can have, doesn't exist, they can have eyes, nose, and ears, but they don't work. The senses don't work. Do everybody get that?
Yep.
Got eyes, but they can't see. Right? Do y'all see this? This is how he's defining false gods, idols. They got all these, they got the equipment, but it don't work. That make more sense? That's easy for y'all to understand. They got the equipment, but it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Kevin J, that makes sense to you? Everybody in the chat, y'all got that? Perfect. Does that make it easier for y'all to understand? They got the equipment, but it don't work. Okay, continue reading, please.
7. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat.
These are all senses.
Yeah.
And if they don't have that, I mean they don't have any sense, right?
Yep.
And read the verse after that.
This is 8. You want 8?
Yes.
Okay. They that make them all like unto them. So is everyone that trusteth in them.
So he said these things got no senses, which means they got no sense. And it says everybody that make them is like unto them. So what's he saying about people who
they ain't got
idols?
No sense either.
They ain't got no sense. But the point I want y'all to take away from this is he described these idols as having the tools, but they don't work. That's how we know their gods don't exist. They have these things, but they don't work. So if you pray to an idol god to watch over you, can it actually see you, Kevin J?
Nope.
Why not?
It has no sense.
Right. The eyes don't work.
The eyes don't work.
So I want y'all to see, this is the canon description of how you know you're dealing with gods that don't exist. Like I said, right into my trap. Let's move on. Now let's go to Psalm 74. Remember everything you just read. Hold that marker in your Bible. This is your book. Don't get mad at me. I know this might be deep for a lot of y'all, but y'all reading it right with me. I ain't lost nobody yet, have I? This real simple stuff, ain't it, Kevin J?
Yeah, we on point so far.
We about to get into some deep water now. This Psalm 74. First, just read verse 1.
This Psalm 74:1. Maskil of Asaph.
Mm-hmm.
O God, why hast thou cast us off forever? Why doth thy anger smoke against the sheep of thy pleasure?
And this is Asaph. A masculine Asaph means like a poem. right? Or instruction, right? Now he's asking God, why hast thou cast us off forever? Why did thy anger smoke against the sheep of thy pasture? Right? Now, he's describing the children of Israel as being cast off, right? Like God don't throw them out. Now, watch how he describes how God is when the children of Israel is in this cast out state. Skip down and just read verse 9. Read that, please.
This is Psalm 74:9. We see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that knoweth how long.
When he said we see not our signs, what do signs mean, Kevin J, in the
Like
Bible?
like wonders.
Yeah, wonders or
Like
something else that begin with an M. What did Jesus do?
miracles. I'm sorry.
Miracles. It can be wonders. You right, wonders, miracles, like the Red Sea splitting and
Right.
all of that. Let me ask y'all a question, Christians. When was the last time y'all saw somebody split an entire body of water?
Ain't nobody seen
Huh?
that. Not our
When was
time.
the last time y'all saw it? When was the last time y'all saw somebody raise somebody from the dead? For real. Not that crap they be faking online. I mean, you at a funeral and you know somebody dead and somebody coming in and raise them up.
Special
When was the
effects.
last time you seen somebody turn water to wine? We ain't never seen any of that. Well, let me ask y'all another question. Aren't signs, wonders, and miracles proof of the existence of our God?
Come on, somebody. Amen.
Isn't that?
Yep.
So look what this guy is saying. We see no signs and wonders. You know, we ain't got no proof that you actually exist, because that's how we prove that he exists, one of the ways. And then he said, there is no more any prophet. Let me ask y'all a question. Did God speak through the prophets?
Yes, he did.
Do everybody agree with that? God spoke through the prophets, right? So if this guy is saying that we don't got any more prophets, meaning we ain't got nobody else who you speaking through, isn't he saying, God, you got a mouth, but you're not speaking?
That's what he's saying. He ain't talking to us.
Is he saying that? Does God got a mouth? Let me ask y'all a question. Does God have a mouth? Kevin J, talk to me, y'all. I'm talking to
Oh
everybody on
yeah,
this stage.
he has a mouth for sure.
Everybody in the chat agree with that? But this guy said we ain't got no more prophets. The Bible tells you God spoke through the prophets. So if the prophets weren't speaking, like the real ones, then that mean God wasn't speaking. So wouldn't that mean that God got a mouth and ain't speaking? Yes or no?
Yep.
Didn't it say that about the idols? They got a mouth, but they don't speak.
Yep.
And isn't that one of the descriptions of something that doesn't exist?
Yes, sir.
So this is one of the way. I'm gonna walk y'all through them. I'm gonna walk y'all through them, just like all the descriptions he gave of the idols. It applies to him too when we sin, because this is him talking about what God did to them when they sinned. So when we sin, especially as the human race, God makes himself non-existent to us. He has a mouth, but he ain't talking. Not only is he not talking through the mouth of prophets, he ain't talking directly. That would be a sign or a miracle. When y'all consider that a sign or a miracle, if God spoke to the whole world, like for real, that'd be supernatural, wouldn't it?
Right.
Is he doing that?
No.
So does he have a mouth but he's not speaking? Yes or no?
Yep.
He has a mouth but he's not speaking. Remember, that's one of the descriptions of a non-existent God. That's why I had y'all walk through them idols. That's one of the descriptions. David broke it down. They got eyes, but they can't see. They got a mouth, but they don't speak, right? Now, that we see that, let's go to Isaiah chapter 1. We gonna walk them all down. I keep telling y'all, God has made himself non-existent for the most part to this world. He gave you your senses, right? That's why he described these idols as having senses, because God got those same senses. Only difference is his actually work. They're real.
Right.
And God gave us senses. And everybody who believe in idols ain't got no sense. That's what he said. You got the tools, but they don't work. Right?
Hey, Big Mo said he turned water into wine. He wanted you to know that.
Oh man,
Big
he ain't turning
Mo.
no water to wine. He turned some water to some piss. Maybe some piss, but not no wine.
Big Mo.
He probably was whining while he was peeing because he had an infection or something, but he turned into no wine. You feel me?
No, he said Kool-Aid. I'm messing. He said Kool-Aid. Hey, that's that old Chi-Town. He said
Right.
Kool-Aid. Turn water to Kool-Aid. I like that though. I like that.
Yep. Yeah. But he had to take a spoon or the packet and pour it in there and stir. I want to
Yep.
see the water just be sitting like that and you say BE Kool-Aid. And it turned
I,
to
I,
Kool-Aid. I want to see
I
that.
want to see him. I want to see him crash through that wall. You know,
Right. Oh yeah.
in the old school.
You know what I'm saying? But we're going to Isaiah chapter 1, 1-4. This is God talking about wicked Judah. But watch what it says. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 1. You said verse 4, correct?
1-4. Mm-hmm.
Isaiah 1, 1-4. Okay. This is Isaiah 1, 1-1. It's a division of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah.
Now we know this talking about the kingdom of Judah. And I'm trying
Yep.
to let y'all see. I walk y'all through all the clues, all the descriptions that God gave us when we know we're dealing with a God that doesn't exist. Right? We already got one for the Most High. Right? He got
Yep.
a mouth, but he ain't speaking. Right? If he ain't talking to you, can't help you. Right? But keep reading.
2. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord hath spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me.
Mm-hmm.
The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know, my people doth not consider.
See, Israel had no knowledge of their God because they stopped serving him. They started serving idol gods. But watch what else it says. Go ahead.
It's Isaiah 1-4. O sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken their Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward.
So he's showing you how wicked these people are.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much how this world is, right? Let's see
Right.
what the result is, right? Skip down and read verse 15. What does God do? Read.
It's Isaiah 1-15. And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Yea, when ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood.
Wait a minute. God said,
Senses.
when you spread forth your hands, I will hide my eyes from you.
Mm-hmm.
If I hide my eyes from you, Kevin J, can I see?
No, you cannot.
When you, what else he said? I will hide my eyes from you. When you make prayers, I will not hear you. If I got ears and I'm not hearing, do my ears work?
Your ears work, but you ain't hearing us.
So I can't see you because I'm hiding my eyes. That's what it means. That's what
Yep.
God talking about he doing like this. That's what it means to hide your eyes.
Right.
And he said, I don't hear you. So does he have eyes that can't see?
Yep.
Does he have
Technically.
ears that can't hear?
Yep.
But who does he only do that to?
Sinners.
Notice that
The wicked.
God stopped using his senses to detect us when we sin. From our standpoint of view, though, how is that any different from the idols that don't exist? How is that any different?
Mm.
If I pray to an idol, it can't hear me and it doesn't see me. If I'm praying to God and he don't see me and doesn't hear me, how is that any different? Y'all tell me, how's that any different? If I go to some pagans and I be like, man, these idols ain't real. How do you know, Josh? Because they got eyes, but they can't see, and they got ears, but they can't hear. How do you know that, Josh? Because every time y'all pray to them, they ain't hearing you and they ain't watching over you. Well, Josh, your God ain't hearing you and watching over you either. How's that any different?
Mm.
You know, the result.
Right. It's the same.
It's the same. This is the same way it described those idols. When we sin, God makes himself non-existent. And we determine existence by the senses of, of our own and of the God or gods we say we serve. So you're going to tell me you're praying to a being that doesn't see or hear you, but you think it exists, though? What that sound like? Sound like the same thing with the idols, doesn't it?
Yep.
Do everybody see that? Am I making this up? Or y'all getting anything different out of this?
Outcome is the same.
If I put a statue right here, right now, start praying to it, well, you know what Cam's gonna say? It can't hear you, Josh.
Right.
That's exactly what you're gonna say, ain't it? And when y'all say the same thing to me, Josh, that thing can't hear you. That's exactly what y'all will say. You crazy, Josh. That can't hear you. Well, I'm showing you in the Bible that if we sin, God can't hear us either. And he said, I'm gonna hide my eyes. Hide my eyes mean God can't see you. I thought the Bible said God see everything.
Book say.
So if he say he's gonna hide his eyes from you, he's making himself non-existent. I don't see you, I don't hear you. Same thing with the idol. It don't see me, it don't hear me. What did we read? Eyes they have, but can't see, ears they have, but don't hear. What's the difference between can't and won't when at the end of the day it's the same result?
Same result.
You can't tell the difference. You can't, right? But notice he's only saying he does this to the wicked. And this world has become so wicked that now this is the norm.
Yep.
God being invisible is the norm. That's what it is. And he's the one that gave you the senses. Y'all think God is sitting up there like, I can't believe they can't believe in me. These bad people. Y'all think God is saying that when God is the one that gave us senses to detect his existence and the existence of everything else in the first place? Don't y'all think if God wanted to, he could just show them like, hey, I'm God, worship me or die? Y'all think he couldn't do that if he just didn't want to do that? If he just wanted to?
Do that easily.
He could do that easy. Remember, he's the one that gave you senses in the first place. He's the one who did that. So why would he operate outside of your senses? Because that's what he's doing. He don't want to be seen. He don't want to be heard. Right? He don't see you. He don't hear you. Let me make sure I get this right. You don't see him and you don't hear him. And he don't see you and he don't hear you. What that sound like to y'all? That sound like atheism.
Yep.
That's what atheism is. Atheism is we can't detect it and it can't detect us.
Right.
It can't save us. It's not there. That's how it looks. I'm just showing y'all that. I still believe in God. I'm just showing y'all how God will take himself out of existence. Because we only determine existence by senses. That's how we know something exists. If y'all know some other way in the physical that you can verify the existence of something outside of your five senses, I'm listening. This is by design. This is what God does. He goes outside of your senses. God can go undetected, can't smell, can't see, but he'll do the same thing to you. Like God don't see you. He don't hear you. In other words, you don't exist to God either. Don't y'all get that? Y'all know that God can stop believing in you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that, Kevin? Keanu?
Yeah.
Drew Seeker? Jeff?
Yep.
Gideon? Did you know that? We always talk about we don't believe in God. Did you know God can stop believing in you?
Man. Rough.
If God said, I don't see you, I don't hear you, I'm going to show you that he don't even smell you. That's the question's always been, do you believe in God? No. Do God believe in you? Because if you don't exist to God and He don't believe in you, then where you gonna go? You're going to hell. Well, let me show you something else. Right? Let's go to Amos chapter 5. So we got the seeing and we got the hearing. Right?
Yep.
If God don't see me and He don't hear my prayers, He's not watching over me and He's not hearing my prayers because I'm being wicked, then that's the same thing as me praying to an idol.
Sure is.
Idols are not real. They don't exist. They just represent something that don't exist. That's what y'all got to understand. This is the world we live in. Y'all think y'all be the atheists be having y'all stumped. Why don't He show Himself? He's deliberately doing this. He took Himself out of existence. We confirm existence by the senses, y'all. That's why I like how they address that in the Matrix. When Neo first asked Morpheus, he said, "This isn't real." He said, "What is real? Define real." He said, "If real is defined by what you can touch, taste, see, or whatever, then that's just electrical impulses to your brain."
Mm.
What he was trying to teach him is that real is defined by the senses, right? That's how we know. That's how you confirm if something is actually there, right? And God is the one that gave us the senses. If God is the one that gave us the senses, then don't y'all think that if He want to, He can operate within our senses if He wanted to?
Mm-hmm.
So if He operates outside of your senses, then that means He's operating outside of um our detection of Him existing. Existence is confirmed by the senses. That's how we do. We forget that sometimes. That's why you got something called like a sixth sense. It's like a sixth sense. Y'all watch anime and stuff. Y'all watch Dragon Ball Z. I sense a high power level coming. You sense it. They don't see them. They don't hear them. They ain't touching them. They ain't tasting them or anything like that. They just sense it. That's called a sixth sense. That a sixth sense is a sense that don't use the other five.
Mm.
And a lot of cultures believe in it. Some people call it aura. Some people call it ki. Some people call it chi. Some people call it chakra. They all believe in a supernatural sense, right? But if you don't believe in the supernatural, you don't believe in the sixth sense. You just believe in your five normal senses. And that's how you use to confirm something. So God operates outside of our senses. He's doing it right now. Well, let me show you this. This Amos. Let me get up with you. Chapter 5. Does this make sense to everybody? Kevin
Oh,
J, that makes sense to
this
you?
is clear. Oh, this is clear.
I ain't lost nobody. This Amos 5. Watch what he tell the children of Israel. 18 to 22. Amos 5, verses 18 to 22. Read that, please.
It's Amos 5, verses 18. Woe unto
Mm-hmm.
you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light.
Now, and that's why I just wonder why all these people want the end of the world to come.
Right.
This not
Right.
talking about the end of the world right here. The day of the Lord just means anytime God brings judgment on a nation,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's more than one day of the Lord, in other words, mentioned in the Bible. But they're all the same in the sense of it means a time when God gonna bring some disaster and drama on a nation or on this world. And people, I can't wait. It said, "Woe to you who desire the day of the Lord," right? He said, "It is a day of darkness and not light." We don't want to desire the day of the Lord, but at the same time, we do if we're righteous. And that's the thing. Everybody desire it because they swear they ain't good with God. That's why everybody
Mm.
hurry up because they all swear they saved and they gonna get up in there. But go ahead and read.
19. As if a man did flee from a lion, and a bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him.
It's like you ran from a lion, like you walking in the forest and you see a lion, and you run, and then you go to another path and run right into a bear.
Can't win for losing.
Can't win for losing. Then you run into the house and you lay your hand on the wall, boy, and then a snake just bites you. You know, like everywhere you run, in other words, is disaster.
Right.
This is how God destroyed or described the day of the Lord. You follow what I'm saying? But go ahead and read.
This Amos 5:20. Shall not the day of the Lord be darkness and not light? Even very dark, and no brightness in it.
And this day of the Lord was going to come upon Judah again, the same Judah we was reading about in Isaiah chapter 1. Watch how he says he feels about them. This is how wicked they had become. Go ahead and read.
21. I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assembly.
He said, I despise your feast days, and I will not what, Kevin J?
Smell in your solemn assemblies.
And read verse 22 so we know what he's talking about smelling. Go ahead.
Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beast.
Ask you a question, Kevin J. Did the pagan nations sacrifice animals to their idols?
Wait, say that
Did
again?
they? Did the pagan nations sacrifice animals to their idol gods? Did they?
Yeah, sometimes they did. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did these idol statues have noses?
Yep. Sure did.
Could they smell? Could they smell though?
Nope.
Then we read in the book of Psalms, it said noses they have but cannot smell.
Yep.
What did God just say right here that he won't do in their solemn assemblies?
He said he won't smell it. He won't smell the
Does God
burnt
got a no-
offerings.
Does God got a nose?
Yep.
But he said he's not going to smell. How's that any different, y'all?
Same result.
Their idols are not smelling. Our God is not smelling.
Yep.
I don't see you. I don't hear you. And I don't smell anything that you're offering to me. The idol gods don't see you. They don't hear you. And they don't smell anything you're offering to them. The idol gods don't exist. So let me ask y'all a question. Why is it when it describes the idol gods like that, that's how we know, that's the trap I laid down for y'all. That's how we know they don't exist. But I show you your God saying the same thing about himself, but y'all don't believe he could become non-existent.
Mm.
That's what he's showing you. You can read in the book of Corinthians, Paul said an idol is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yep.
So what God is saying is, I'm becoming nothing to you. I don't hear you. I don't see you. I don't smell you. I'm not touching you. You're not touching me. I'm nothing to you because you made me nothing to you when you kept sinning. That's what it is. We make God nothing to us. We make God non-existent. That's what we do when we sin. God said, you don't want to believe in me? Fine. I will give you nothing to believe in. Do everybody see? That's what's going on here.
Right. We the reason why the senses get cut off, not him.
Exactly. We're the reason why. Right? If you treat God like he doesn't exist, how do you do that? By not listening to him, by not following his commandments, the way we do each other. If you treat God like he doesn't exist, then he won't. They don't let you off the hook, though. That doesn't mean he ain't talking to you, he ain't dealing with you. You can pray, all of that. He's going to become nothing to you. That's why everything you read about the idols that God gave us to know that these are not really gods. They don't exist. He's making himself that. But you're the one that's doing it. So when atheists be like, why don't God reveal himself to me? Because you really don't want him to. You don't want to meet God. God got requirements and you don't want to meet them. All these atheists, they want to see God now. But do you But that ain't how God works. God don't show up because you call him. You do what he tells you to do, and maybe he'll show up.
Amen.
But they don't want to do that, though. They want to demand an audience with God. When you can't even do that with certain men and women in this world. You don't have to go knock on the White House and be like, I demand an audience with Donald Trump. I demand it. That Secret Service gonna be like, you gonna demand to get these hands. You know what I'm saying? That's how atheists come out. I demand an audience with him. No, it don't work like that, y'all. We are so wicked that we have literally made God say, I'm gonna be nothing to you. That's what we did. I believe in God. I believe he exists, but I also know that he chooses to take himself out of our senses. Like we can't sense him. And he knows what he's doing because he's the one that made the senses in the first place. Senses is all about detection. That's the whole purpose of your sense. So you can detect. So you can verify something. That's what the senses are for. Did y'all already know that? Or y'all ain't never heard nobody really just get that technical with it? Ain't that's what your senses do?
Yep.
That's what a sense do. You got to know what your senses are for. What's your sense of sight for, Kevin? To see.
To see. Right.
What's your sense of hearing for? To hear. What's your sense of taste for? To taste. What's your sense of touch for? To feel. Right? What's your sense of smell for? To smell. All of these are verifications of things that exist. How do you know something exists? How do you know that your mom in there can that chicken dinner before you even see your mama? Before you even hear your mama, you somebody cooking something. You don't come in the house and you smell something, smell like something cooking, but it ain't there. Nobody do like that, do you, Kevin J? You come home, your wife got something cooking. It might already be done, so you don't hear nothing frying or anything. The aroma is just still in the air. You don't come home like, smell like my baby cooked some turkey and some, some greens or whatever, but ain't nothing in there.
Right.
Nope. Your sense
Some in
of
there.
smell alone was
Some
all
better
it
be in
took,
there.
right, to confirm the existence of some food.
Right.
Right? But let Kevin J come home one day. He don't smell nothing. He don't see nothing. He sit down at the table and his wife pick up in invisible hands like this, like, okay, baby, dig in.
Hey,
Well, what is this?
man.
Oh, baby, it's a whole plate of food here. I don't see anything. You don't see them. You don't see that cabbage. You don't see that fried chicken. You don't see that turkey. No, baby. I can't feel anything. I don't see anything. I don't hear anything cooking. I don't smell anything. Therefore, I can only conclude there's nothing on this table. Do y'all see how we use senses to confirm existence?
Mm-hmm.
This is why atheists don't believe in God. None of their senses can confirm him. But that's by design. God did that to all of us. It ain't even that hologram meatloaf that Plankton White tried to serve him on SpongeBob. It ain't that either.
Hey, man.
But at least you can still see the hologram. That's worth that holographic meatloaf.
Right. Oh, I just see that.
Couldn't even see that.
That
If your
hologram
wife did
meatloaf,
that,
boy.
I'm just saying, it ain't even that. Cam J gonna be like, this some kind of joke,
Oh, I'll be pissed. Hey, hold on now.
right? But this is what we do with the atheists. We set the invisible food in front of them and try to make it seem like something's wrong with them because they can't see it. You can't see it either. That's not fair. Sometimes Christians don't play fair. We can't be honest. No, I don't see God or hear him with my physical senses. I don't, because he's operating outside of my senses, and he's doing that because he's choosing to do that. He's already showing you in the Bible that he does do that. It's not like I'm telling y'all this and y'all don't see it in the Bible. I'm showing you that he actually does this. He's telling you that he does this. You can pray to me, I won't hear you. I will hide my eyes. Hide my eyes mean I will not see you. Well, let me show you something else. We seen the smell too, didn't we? In Amos chapter 5. He said, I will not smell. We read it about the idols. He said, noses they have, but cannot smell. How's that any different? They're the same as it described the gods that are not real or don't exist. We don't understand this stuff. We were born into a world where God had already become self-non-existent. That's why it's called self-non-existent, because he's making this happen to himself. We're not doing it to him.
Right.
We're making him do it by our sins, but he's choosing to do this himself, just like he self-existence.
It's a cause.
Yep,
We're doing something, and that's the reaction to that's the reaction we're getting.
exactly. Y'all out here wondering why God operating outside of our senses. Because he don't want us to detect him because we don't deserve it. That's why. God can appear in a vision, no sound, just a vision, or he can talk to Kevin or me. He can do that if he wants to. He can make some heavenly aroma hit us that we never smelled before, just out of nowhere. We could feel him touching us, like he can lift us up out the ground like that, and people will see us levitate, and we feel like we got some hands grabbing on us, some invisible hands. He can do anything he want to do to show he exists through our senses. But he doesn't, because we're wicked. We keep thinking that challenging and begging God to show himself to prove that he's real, that's how we're going to get him to do it. But everybody who's demanding proof of a God don't want to humble themselves and listen to that God. The way God works is you got to show him before he shows you. Do y'all understand that? You got to show him before he shows you.
Mm-hmm.
People say, if you show us, then we'll believe. That's a lie. God revealed himself to the children of Israel in the wilderness. They saw God and one of his angels that represent him. It don't make a difference. It's still all God at the end of the day. They saw it all. Still went out and was wicked.
Oh, them people made me so mad in that book. I'm gonna tell you, it's unbelievable.
Right.
It's
So don't even hit me with that. If he showed himself, we'll follow him. He's tried that before.
Nope.
It didn't work.
Did not work.
And then if he did show himself, we'll start complaining about him showing up too much. What if God showed up and he just sitting there all the time just watching you?
Man.
Do y'all want that? Would you prefer that? Like in the physical, he just sitting around just everything you do all day, every day. He also say he'll certainly feel safe, yeah, to his honeymoon night. It wouldn't be so comfortable then. Just somebody just standing there just constantly watching you. Do y'all want to be micromanaged by God?
That's a good example. That's a good example right there.
We can actually do an experiment like that. I'll come stay at your house for a week. You'll kick me out within the day.
Over your
I'll be gone
shoulder
within
just
the day.
all day.
I'm just around you all day, judging out loud everything you do wrong, just constantly. I want survival. Just for a week. You'll kick me off in the day. Kick me out in the day. That's called micromanagement. That's me peeping over your shoulder, judging and critiquing everything you do. Like, Josh, man, you gotta get up out of here, bro. We don't want God to be like that either. I tell y'all all the time, I like this arrangement right here. You know what I mean? I think him being invisible is a great deal of respect he's showing us. How'd you feel if you walked out of your house and every day you look up in the sky, you see a giant pair of eyes looking down on you? every day. I suppose we probably get used to it after a while, but constantly judging you and in your ear like that, I think that's a great deal of respect of God showing for us that He lets us have space. We don't serve a helicopter God. Y'all heard of a helicopter parent before, right? And God is our Father, so we don't have a helicopter parent. He gives us room to grow and learn and make our own mistakes and learn from them, right? So would y'all like the helicopter God? You can be honest, or the way it is now. If you had to choose between one or two.
Oh, I'm definitely
Y'all tell
choosing
me
the
in
way it
chat.
is now. Definitely the way it is now.
I like the way it is now,
Yeah.
right? And even when He comes back, it still ain't gonna be like that. Jesus ain't gonna be helicopter parent. He's gonna be over in Jerusalem ruling, right? See, we need to understand this, right? Go to Psalm chapter 139. God dwells outside of our senses. Y'all know that. He's the one that gave you detection. That's how you detect. That's how you know. He's doing that on purpose. That's by design. After mankind started saying it. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff. I'm gonna play some mind games with y'all, but it's gonna be true games. This Psalm 139. We're gonna read verses 7 and 8. This is David talking. Read this.
This Psalms 139, verse 7.
And fair
With the
warning, this is another trap. Just so y'all know. Fair warning.
appreciate that.
Go ahead and read.
Thank you, brother. Uh, Psalm 139 and 7. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence?
Now, this is David asking a rhetorical question about God. He said, where shall I go from your spirit? Talking about the Holy Spirit. Or where shall I flee from your presence? This is a rhetorical question, meaning a question you ask, but you don't really want an answer because you already know the answer. The answer to both of these questions is nowhere. You can't flee from God's presence or His Spirit. Read the next verse.
8. If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there.
Okay, question time. Do y'all believe you can flee from God's presence? Kevin J, we'll
No,
start with you.
no, I don't think so.
Do y'all believe you can flee from His Spirit?
No.
Jeff?
Yes.
Keanu? Gideon? I want everybody in on this. You believe, Kevin, on Jeff, that you can flee from God's presence? You don't believe God is everywhere? Or His Spirit, or He uses His Spirit to be everywhere?
Yes, He is. But if you ignore His Spirit or turn against Him, then that would be like, you know, you're not.
But can you flee from it? I'm asking, can you flee from it? Like, can you run anywhere where God don't see you?
No,
That's what I'm asking you.
not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Or detect you. So we got this. Notice right here. They let you know, I can't run from your presence. I can't run from your spirit because God is present through His Spirit. Once again, you have been trapped. Let's go to still in the book of Psalms. See, in the book of Psalms. I'm going to show y'all this now. This stuff is in the Bible. Let's go to Psalm chapter 51.
Psalm 51.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for trying anyway, Jeff. I appreciate you, brother. I know you was trying, man. Just trying to help us out.
Yep. What he said was true, but that's not what I asked.
I'm with you, Jeff. I'm with you, brother.
Hey, we got it covered on both sides,
I
man.
was trying, brother.
Right? This Psalm 51. Y'all tell me. This is a Psalm of David. Let me get here with you. Let's see, y'all. Oh, that's I want to make hold on. Let me make sure I ain't skipped anything. Wait a minute.
Yeah, see,
Oh
even
yeah,
the
go
Lord
ahead
don't
and
want me
read.
to do it.
Go ahead and read. Yep. Oh,
Psalm
he want me to do
51.
it. 10 and 11.
All right, this is Psalm 51, verse 10. Created me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me.
Mm-hmm.
Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me.
Wait a minute. I thought David just asked the question that where can I go to get away? And the answer is no. He said, I can't get away from your spirit and I can't get away from your presence. Did he just say that?
Yep.
Now he's saying, don't take your spirit away from me and don't cast me from your presence.
Hmm.
So which one is it? Is God everywhere and then all of a sudden he's not anymore?
But
Anybody
see,
want to take a shot at that?
but in this context, though,
Mm-hmm.
he realized that the Lord has the power to
To do
take
what?
himself to remove himself from you.
Oh, so David understood that God is everywhere, but he can also move you from his presence as if he don't exist.
Yes. That's
Do y'all
what
see that?
51 is saying here.
That's what 51 is saying. See, when you sin, God becomes non-existent to you. David had just got through saying that you can't run from him. He said, where can I go? If
Right.
I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in hell, you are there. Now he's asking God, don't cast me from your presence and don't take away your spirit. Now he's implying that you can get out of God's presence and that you can be removed from his spirit. He said the opposite at first. How can both be true? Only if
Mhm.
God makes himself non-existent to you.
And this is after
I'm
he
not.
sinned, right? This was after the sin with Bathsheba, right?
This is what God is asking. Yes, this is when David was sinning, and he's asking
Yeah.
God,
Okay.
"Don't
Okay.
do this to me." Yeah,
Right.
don't do this to me.
Right.
Right? Do y'all see this? First, David said, "There's nowhere I can run." Now he's saying, "But I can be out of God's presence and from His Spirit."
Hmm.
He used the word presence in both verses and spirit.
Yeah.
How is that possible? Because David knew God is everywhere through his spirit. David knew that. But David also knew that if I sin against God, it'd be like he's nowhere around me. If David is saying that he could be in the state where he felt like there is no God around me, that's like him saying, this God don't exist to me.
Yep.
David knew. See, our Hebrew forefathers and our Christian fathers, they knew that God could make himself non-existent to us if we sin. Just like you can walk away from the literal presence of an idol. An idol is not everywhere. This statue, if it's sitting on my table, is right here. Leave. I'm not in this presence anymore. Same thing with God. Y'all got to understand. This is how we make God non-existent. I told you, it's different from the one I did on YouTube. I want y'all to understand this. We're in the same boat with the atheists until God decides to show us otherwise. We don't even understand that detecting God's existence is something you have to be worthy of.
Amen.
We've turned God's existence into a given.
Hmm.
You know, like the proof of it. We made that a given. If there's a God, bam, he should show us. That's not how our God works.
Man, that's arrogant. That's some arrogance
That's
right there.
arrogant. The way our God works is just you knowing that I actually exist with any one of the senses I gave you. That's a privilege. That's why he will never show an unbeliever himself until you maybe throw him in a lake of fire.
Mm.
That'd be a messed up time to figure out,
Right.
oh, he do
Right.
exist.
That's messed up, man.
That'd be a messed up time to find out. God proving his existence is not a given. It's not an entitled. You're not entitled to that. Well, how can we believe in somebody who's never shown himself to us? He's already told you, I've given you proof of my existence. The very ground you're walking on, this whole planet being here, you being able to see purpose in yourself, your eyes, everything points to there being a creator. Everything. Then you got to start comparing the so-called creators with the creator of the Bible and see which one make the most sense. Because I don't care what you land on, you got to land on a creator. And then whoever you land on, that's who you worship. Because he's already proven his existence through the creation. Everything has a purpose. Y'all see what the sun does? It's about some photosynthesis. You know, that's when the sunlight helps plants grow. Oh yeah, what a coincidence that the sun helps plants grow.
Right.
Dang, did the sun evolve too? So the sun evolving now with intelligence.
The sun adapted.
The sun adapted. Are y'all kidding me? Or did God put the sun in a place that is doing his job?
Right.
Women have monthly cycles every month. You know, unless there's some kind of medical issue. That has a purpose. It's preparing them for childbirth. That's the reason why when a woman is pregnant, she don't have cycles unless, you know, something's off. Right? That's the whole point. Do y'all even know why y'all have cycles every month? It's like it's preparing you for childbirth. That's why women can't get pregnant when they're on their cycle. In most cases. And you don't supposed to be having sex with a woman on her cycle anyway. All this stuff has a purpose. Then she get pregnant and her breasts adapt. Let's get some milk in these things. So now her breast is adapting. Are you kidding me? Her breasts are adapting, Kevin J?
Coincidence.
And then the baby, having not been prompted to train, automatically knows to suckle.
Mm.
You got to be dumb to be an atheist. You telling me all of this is a coincidence? So the baby just now get here, Kevin J. That's a quick study right there.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? Woman sitting there holding the baby right here. Here you go, baby. Baby automatically start. When did he learn to do that? Or did the creator program into his creation to do that as soon as they come out?
I'll go with the latter.
That's the dumbest thing you can be. Atheism is the dumbest thing. Somebody planned and created all this. You don't see the design in that? You don't see the shape of the nipple meant for the baby to be able to suckle? That's a coincidence, right? This is one crazy coincidence. What is wrong with these people? You would rather believe in coincidence than believe in a creator. Get out of here, man. You don't apply that. You don't do that in anything else in life. Why you want to do it with the creation?
Right.
But y'all only want to believe in a God that operates within our five senses, when that's not the only way God operates. He operates out of our five senses. He don't just operate within the sense. Sometimes he does, but when we're wicked, he starts removing himself from being detected by our senses. That's what he does.
Mm.
See, we serve a God that wants you to figure out stuff. Do y'all understand? He wants you to figure out some stuff, but he doesn't make it that hard for you to figure out. He leave a trail of breadcrumbs. That's what he does. And we are like, we can't see the clear evidence of a creator. You got lungs to breathe. How did we breathe before we had lungs, Kevin J, if our lungs had to evolve?
Right.
We're trying to figure out, how did we survive the things we needed before we had the things we needed? Make it make sense. Before we had lungs, how did we breathe air? So, well, lungs evolved because you need to breathe air, but how did I survive without lungs in the beginning? I can take a bunch of y'all right now, by the hundreds of thousands, and drop y'all in the ocean without any scuba gear. Are you telling me if I keep doing that long enough, y'all gonna eventually develop gills and start breathing on the water? Or y'all just gonna keep drowning one after the other?
He gonna
Because
get
that's
our
what evolution
Aquaman
teaches.
on. He gonna be Aquaman.
Evolution teaches exactly. Like we gonna turn to Aquaman
You know what I'm
or
saying?
Namor.
Yeah. Right.
So you trying to tell me that if I keep throwing people into fire, eventually they're gonna become immune to the fire. They're gonna adapt to the fire. That's what science wants you to believe. But even if you want me to believe that, you're still telling me that science is all about survival. Evolution is all about improvement. We can't handle the fire, so we're gonna evolve until we can. Why is evolution so intelligent, but there's no intelligent creator? Let me ask that question again, Kevin J. Why is evolution so intelligent, but there's no intelligent creator?
It don't make
It
no
makes
sense.
it makes no sense at all, right? Atheists are the dumbest people on the planet. Not because they don't believe in the Christian God, because they don't believe in a creator, a higher power. That's why I say they're stupid. I'm not saying they're dumb because they don't believe in the God of the Bible. I'm saying they're dumb because they don't believe in a creator or creators, depending on how they look at it. But believe everything else was created. We create every day as people. We procreate. We create machines, right? We create cars, all of this stuff. That's another thing I'm trying to figure out. We don't come from a creator. We don't come from sentient life, according to them. All we are sentient and creators ourselves. Why is it that we evolved, but we create? That question might have went over y'all head. Why is it that we come from evolution, but we create? If we come from evolution, shouldn't we just be evolving and not creating anything? If they want you to believe you evolved to be a creator, everything should just be evolution. Why do evolved beings feel a need to create? Wouldn't it make more sense that created beings would have a need to create? Does that make more sense to y'all, Kevin J?
Way more sense.
Ain't that how we've been seeing things? Don't we copy our creators? Our
Yep.
parents are our creators too. Don't we copy them? Any one of y'all got any little kids or ever had any little kids? Ever been sitting down doing something and your child just started mimicking you?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do. We mimic our creator. So what do we copy? Our creator creates, so we want to create. We want to create art. We want to create machines. We want to create buildings. That's why I like to create. That's why you like to create, because we come from creators. But y'all say y'all come from evolution, but y'all want to create alongside of us. No, you can't have both. Evolve right now in front of my face. Go. Go. Do it right now. Go. You can't do it. I can create right in front of your face. I can build something right now. I can draw a picture. I can make a sculpture right now in your face. Because creators come from creator. You come from evolution. Evolve right now. Go. Can't even do it. It's real simple, y'all. Let's move on. Where we go to? We just in Psalms
We
51.
was in Psalms. Yeah, we read Psalms 51, 10, and 11.
Right? Okay. Let's go to 1 Kings 18. God is doing this on purpose. Christians don't even know why. Why can't we see God? Atheists be stopping it with it because he don't want to be seen. That's a privilege. That's an honor.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Jesus said, blessed are they because they will see God. That's going to be one of the biggest disappointments being in hell. You never really get to see God. But you're gonna know he's there. That's gonna really be messed up. So it's easy for them now. They don't see him. Well, who is this anyway? What's gonna hurt is when they know that he's there and still don't get to see him.
Right.
Don't hand me that crap. Somebody put all this here, y'all. Somebody designed all of this. You ain't gonna tell me any different. I'm not stupid. Pull up in your garage, brand new car there. I don't know how I got there. It just popped up. Like, Josh, you must think I'm stupid. Well, how do you know it just didn't pop up? Clearly, it was designed. How do you know? How do you know? What evidence does it have that it was designed? Because you see purpose in it. You see purpose in its design. That's how you know something was designed. You see purpose in it. See, when something just an accident, there's no purpose in it. Right? If something just an accident, you come home one day, a broken ketchup bottle just sitting in the middle of your floor in the kitchen. You follow what I'm saying? You're gonna assume there was an accident or somebody got mad and smashed it or something, but you ain't gonna be like, there's a purpose behind this. Like somebody's going somewhere with this. You ain't gonna say that. You're gonna say somebody must have accidentally knocked the ketchup bottle off the table, off the counter or something. That's what you're gonna say.
Right.
But if you come home one day and you see a ketchup bottle and they got little robot legs and arms on it and they're moving toward a plate and it's tipping over to put ketchup on a burger or something, see, now you see purpose.
Right.
You also see purpose in the bottle itself, the shape of it, the whole ketchup. That's what I'm saying. You don't see purpose in the human body? Why do babies just start off crawling and eventually just get up and start walking? How do they know? They say you got to teach a baby how to walk. You really don't have to teach a baby how to walk. You help a baby learn to walk. Y'all do know you really got to teach a baby how to walk. A baby will crawl, and then it'll start trying to climb up on something. It'll stand up on its legs on its own. You don't really teach babies how to walk. They do that on their own. We just speed it along. But leave a baby to itself. That baby be crawling. Do you have to teach a baby how to crawl? No, they do it on their own. If you keep walking in front of a baby, that baby will get up and start trying to walk behind you eventually. It will do that. Babies copy. Why? Why is it wired in their brains to mimic? Why? Why is it that evolution made sure that everything stayed intact after it got to a certain point? Why isn't that it never has to hit the reset button and we start over from scratch? Why does it sustain an evolved state? Why don't we ever devolve? Why is it that every baby we have, unless it's some kind of deformity, comes out in this sustained, evolved state that they call it? Why don't we ever have anything come out that can only walk on four legs or look like a giant tadpole or something? Why is it permanently set to this? You follow what I'm saying? Or could it be that this was the default that we were created with in the first place? Y'all keep telling us we evolved, we got a common ancestor with primates. Then how come we never see anybody doing that? Well, see, there they go again. Every time you back a atheist or a scientist to a corner to get out of something, they put a big number on it. We can't verify that. The sun gonna burn out one day. For real, when? About 10 million years. Man, shut up. We ain't gonna be around here to witness that.
I love that.
They always put a big number on stuff.
Oh.
I don't want to hear about any big numbers. I want to know, why can't I see evolution today? Now say it take billions of years to evolve, and then they'll tell you that it'll get to a state and stay in that state for a long time. That's how they get out of why we ain't changing now. We haven't seen any significant changes in thousands of years. Except for demon depiction, you go back in mankind's history, they always depict mankind looking how we look today. They'll put gods and demons looking all deformed like a man with a with an animal head or something like that. But they always in history depicted mankind looking just the way we look. So what do scientists say? Well, we're going to go before recorded history into prehistory, and we're going to say mankind once looked like this. Millions of years ago, billions of years ago. But every record that we have shows that we've always looked like this current state that we're in. The Egyptians knew it, the Babylonians knew it. We always look like this. I don't see anybody in ancient art depicting humans, regular humans, looking like primates or anything like that. Why do they always record us looking like this current state that we're in? That's what I want to know. Why? So when they can't do that, oh, that was billions of, man, shut up, man. See, there you go again with them numbers. Anybody can do that. Y'all don't peak game yet? Why don't we see that? Well, it took billions of years to do that. Stop it. 1 Kings 18. They make me laugh. 1 Kings 18, 27 to 29. Read that, please.
1 Kings 18.
And this is significant because we're reading about when Elijah was mocking the prophets of Baal. Remember the stuff he was saying about their God, y'all.
Oh, yeah, he was
fair
on that
warning.
grass.
Fair warning. This is another trap.
Wonderful.
Fair warning, Kevin J. This is another trap. Go ahead and read.
Thanks, brother. This is 1 Kings 18 to 27. And it came to pass at noon that Elijah mocked them and said, cry aloud, for he is a God. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey, or peradventure he sleepeth and must be awaked.
Oh, man, he clowning their God, ain't he?
Yeah, he on
He said, why do you think he said cry aloud? Why do you think he said that when he was mocking them? Why do you think he told them to shout at their God?
Because he wasn't doing
Anybody?
nothing. They couldn't get no
So-
response.
Right. So maybe so why do you think he felt they needed to shout then?
Maybe he
Like
could
if
hear
I'm
him.
talking to you and I feel like you don't hear me and I start shouting,
Right.
why do you think I'm telling you to shout? Maybe
So-
what?
Maybe
I ain't
he can
talking
hear
loud
me.
enough.
Right. Talk a little
That's
louder.
maybe that's why he ain't doing nothing. Maybe he can't hear you. That's what Elijah is saying here. Do everybody agree with that? That's why he said that when he was mocking them? Like, raise your voice. What about when he said the last thing that he mocked them about? What was the last thing, Kevin J? Read that. In the end of that.
28.
Well, not verse 28.
Cried
The same verse that you read. Just the last part of it. The last mockery.
The bad part of it. Okay. It says, peradventure he sleepeth and must be awaked.
Oh, so maybe he said maybe. So what's the reason why he said maybe he don't hear them? Because of what?
He was asleep. They didn't talk loud enough to wake him up.
That sounds like some mocking language. Do we all agree on that? Do everybody agree? That what you say when you mocking a God that don't exist.
Right.
Do we all agree with that? I want to make it. Jeff,
Yes.
You on board?
Yes.
They clowning them, right? Okay. Raise your voice. Tell them to wake up. Raise your voice. Tell them to wake up. Post that in the chat. Raise your voice. Tell them to wake up. Post that in the chat. Raise your voice. Repeat after me, Kevin J. Raise your voice.
Raise your voice.
Tell them to wake up.
Tell them to wake up.
Don't get mad at me, y'all. This is your Bible. This ain't mine. I mean, it's mine, but I didn't write it. Okay. And that's mocking language. We all agree that he's mocking them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. Let's go to Psalm 55. I remember when I was fighting my fights, Kev said, God, I don't even want him to read it.
Right.
It's in there, bro. This Psalm 55. This is Psalm of David. Okay. Psalm 55. Read verse 16 and 17.
Psalm 55, 16 and 17.
We're going to read it first. Read that.
Give me one
Go
second.
ahead.
My trash and toss is slowing up. Hold up.
No, trash and Tosh. Told y'all.
Yeah,
It gonna show its early head.
Yeah, it reared its ugly
Its
head on me,
ugly head.
man.
No, rear its ugly head. Yeah.
It didn't rear its. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is Psalm 55 and
16 and
16.
17. Read
Yep.
that.
As for me, I will call upon God, and the Lord shall save me. Evening and morning, and at noon will I pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice.
Now David said, he shall do what? What did he say, Gavin?
He
We can't
shall
hear you,
hear
Gavin.
my voice.
But what did he say he gonna do to make him hear his voice?
He said, call upon God. Cry
And
aloud. I'm sorry. Cry
cry
aloud.
aloud.
I'm sorry.
Isn't that what Elijah said to the prophets for their
Oh,
gods?
yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cry aloud, right? But what did he say? Remember, I told y'all to post in the chat. Raise your voice and do what?
And be awakened.
And do what?
And awake.
And awake. Okay, so we got that part. We got that part. Okay, still in the book of Psalm. Turn back to chapter 44 and read verses 23 and 24.
44.
Y'all all said that was mocking language. Telling you to shout loud and tell them to wake up. Y'all all said it. Y'all said it. Now watch you gonna eat your words. This Psalm 44, 23, 24. Y'all all said it with me. Read that.
This is Psalms 44 and 23.
And this is the sons of Korah. You know, the musicians. Watch what he say. Go ahead and read.
It says, awake. Why shouldst thou, O Lord? Why sleepest
Oh,
thou, O
hold on, no,
Lord?
start up. You know, read that again. Read that again, please.
Okay, it says, awake. Why sleepest thou, O Lord? Arise. Cast us not off forever.
Kevin, what did he tell God to do?
Awake.
And what did he ask him what he doing?
Why thou sleepest?
Why you sleep, God? Wake up. I thought that was
Right.
mocking language.
Mm.
I thought that was mock. Did y'all say the Bible says Elijah mocked them and said, cry aloud, perhaps he's asleep. Now the unbelievers of your Bible saying it about their own God.
Yeah.
When Elijah was mocking them, he was mocking them to try to show them their God doesn't exist. Maybe you need to wake them up. Maybe you need to get louder. Well, David and the sons of Korah just said the same thing about our God. When we feel like he's not there. So is this mocking language or not? See, same thing. And they said, why are you asleep?
Right.
But why do you think they said that here, Kevin J?
Because,
Why do you think you said
but
that here?
but in this again, this case is a little bit different though, right? Because they want the Lord to, he wanted the Lord to show himself. Basically, he wanted himself.
But
He felt like he
how did he
wasn't.
describe his how did he describe his inactivity?
Oh, asleep.
Exactly. But when Elijah did that, he was mocking them because he knew they didn't have a God, so he was just throwing out funny reasons on why he might not be answering them. Maybe he's asleep and need to be woke up. Do you see that?
Yep.
Maybe he's asleep. To the person in the chat that said they're an atheist and they down to debate, I got one question. How old are you? I'm just trying to see if I'm wasting my time or not. 18, not interested. You don't know nothing. Sorry, I don't want to debate somebody who just became an adult. Sorry. You barely an adult. Sorry. You probably still stay with your parents. Sorry. You ain't even live life yet. Sorry. No disrespect. That's why I asked. Now, if you would have been like, I'm 25, 30, something like that, then yeah, I ain't trying to get up here and argue with no 18-year-old about deep stuff like this. I mean, really, how much could he possibly know? Dude, fresh out of high school.
Well, man, see,
So
he
I
can't
just have a
even drink
question.
yet.
You have a question. See, but here's the thing: it's not a debate. If all you're doing is asking me questions. See, when you debate, that means you got proof, you got information, you got an argument, you can debunk something. If you're just struggling with belief in God and you've given up, you just got a question, cool. I entertain that. I'm not gonna just up here and go back and forth with somebody who's just 18 years old. Like, you're too young. Like, at the age of 18, real talk, next week, you could be believing in God. Ain't nobody made up their mind about nothing at the age of 18. Not permanently, you feel me? Like, come on, man. I want somebody who don't been through some stuff and came to that conclusion, like, yeah, there ain't no God. I'm done. I'm done with all this God stuff. You feel me? I'm just like, yo. So, well, we'll see, bro, if you can answer my question. So, by your definition, if somebody can't answer any and all questions you have, that means their position is wrong. That's what you're saying? I just want to make sure that we lay down the rules. Because what that is saying is, if in turn, if I can ask you a question about something you don't believe and you can't answer it, then that means your position is wrong. Ain't that fair, y'all? Do everybody in the chat agree with that? That's the rules we're laying down. If the inability to answer every question means that I'm wrong. Okay, bring him up on stage right now. I'm gonna ask him one question, and if you cannot answer it, game over. I'm gonna ask the question first. Bring him up. I'm gonna bring him up, and then we're gonna get right back to the class. Raise your hand. Introduce yourself. We are I brought you up. We are very respectable and stuff here.
Yo, what's
009,
up? What's up? Hope
009.
you're all.
What's
Yeah,
up,
what's up, bro?
009? He the
It's all
agent
good.
that they pick after 007 died. He taking his spot. And 008. Okay, what's up, 009? Now you said you are an
Yeah, what's up, bro?
atheist, right? You're an atheist, right? You said in chat you're an atheist, right? I'm just confirming that before I ask your question, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Here's my question.
Yeah.
Where did everything come from? Everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just take the
everything.
universe to be a brute fact, so
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
it's
that.
not
You
in
consider the universe to be
need of a
what?
justification for its existence.
I didn't ask for it. That's not what I asked you.
I take the universe to be a
I
brute
did not.
fact.
No. I did not ask you that.
Yeah,
I
well,
did
I'm
not
just saying
ask
that the
you what
question in and of
justify.
itself is invalid.
I did not. No. You're dodging. That's the first sign of somebody who know their position is wrong when they can't even answer a direct, legitimate question. That's the first sign. I just asked you,
Where
where
did I
did
dodge?
everything come from? I didn't ask for a justification. That's a different question altogether. If I ask you about apples, are you gonna start talking about oranges,
Yeah, I
or are you
mean, I
gonna tell
don't
me
know.
about apples? I'm
Well,
asking you a
here's the
question.
thing.
If I ask you
When
about
I say
apples,
justification, I just mean
I'm
a fact.
asking you a
So,
question. If I ask you about apples, are you going to tell me about apples or oranges? Yes or no? Which one are you going to tell me about? If I ask about
apples, of
apples.
course.
Okay,
Apples,
so if
of
I
course.
ask you about the origin, listen, the origin of the universe has nothing to do with the justification of the universe. Origin means the beginning. Justification means what makes something right. That's what it means to justify something, make it right.
I see
So
the
I'm gonna ask
misconception.
again. So
So,
I'm going to ask again.
yeah, okay.
Where did everything come from? That's all I want you to focus on. Tell me where everything came from. Go. Don't talk about nothing else. I'm putting you in the audience. Start with Josh, brother Josh.
Okay, yeah,
Everything
sure,
came from and
sure.
continue.
Can
Go.
I, can I, but can I like clarify the misconception? Because the misconception comes from language. I'm using like
No. There's
Leibnizian
no
terms,
misconception.
which come
Origin and
from its
justification do
PSR.
not mean the same thing. No. Answer my question or
No.
get off
If you
my
know what the
stage.
PSR is,
Where did
Leibniz's
everything
PSR,
come from?
Principles of
Where did
Persuasion,
everything come from?
you know that I'm using
Where
the
did
correct
everything come
terminology.
from?
That's the
Nobody's
point.
listening to you. You're
Yeah,
not
I'm
winning
saying,
anybody over. Where did everything come
yeah,
from?
dude, I'm not trying to win anybody over. I don't know what you mean by
Where
everything can
did
come from. You need to
everything come
define it.
from?
I'm asking you
I
for your
thought you said
definition
you
of
were
the
going to
terms, bro.
bye. I gave him a chance. Last chance before I kick you off the stage. Where did everything come from? Last chance.
Yeah, I'm
I'm being
asking you to
patient with
clarify your question. This is not a valid
you.
question. I'm
Okay,
asking you
I
to
will clarify
clarify
my
your
question.
question.
I did in the beginning. I said, where did everything come from? I asked you, everything here, what is its origin? How did it get here? That's the clarification of the question. Where?
Everything
the
as in
earth,
the
the
universe?
people. Yes, I said in the universe. Yes,
The earth?
everything.
Oh, the universe. Okay,
Everything.
okay.
Do you know
Yeah.
what everything
So
means?
yeah, okay. The universe is gonna be defined as the totality of like time and space. So here's the
I didn't
thing.
ask you to define. I did not ask
I
you to define the universe. I asked you where it came from.
just so we can get the terms
Like
right.
if
Yeah.
a
So what
horse,
I'm saying is,
if a horse came up to my house and I didn't know what a horse was, if I ask you where did this come from, you don't start defining what a horse is. You start by telling me where it came from. Now, if you want to tell
I
me
mean,
what it
if
is,
you're
that's a
familiar with
bonus. But
analytical
I'm not
philosophy,
asking. I'm not asking for that. You see how they do? Do y'all see how they do? You ask
yeah,
them
I
about
mean,
something and
dude,
they talk about something else. Man, bye
no.
bye.
I'm just
Waste of time. Bye. Told you. Told you. You want to come up here and filibuster. I'm asking this man where something came from, and he wanted to define it. I don't seen plenty of things in my life that I didn't know what it was. But if it just popped up in my living room, I may ask two questions. Two questions. What is this? If I ask you, what is this? That's when you define. If I ask you, where did this come from? You defining what it is does not answer my question. That's why I said you're 18 years old and you don't know anything. You don't even know how to answer a simple question. You don't know the difference between defining something and telling you where it came from. You are essentially an educated idiot. Notice I say educated. You are essentially an educated idiot. That means you're smart, but you're plain dumb. That's what you're doing. You knew what I was asking you. You knew exactly. Like, let me get anybody around there. We're gonna go back to the class. I ain't got number a couple more anyway. Anybody in the audience, raise your hand, and I'm gonna bring you up to the stage, and I'm gonna ask you some simple questions. Real simple. Let me show you how this is. Let me see who hand went up first. Why this? We're gonna start with Duster. We'll just go with Duster. Now watch this now. Can you be heard, Duster? Say something.
What's up, Josh?
Now look. Same question. Now look, let me tell you how simple this is. Let me tell you how simple these people are. And Duster is 18. How old are you, Duster?
I am 18.
Same age. So this ain't no advantage of age, like Duster 20 years older than this guy and smarter. Duster, watch this. Where are you currently? Location-wise, where are you?
Outside Lake Brem, near a hospital.
Okay. Second question. Before you were there, where did you come from?
Somewhere in Chicago.
Do y'all see that? Do y'all see how Duster knows the difference between where he is now and where he came from before that? Y'all see how these are simple questions?
Mm-hmm.
Did I confuse anybody? Did any of my questions seem misleading or confusing? Did they?
Not currently.
So if I were to ask you a where question, why would you start giving me a why answer or a what answer? If I ask a question of where, why are you answering with an answer of what? If I ask you where something came from, you don't tell me what it is. This idiot don't even know how to answer a what or a where question with a what or a where, respectively. This is common sense. If I ask you where did you come from, you don't start describing something, you give location.
Mm-hmm.
This is common sense. These kids are idiots. I got to break this down to you. I'm like, Duster, what are you eating for lunch today? Well, it tastes like chicken, and it has a texture. I did not ask you to describe what you're eating. I asked you what you're eating. Do y'all get the difference? He's 18. I learned this in third grade. Who, what, when, where, and why. These are all question words. If I ask you, Duster, when are you coming to my house? You're not going to start describing the dimensions of my house.
Probably not.
Do everybody understand the simple logic I'm dropping here? This is simple logic.
Mm-hmm.
I asked you, when are you coming to my house? That's a question of time. You're describing the dimensions of my house. That's a question of what? I asked you what my house is. I didn't ask you why it was built. I asked you, when are you coming? This is how these idiots answer questions. You don't even know how to match a why question with a why answer, but you want me to entertain you. You're too dumb for words, bro. And you educated. You 18. You probably in college right now. So I know you know better. I know you do. So you're doing this on purpose. So you don't want to be wrong. That's that smug, arrogant, young person attitude. This is not hard at all. And then y'all said he lied. He's 15. Thank you for participating, Duster.
Okay.
You said, bro, Josh, this little dude said he was what? He said he was 18. Did he say he was really 15? That's even worse. Lied to get on stage. He said it was 18. You ready, Kevin J?
Yes, sir.
Every time we give them a chance to show themselves, they show something.
I was about to say they show themselves, all right.
They show something. No, it's time for you to be on timeout. You need a timeout, little boy.
I got it.
I gave him an hour already. You need a timeout, little boy. Up here in grown men business. Ain't your mama and dad ever told you not to stay out of grown folk business? Jeez. Let's go to Isaiah 45. We got two more after that.
Isaiah 45.
They keep thinking that, we just make it look easy, y'all. We make it look easy up here.
Isaiah 45.
The first thing we got to learn, y'all, is when somebody asks you a question, every question that somebody asks you is going to fall into one of these categories. It's going to be a who, what, when, where, or why category. That's what it's going to be, right? It's going to be a who, what, when, where, or why category. Do everybody understand that before we move on?
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is basic stuff. This is stuff I learned in the 3rd grade. Therefore, if somebody asks you a who, what, when, where, or why question, the answer has to correspond to the category of who, what, when, where, and why. Otherwise, you're not answering the question. You're either being deliberately deceitful or you're too dumb to know how to match the proper who, what, when, where, and why answer. That's what that means. So when I asked this kid about the origin, I said, where did everything come from? Well, we're talking about the justification of the universe. No, justification ain't got nothing to do with origin, bro. The word justification means to make something right, or to like to justify its existence. Like, Josh, how do you justify your existence? Somebody holding a gun in your head. How do you justify your existence? In other words, give some good reasons why you should continue to exist. That's why I should have been a high school teacher or something, man, because are they not teaching these kids, Kevin J, or they are teaching the kids not just listening?
It might be a little bit of both.
I mean, this stuff I learned in the 3rd grade, and I didn't go to no private school. I went to a ghetto school. So you ain't gonna tell me this guy who was probably middle white class Caucasian, you ain't gonna tell me this man ain't come from a decent school. So how you don't know this? Do y'all not know how to answer? I'm gonna have to do a whole class on that. God asked Adam and Eve, Adam, where art thou? Well, define thou. That's how they do. Boy, where you been at all day? Well, you see, Mom, day is a measurement of time. I didn't ask you that. That's how that kid was answering my questions. That's how they answer my questions. Boy, where you been at all day? Well, see, day is there really? Let's define day here, Mom. Boy, that couldn't be my son playing with me like that. He'll be flowed.
Yeah.
Boy, where you been at all day? Well, you see, Dad, you define day. Pick up your teeth. Pick them up. Pick them up. Let's try this again. Pick up your teeth. Now I'm gonna ask you this question again. Where you been at all day? Well, Dad, I've been over at Jody's house, and then me and Jody chilled for about 30 minutes. Then we went to the park, and then we eventually, there you go. Now you got some sense. Don't play with me. You play dumb, I'm going to treat you like you dumb. That's how we supposed to treat them. You want to act like you don't know? I'm going to act like you don't know. I'm going to treat you like you're stupid. Trying to sound smart with a justification and trying to use all these SAT words. Just answer the question. You sound worse than Kamala. Kamala, what's your plan for new policies once you get in office? Well, you see, I was raised by my mother on a farm. You know, just get into this whole spiel. You bet he voted for Kamala. I bet he voted for Kamala. I bet he did. Because he asked a question just like she do. Isaiah 45. And this ain't no diss to nobody who voted for Kamala, because y'all know I don't really care. But boy, does he answer questions like she do. That junk don't work with me. I want answers. I ain't got time for this. Then y'all said he lied about his age. Why would he say 18 at first, then turn around and say 15? Why not just let us keep believing he 18? Man, I ain't gonna teach him how to lie. I mean, I don't teach nobody how to lie or be good at lying, but dang, dude, you know, why would you even let Kevin? Why would he even let us know he lied?
Right.
Hey, man.
Kids, man. Kids.
That Ritalin, man. We need to get these kids some of that Ritalin, boy.
That Ritalin.
That Ritalin. Slingshot it into his mouth. You know what I'm saying? Isaiah 45, 14 to 15. Go ahead and read, man. Now, check this out right here. This is what Isaiah says. Go ahead and read.
This is Isaiah. Okay, 14. Hold on. Wait a minute. My trash and touch just jacked up. 1 second. 1 second, y'all.
Is it the trash and Tasha? Yeah, man, you know what?
Trash is. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. We back. Trash is back. Isaiah.
The trash is back.
It's back. Isaiah 45 and 14.
Mm-hmm.
And it reads, "Thus said the Lord, the labor of Egypt, and the merchandise of Ethiopia, and of the Sabians, men of stature, shall come over unto thee, and they shall be thine, and they shall come after thee. In chains they shall come over, and they shall fall down unto thee, and they shall make supplication unto thee, saying, Surely God is in thee, and there is none else, there is no God."
And this is a promise that God made for his people. There is none else and there is no God. Now watch what Isaiah says in Isaiah 45, 15. Read that slow, please.
15. Verily, thou art a God that hidest thyself, O God of Israel, the Savior.
He said, verily, which means truly.
Mm-hmm.
How did he describe our God, Kevin J?
That hidest himself.
If somebody is hiding themselves, can you see them?
Nope, they don't want to be found.
How does the Bible describe our God, y'all? How does the Bible describe our God? Y'all just read it. It said, verily, you are a God that hideth yourself. That means he's out of sight. That means he's not detectable. Even when you're playing hide and seek, it's not just enough to get out of sight. You got to be quiet because they might walk past your hiding spot and hear you.
Right.
This is the God we serve. They understood that. These are believers. They weren't debating atheists when they said that. You could try to say, oh, all of these are just excuses that believers come up with. They weren't debating unbelievers when they said this. They're just stating the facts about our God. That's the type of God he is. It's not like they weren't saying that and then somebody said, well, where's your God? Why don't he do this? Well, our God hides. They've been saying this stuff about them. This is not something I came up with to answer the criticism. I'm telling you that before there even was any criticism, they were describing our God like this. Don't y'all understand that? If God, this is what Isaiah is saying. When Isaiah said you are truly a God that hides yourself, that means you hide your existence. You hide what you're doing when you're doing stuff. Even when you're doing stuff, we don't see it. Doesn't that sound like a God that is making himself non-existence. He's hiding everything about him. You can't see him, you can't hear him, you can't touch him, you can't detect anything he's doing. Do everybody agree with that? Don't that explain a lot? They all said it. I'm not showing y'all anything that the book don't say. Telling you plain, you are a God that hides yourself. He said, verily, truly. And Isaiah may have been saying this out of frustration. This is what we need to know. He's not hiding. Now, he's not hiding because he's afraid. We need to understand that just like any person in personality or person, whatever you want to call it, there are characteristics about our God. We may not agree or understand these characteristics, but we got to acknowledge them. And one of his characteristics is that he hides because he does things undetected. You don't see, you don't hear, you don't smell, you don't understand. You can't even figure it out. That's why they call him the invisible God. If you hide yourself well, you just made yourself invisible. Did you not?
Yeah, it's facts.
So what do we got so far? We got a God, Kevin J. We can't hear him. We can't see him. Right? He can even cut us off where he don't see us and he don't hear us. We can't touch him. Right?
Yeah.
We can't smell him. He don't smell our sacrifices. And in another class, you can see that our prayers are also represented as sacrifices. So that means we're praying to him and he don't hear us. And we talking about wicked people. But the default concept right now is that we just don't detect them at all.
Right.
I don't want to hear from nobody say, well, I just feel God. We don't know if that's God or not. It might or it might not be. But we talking about under normal circumstances, he's undetectable, and he did that on purpose. This is what Isaiah is telling us. He said, truly, you are a God that hide yourself. Why would Isaiah tell us that? This all the way back during the time of Isaiah. I mean, even during the time of Isaiah, who was a legitimate prophet, even Isaiah felt that God would take himself out of existence to the point where is he? Ain't that's what you say, Kevin J? When somebody hides and you're looking for them, where is he?
Where is he at?
Ain't that what y'all do? When somebody hiding from you and you don't see him and you expect to find him, like, where is he? Have y'all ever heard an atheist say that before? If there's a God, where is he?
Oh God, yeah.
Y'all heard him say that before? And your Bible is telling you right here, truly, you are a God that hides yourself. That's just the way he operates. I don't care if the atheists accept that or not. I know that this was being stated about God before atheists were trying to debunk him. So this is not stated to try to defend why we can't see him. He's been saying this. I just want y'all to understand that. Let's move on. Psalm 27 and one more. I keep telling these youngsters, man, don't keep coming up here trying to overestimate yourself. We just make it look easy. I don't know what it is, man, about these schools that's gassing y'all up to think y'all can take on the likes of me. I'm not saying I can't be beaten, but dang, man, if all you can do is not answer questions, simple questions, y'all all heard me say it. I'm gonna ask one question. Before we brought us, I'm just gonna ask you one question. If you can answer it, cool. If not, get off the stage. One question. That's it. Remember I said that? Ask the one question. Where did all this come from? Whatever. Define everything. Everything, bro. The universe, everything. Stop trying to qualify it. I've already done it. I've done the work. Everything. Where did everything? What do you mean by everything? Everything. People, planet, sun, moon, everything. Where did everything come from? But his whole attitude is, if you can't answer my question, that invalidates your position. So if that's your way of reasoning, then why is it that don't apply to you? Why is it that if I can't answer every question you ask me, and I can't, nobody can answer every question, then why is it that if I ask you questions you can't answer, you still right? If I can't answer all their questions, Kevin J, they still right. But if I, you know what I'm saying? But if I ask them questions that they can't answer, even one, they still right.
Right.
Well, let me miss one question. See, you wrong. See, I got you there. We want to play the if you can't answer it, that means no, can't nobody answer anything. Even scientists admit that. So I got to be 100% for me to be right. For my view to be right. See, that's already playing unfair. You want to tie my hands up at the very beginning. So you come in cheating. All I'm saying is let's even the playing field. What apply to me should also apply to you. But I'm gonna go first. Couldn't even answer the question. Nobody can answer that question. I asked them something that nobody can answer. Unless you believe in God. Right? Psalm 27. Check this out right here, Kevin J. Psalm 27, 7-9. Look what David is saying right here. Go ahead.
The Psalm 27 and 9. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help.
Hold
Leave
on.
me
I said,
not.
I said 7-9. You started at 9.
Oh, you
Yeah.
said started.
Yeah. 7-9. Yeah.
I'm
7 to
sorry.
9.
The Psalm 27 and 9. I'm sorry. Psalm 27 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Hear, O Lord, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me and answer me.
Mm-hmm.
When thou saidst, seek my face, my heart said unto thee, thy face, Lord, will I seek.
So God told David to seek my face. That doesn't mean literally seek, like look for this. It meant seek him as like get to know him. There's a lot of poetic language here being used, but still mean the same thing. You're still trying to get to know God. You're still trying to meet him. But go ahead and read.
9. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation.
Now look how David is speaking. He said, don't hide your face far from me. David is talking as if poetically that God can hide his face or hide his face
Right.
from him. Hide his face from him is just another way of saying, I won't be able to see you. It don't mean like God just standing around a corner with his face hidden, but you can still see his body. It means you won't be able to see him. But it also means he's not acknowledging you. See, when you say hide your face from somebody, what it means is they're not looking at you. So David is speaking as if God could not acknowledge him if he did something. So now we got a God that's not even thinking about you. That's all the stuff that describes a non-existent God. Don't hear you, don't see you, don't smell you, don't acknowledge you. Right? That's all the stuff. But that's only because you're sinning. This world is a sinful world. We're born into a sinful world, not born unworthy to see God. Every last one of us. Atheists don't understand that. Atheists think God owes them a personal appearance. And because he won't do it, that proves that he doesn't exist. See, that's what people like to do, even with other people. Do this to prove yourself to me. And I even be like, I'm just a man. And I've had people come at me like that, Kevin J. And I'm like, who are you for me to prove anything to you?
Mm-hmm.
So if we can get like that as people and it can be justified, how do you think God feels?
Right.
God don't feel like he got to prove himself to any of us. You don't believe in God? He like, okay, if you really are God, come down and show me God. Like, man, whatever. Y'all do know that God is above the bull. If we can be above the bull, y'all think God can't? God is infinitely above the bull. It's petty stuff. But that's how atheists are. If there's a God, where is he? Why don't he reveal himself to me? You ain't worthy to see God, dude. That's why. You a worthless piece of crap. Had that ever occurred to you? We talking about God here. You can't even go to certain places on the planet and just see whoever you want to see just because you want to see them. You think you can go to an NBA stadium and after the game over, you demand an audience with LeBron James and he just gonna come out and start talking to you? Do y'all think that's how that works? Shoot, how about our own local celebrity, Gideon? Do you think anybody can just hit Gideon up and Gideon just come running? I'm just saying, these just people. But yet you think you're going to get an audience with the infinite creator of the universe. He's just going to be like, okay. Some ignorant, unbelieving, wretched atheist, son, reveal yourself to me now. You think he's just going to pop up? Okay, here I am. It doesn't work like that. Y'all got to understand, man, that God moves when he wants to move. God ain't the type of person where he operates on what we want him to do. All throughout the Bible, it says he's done what he's pleased. He's done what he wanted. God, let me tell y'all something. We serve a gangster God. He do what he want to do.
Amen.
That's the problem with the creation. The creation think God's supposed to move when they tell him to move. I don't even do like that. People come here, Brother Josh, why don't you debate me? If you don't, you scared. Maybe I just think I'm better than you and above you. You ever thought about that? I'm talking about character-wise. I'm not talking about I'm inherently better than you, because nobody's inherently better than anybody else. But there are people who are beneath y'all. Y'all got to understand that people are beneath us. You know how somebody say, don't do that. That's beneath you. You ever heard somebody say that before, Kevin J?
Yeah. Yep.
So if somebody does
Don't
something,
stoop.
exactly, don't stoop to other people's level. Don't you know when you say, I'm not going to stoop to your level, you are saying you're above that person?
Right.
Words have meaning. How many of y'all have ever said that to somebody? Man, I'm not going to stoop to your level.
Oh yeah.
You ever said that to somebody before?
Yep.
Kevin J?
Yep.
Keanu?
Yep.
Jeff? Have y'all ever said that to somebody before? I'm not going to stoop to your level.
I've heard that
We've all
said.
said. We've all said it. Don't you know when you say that, you're admitting, you're confessing, you're claiming that you're above them. Just like when you're dealing with a child, you have to stoop to their level when you talk to them. What you're saying is, I'm above your level. I walk a higher path. It's not arrogant if it's true. You are above people. Christians are supposed to be on a higher level than sinners and atheists. When they do little petty stuff like try to provoke you into debating with them and try to taunt you, oh, you're scared. That's what the guy said on stage. Oh, he's just scared. They always want to try to taunt. Oh my God, Kevin J. He called me scared. I got to get him back up here. How dare he call me scared? Now I got to prove to the lying 15-year-old that I'm not afraid of him. Like,
Right.
really,
Crazy.
bro? What you gonna do? Double dog dare me next?
Right. I like that. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
That's an old one, Josh. The old one, right?
I'm saying, I dare you. I double dog dare you, bro. You're a child. You're even younger than I thought if you actually were 15.
Right.
People try to do that. They always want to get you with you scared. He don't want to talk to me. He's scared. Maybe I just don't like you. You ever thought about that? And I don't dislike anybody for no reason. You got to give me a reason to dislike you. So if
Yep.
I don't like you, you earned it.
That's facts.
I don't give out stimulus. I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Like a stimulus check, they just give it to you. I don't give out stimulus. I don't like you. I give out paychecks. I don't like you, meaning you earned it. You know what I'm saying? So you're like, oh, you're just scared. I'm not scared, dude. I just don't like you. Let's go to the last one. James chapter 4. Don't let them try to sucker y'all like that. Don't y'all know that's exactly how Satan came to Jesus? If you really are the Son of God,
Right.
command that these stones be made bread. In other words, demonstrate your power. Impress me.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see that? That's how Satan operates. Always dropping a challenge, trying to play on your ego. Y'all notice that? Wouldn't even understand, and these are coming from people. Well, I ain't gonna go too hard on the atheist because he doing what he do, so I can't even be like it's a shame. I mean, you're an atheist,
Right.
but Christians act more like that than atheists do, though. I want to debate you, brother Josh. Everybody want to come looking for a fight. Why don't any new person ever be like, hey man, I want to see where you're coming from. I want to stick around and get back at you. Everybody want to come looking for a fight. Who's teaching these kids to be like this? Who's teaching these adults to be like this? Y'all ever wondered that? Why do Christians always come looking for smoke? What's that about? Maybe y'all know something I don't. Is it the culture? He said public schools. I think it's more like public churches. Your school is supposed to educate you. Your church is supposed to educate you spiritually. You follow what I'm saying? Everybody, I want to debate. Everybody want to try to prove themselves to somebody else. Won't you prove yourself to God? Right? I'm gonna do a class showing that all of us are supposed to be trying to prove ourselves to God. That's what we're supposed to be trying to do. And it ain't even like a salvation issue or anything, even though that's kind of related to it. But your whole mindset is supposed to be to prove to God that everything you do is first and foremost for Him. You coming in here wanting to debate and stuff all the time, that ain't for God, that's for you. You seeking your own glory. You want to be able to run out on social media, hey, I shut down Gideon Pastor, everybody admire me. And I see through this stuff. And it's a shame that we got a bunch of carnal Christians out there. We got too many carnal Christians out here, y'all. This is James chapter 4, 7 to 8. James gonna tell you the secret to the sauce. This is the secret to the sauce, y'all. So go ahead and read, please. James 4, 7 and 8. Read that.
This is James chapter 4, verse 7. Submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you.
James said, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. That's what that's how the devil works. You resist him, he leaves. That don't mean he ain't never coming back. But he'll leave for the moment.
Right.
Right? Now read the next verse.
8. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. Cleanse your hands, ye sinners, and purify your hearts, ye double-minded.
What's the secret to making God come closer to you, Kevin J?
Clean yourself up.
I know, but what did he say in the very beginning of that verse?
Oh, you gotta draw yourself to God, and he will
You got
draw
to draw
yourself
close
to
to
you.
him.
Yeah.
Ain't no atheist trying to draw close to God. So why
No.
would God reveal himself to him?
And they definitely ain't trying to clean themselves up.
And they definitely ain't trying to clean themselves up. See, that's the thing. They want God to draw near to them when James said you got to draw near to God first to make him draw near to you. Y'all ain't trying to draw near to God. Y'all are trying to push him away. Y'all are trying to say he doesn't even exist. So I'm saying to any atheist, God will never draw close enough to you to make you believe in him because you're not drawing close to him.
Hmm?
He will always never exist for y'all until you wake up or until you wake up on Judgment Day. Then he's going to be like, I did exist after all, get in the lake of fire. You got too many people thinking that God is just gonna draw near to you if you ain't drawing near to him. If you really want God to prove that he exists, Mr. Atheist, and anybody else, agnostic, you got to put some work in. You got to show him that you actually trying to see if there's something to this God stuff. But that's not what they're doing, are they? If there's like, oh, I didn't wrong to prove this, and there's like, oh, I want you to prove that, and every time they do that, it's all God doing. Just sliding back. That's all he doing. Let me ask you a question, Kevin J. If somebody slides back or bags back too far from you, what eventually will happen?
When you won't
As
be able
far
to
as your
see him.
sight is concerned, you won't be able to see them. They'll get out of sight.
Right.
That's all God does. So, sisters and brothers, this is the reason why we can't detect God with our usual senses. He can use the Holy Spirit to give us proof that he's there. The Holy Spirit guides us into all truth. It changes our behavior. That's proof of his existence as well. But when it comes to just our everyday default world, this world is a fallen world. It is a broken world. There are saved people in it, but the world itself is broken. In a world like that, God does not exist. He does, but he doesn't. He doesn't exist in the physical. In a broken world, God don't exist like that. That's why it's going to be such a shock when Jesus come back, because they're going to actually see. That's when our senses are going to come into play. We're going to see him. We're going to hear him. We're going to feel him. If he's cutting you up, you're definitely going to feel that. That's when the senses come into play. But right now, in the physical realm, because of how wicked we are, God is operating outside of our senses, which gives the illusion of being non-existent, because anything that can't be detected by the senses doesn't seem like it exists. So the next time you're dealing with this topic with an atheist and he asks you these questions, first of all, make sure it's an atheist that's actually wants understanding and not just a debate. And if it's the former, show him the information in this class. And maybe, just maybe, he will know that it's more to proving that God exists than just detecting him with these 5 limited senses. We'll be back after these brief announcements. Okay, everybody. First of all, we'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. For many of y'all who don't know, due to daylight savings, making the time go back an hour, we now start an hour early. Simply because I want to make sure I start the Sabbath class while it's still the Sabbath. Otherwise, we won't be having the Holy Convocation as it's commanded in the book. So we got to have that Holy Convocation at least started before the sun sets. Otherwise, we wouldn't even get the Holy Convocation in. Right? So right now, we open up the clubhouse room at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I try to play some nice gospel music for y'all for about 30 minutes. And then the actual class starts here on Discord, also Clubhouse and YouTube at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for all of y'all, my regulars, we start the class an hour earlier. 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in here on Discord and YouTube, and also on Blog Talk Radio. Right? If anybody is interested in making a donation, if you feel blessed by what you're hearing and just want to show some support, you can do so one or two ways. Also, if anybody want to hit me up in my DM and show me how to accept and send money through Zelle, walk me through that, please do, because I'll be able to accept money on Zelle too. Because I know a lot of y'all be asking me, Josh, you got Zelle? I want to send a donation on Zelle. And I got it, and I still don't know how to use it. It is very frustrating, right? But anyway, the 2 ways you can donate now is PayPal and Cash App. My PayPal address is absolute Bible truth forever at yahoo.com. That's absolute Bible truth, the number 4 EVA at yahoo.com. You don't spell out the word 4, you just type the numerical digit 4. And this information will be posted by my mods in the chat. And of course, the other way you can donate is through Cash App using the Cash App tab, which is $, capital ABTM, lowercase s. Again, that's money sign. Capital ABTM, lowercase s. And that simply stands for Absolute Bible Truth Ministries. Now, this time, y'all know we go to Q&A, right? But before we do, I always bring it in to my people on stage first. But I have to use the restroom again. So before I get to y'all comments, y'all telling exactly what y'all like, just keep it going. I'll be right back. But let me know, Kevin Jake. I want to ask you what you think when I come back. All right?
You got it. You got it. Hey man, that was a
All right.
great class. Hope everybody enjoyed it. I definitely did. I never know what twists and turns he's ever gonna take, to be totally honest. So I like the turn that he made with this one. And I think I'll tell me to get his back, but I don't know for everybody else. But I mean, it shows me like the arrogance of people demand of God to show themselves to them. That's what kind of trips me out about atheists, as if though he owed them something, when yet he owes them absolutely nothing. Like why would he owe you anything if one you don't believe? So what makes you think that anyway? And I like the fact that Josh said, hey, if you got an atheist person who is like really just wanting information, that's a totally different thing. You could deal with them, right? And because you never know. And another thing too, we get all this time, like all this time that we're giving this time. This is a time of mercy. This is a time that the Lord has given us to get our acts together. And I think a lot of people miss this point. So I don't. I never missed it. I always tell people, hey, don't take this time as a very serious measure. Like this is time that you got to get yourselves together and clean yourselves up. You know what I'm saying? That's a huge thing with the Lord. So use the time wisely. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of people that it's gonna have second guess. Even myself, I had to like step back and like really re-examine myself and clean myself up and come back before the Lord. You know what I mean? So for me, this is a good class to show people their first of all, show people the arrogance of themselves. First of all, a lot of arrogance,
Mhm.
and I think all of us can definitely pick that up from the class. But you back, Josh?
I'm back. I was just listening to what you were saying.
I was just filling in. Oh, you back? But yeah, no. But for me, no, I was. You hit on a lot of areas, and I think that when you talk about atheists too, I don't know if you noticed this, Josh. You could tell me if you noticed it, because obviously she's like the cat out the bag that I'm older. You notice in like the late '80s, right, or like let's say late '80s to the '90s, before we were in the age of information, before information was at people's fingertips, right? You notice that a lot of scientists they were outwardly atheists. You notice how they're changing the tune a little bit. Have you noticed that they're saying they're
Mhm.
agnostic now? You notice that?
Mhm.
Let me read something for you real quick. And this is an AI overview, real quick. It says an agnostic is someone who believes that it's impossible to know for sure if God or ultimate reality exists. Agnostics don't commit to believing in the existence or non-existence of God. That's what they're doing now. They believe that
Mhm.
the existence or non-existence of God is logically and scientifically unknowable. See, the thing about scientists is this, smart guys. They're known for being able to what? Solve problems and showing you a result, and also showing you a beginning, and giving you the formula, right? But see, it's funny. They can't do that with God. So now that people are open to more information, I'm noticing that a lot more scientists are calling themselves Gnostic instead of atheists now. Because see, now they don't have to commit. You know what I mean? At first, they used to commit. Well, why are they commit? Why are they not committing so quick to being an atheist now? Now, why are you all of a sudden a Gnostic? See, it fits them better, because to me, it takes more pressure off of them. Because they used to be where they could just say, oh, it's this, and that. But see, now that people are smartening up and we're in the age of information, they can't do that anymore. People are starting to wake up slowly but surely and be like, wait a minute, dude, this ain't making no sense. Evolution ain't really making no sense. Hey, man, this Big Bang Theory, it's not really making no sense for me. So now I don't know if you noticed, I could be wrong, but I've noticed that the numbers of scientists are now saying they're Gnostic. But it used to be all the time. Like I used to hear all the time scientists say they ate this, never bother with them, like whatever. But
Mhm.
now more scientists are saying they're Gnostic. Why is that, Josh? Why do you think that is?
Well, because one of the things about science, honest science, is you never are supposed to claim anything 100% unless you know and have tested it 100%. And they have
Mhm.
already proven and stated that God scientifically is a concept that cannot be proven or disproven scientifically. So it's logical to have an agnostic view about something of that nature that can't be proven or disproven scientifically. The God concept basically exists in a void in science, even though within that void, you can still choose to lean more toward one way than the other. You follow what I'm
But have you
saying?
noticed that? Have you noticed that number change since
Yes.
you know what I'm talking
Well,
about?
because
Okay.
number one, what a lot of people don't understand is the first so-called scientists, especially like American and German scientists, the first of them, they either believed in God or they believe in spirituality. Like they didn't necessarily believe in the God of the Bible, but they believe in spirits and demons and things like that, right? Which still counts as the supernatural. They did not think that this physical world was all there is to it. Physical world meaning only things we can sense with our physical, right?
Mhm.
A lot of scientists are becoming more open-minded to the ideal that existence is not just limited by what we can perceive physically. And
Mhm.
that's why they have become more and more agnostic. If you go from eight, I want y'all to see this. Believer is on the right hand, atheist is on the left. Agnostic is in the middle, but it's on a spectrum. You understand what I'm saying? On
Mhm.
a spectrum. If you start out as atheist, remember, non-believer, believer, agnostic. If you start off as this and you move this way, what direction are you moving in, Kevin J? Towards what?
Towards belief.
Toward belief.
Yep. Yep. That was kind of my
They
point.
don't want to
That was
admit
kind of
it,
my
but
point.
that's
That
what you're
was
doing.
yep. Yep.
That needle have moved from 0 to 50. That's what that needle have
And
done.
somebody,
0 meaning unbeliever.
and I think
Yep.
somebody said in the chat too that there are scientists that are believers. Yeah, there are plenty of scientists that are believers, but I was talking about the ones that are non-believers specifically. There are plenty of
Right.
scientists that are believers for sure. I was just saying
Right.
that I'm talking about the ones that claim to be atheists and they use their knowledge as their main reasoning for
Right.
being an atheist. Because I think I was asked by
Right.
somebody too if I thought that science was like a religion or like a belief, and I definitely believed it. I definitely believed it. I forget who asked me that, but somebody asked me that
Science,
this week.
science is. I can do a whole class breaking down how science is a religion. They use their
You
own
did a class.
data.
You do a class recently, not too long ago, right?
No, it
About
wasn't recent.
science.
I mentioned some stuff, but no, I ain't recently did anything. I mentioned some
But
stuff.
there was a class
Right?
you did, right? On science and what was it? Science and sorcery? No, it was maybe it was
Yep,
science.
yep. Science and sorcery. That
Okay,
was a
okay,
while
okay.
ago. I
My
did that.
bad.
Yep, science and sorcery.
Yeah, special
Right, and I'm
agent. That's
telling
who asked.
y'all,
Special agent.
and I'm
Okay.
telling y'all, the wizards with their potions. Y'all see the
Yeah,
labs and
yeah,
stuff like
yeah.
that. That became the scientists, y'all. That became our modern day scientists. If you go back and you look at these old cartoons and TV shows where you see the the scientists or the wizards first, they got the bottles. You know what I'm
And
saying?
the puff
The
of
bunch
smoke
of
where they mixing the stuff together.
yes, the
Yeah, I
Bunsen
know it's like
burners and the beakers and
yeah,
all of
yeah.
that stuff. But these are wizards. Now, using those same instruments, now it's the scientists, right? I asked the question, why do scientists wear white? Somebody said because if something spill on them, it'll be easier for them to see. True, but not all scientists works in a position where something can spill on you. So why do they wear white? What about the scientists at NASA? All they do is sit behind computers. Why they wearing white? Hmm? Anybody ever thought of that? It ain't just because it's easy to see if a chemical spill on you, because every scientist wearing white, even the ones that don't work around chemicals. So why they got on white? We all know the same reason why most people wear white in religion is to appear pure and that they can be trusted. Oh, I got a whole class about the psychology of colors. Did y'all know that you can send subliminal messages with color? Did y'all know that? And I'm not talking about skin color. I mean everyday color. Did you know that? Did you know that women? I ain't gonna give y'all them too many secrets, but did y'all know you can stimulate your man to want you more with a certain color of a dress you're wearing, not just the length of it or how tight it is, even though that helps. But if you throw a certain color on that, did y'all know that? And it's not just red. That's the obvious one. There are others, right? They made me take a whole experiment when I was in college. They hooked me up to this thing and they were showing me these different colors and they were asking me what it makes me feel and all that stuff. I'm telling you, man, like, yo, it's real deep. And movies do it. Don't y'all know that they use color in movies to send and TV shows to send subliminal messages? Ask yourselves a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the gay pride parade so bright and festive? All
Rainbow
all
colors.
the colors in the rainbow. Why do y'all
Yeah.
think that is?
Same
What
thing.
message that you think they're trying to do? Yes, it's noticeable, but from a psychological perspective, did y'all know if y'all go to other side, see, we over here in America. If I put on a bunch of colorful rainbow colors, y'all gonna be like, Josh, what's up, man? You don't cross to the other side or something? But if you go to some place like Rio de Janeiro, everybody wear bright colors like that. Did y'all know that? Go to Hawaii. Everybody wearing these festive, colorful colors, right? So what is that? Have y'all ever noticed that in certain countries where the climate is more like a tropical, people tend to wear more bright and festive
Brighter
colors?
colors. Yeah. Yeah.
This is psychology, y'all. It makes it more alluring, more appealing. That's why they put all those colors on. They're trying to suck you in. They're trying to make it mean. Why do y'all think gay originally meant what, Kevin J?
Happy.
Happy. What's a somebody thought out some synonyms for happy? Go. Give me a synonym for happy. Glad. What else?
Glad.
Joyous. Joyful. Right? That's the whole point. You see that. You're depressed. You're struggling with your sexuality. I don't know what I'm gonna do. They seem so happy over there. Let me go join them. Do y'all think if the gay pride flag was a gothic looking flag, they have that much of a turnover? If they all walk down the street looking like a goth parade, do you think they have much of a turnover? Now, me personally, you know what I'm saying, just the physical aspect, I think the goth look, I don't like that it's like based on darkness, but I think the goth look is attractive on a woman. You know what I'm saying? Because, there's no color that's a sin, right? What I think is, so I think a woman that wears like dark colors, I think on certain women, it looks good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very attractive to me. Like, you show up wearing all that black, you know what I'm saying? Even with some black lipstick, yo, that's dope to me. I keep it real with y'all, right? But I can't mess with them. I had to be real attracted to golf girls back in the day. It was just something about them. But, I'm like, yo, you want to cut yourself with razor blades and read Edgar Allan Poe all day and just be just depressed all day and want to talk about pain all day. That ain't who I am. You know what I'm saying? You depressing me. Sexy, but depressing. I'll call you depressy.
Hey.
She depressy. She depressing and sexy at the same time. She depressy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's why I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But it don't mean if I ever get married, if I ask you to put on all that black, you know why. But anyway, right? Anything you want to add about the class, Kev? Anything else you want to add? Because you've already kind of talked about it.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I mean it was what was the one that stuck out to me when you explain how he cuts you off. Like and it actually can go towards us too. Like a lot of us
Mm-hmm.
like we'd be like, man, I feel like, like man, the prayers aren't being answered. I feel like, like you don't feel that, like that good feeling. Because a lot of times when we fall into like when we're doing stuff wrong and God's trying to shake us up a little bit, we can see that communication fall off. You can tell. Believers can tell when there's a lack of communication with them in the Most High. I'm talking about real followers here. They know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, when God kind of like, you know what I'm saying, you getting that cold shoulder. You can tell. And I think
Yeah.
that this was a good one here because you had my man David was like, Lord, don't hide yourself from me. This is whom the Lord loved. And even he knew he could be cut off. He messed up. Remember, he thought Nathan was talking about somebody else, and Nathan was talking about him, the prophet. You read that, right? You read that verse that led up after he had Nathan had told David what his sin was, and then you read that very same verse that led up to that. And remember, if you remember that, Josh, Nathan was giving him he was that was like a parable or something, and like David was real upset, but turned out Nathan was talking about him, and that's the first thing David said was not to hide yourself from me. Don't close yourself away from me. That lets you know that if you are a follower and things seem a little silent, you might want to take a step back and see what you're doing. So it was also a class for us too. It wasn't just for atheists. It's a class for us too, because
Like
sometimes, hey,
you might be pushing them away.
you might be that's what I was getting to. You might be pushing them away. So that would, to me, I picked up on that a lot too. Even as believers, we have to be careful because once we get ourselves dirty with that wickedness, he finna step back. You know what I'm saying? Somebody fart, you moving back like, what's that smell? That's what happens when you mess up with the Most High. You sinning, and he,
That's
like you
right.
said, Josh, he pushes himself back from you a little bit. But that allows you to kind of see what's going on and be like, I gotta clean myself up. You know what I'm saying? So that was another part of this where, even for me as a believer, it makes me be like, okay, man, maybe I gotta clean some things up. So that's really but that hey, that piece though, where you kind of like when you set us up with the false idols having eyes, lips, nose, and stuff like that. But then you kind of you set us up like that. That again, it's like the result is the same as like the idols. Like once
Right.
the Lord cut himself off to you, you be getting the same result. So
See, the
that was
thing is,
another good twist too.
if you choose nothing over God, then nothing is what you shall have.
Right. Nothing from
That's
nothing
all it
leaves
is.
nothing.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing you
Yep.
shall have. If you choose nothing over him, then nothing is what he's gonna give you. I'm gonna show y'all in another class that, you know, God will give you what you want, but you may not want what God gives you. I know that sounds like a paradox or a contradiction. God will give you what you want, but you may not want what God gives you.
Make sure make sure Jeff be the reader on that one right there. I want Jeff to be.
Hell yes. Like you asked for it and then he gave it to you. Speaking of
Make sure
Jeff,
make
anything?
sure Jeff read on that one right there.
I got a feeling my back will be hurting on that day. But
Oh man.
yeah, great
Yeah.
class.
Wait. You have a pre-back injury.
Well, it's kind of tight right now, brother. And the way y'all keep reminding me, maybe it's something that y'all doing.
Free
Y'all
back.
know, man.
Oh
But
man.
yeah, but hey, great class, great partner to the class that you did on YouTube. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Sometimes like when you do a class, I could be like, oh, I read over that. I read that a couple of times and it went over my head. But this one right here, man, I was like, how the heck did you get all of that out of those chapters and verses, man? You did an excellent job.
Praise
And
God.
summed it up when you said the Most High just not dealing with people and they're trying to bully him into revealing himself, and he's just not that kind of God. We
Right.
all know from personal experience, man, we had to stick with this word. We got a little taste of it. It's something that the Most High grew within us. Somebody planted the seeds and it grew. The problem with a lot of people is everyone, I don't know anyone that didn't have access to a Bible or some of the teachings. Most people, they reject it because they don't like something that the Bible says and they don't want to give up their sin. So with the guy, especially the atheist guy, whatever, he couldn't even get like the basic things right by telling the truth. So the Most High, ain't gonna deal with nobody like that, man. Hopefully he gets it together. So great class, brother. God willing, see y'all next Shabbat, and I'll be in and out. And peace to all the brothers on the panel. Y'all have a good night.
Praise God. Appreciate that. I thought he was just kidding too when he said he might have a bad back that day, but he mean like his back been for real. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be praying, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna be praying for your back, man, that you take it easy and stuff like that. Because we want to make sure that that you're not in no pain or whatever. 'Cause I remember it was a few months back where you was in so much pain, said, bro, I can't even read, bro. Like it just hurt just to sit up. I was
Yeah.
like, man, you follow what I'm saying? So that back ain't no joke. I remember my back, I don't know what it was, like a few years back on my job. I just had like this pulled muscle feeling like in my lower back for like a couple of days. You know what I'm saying? It happened during the week. Yeah, it pretty much cleared up by the Sabbath. That's why I ain't say nothing about it. But that thing happened like near the beginning of the week. And it just felt like it was just like this pulled muscle, like in my lower back. Like, I had to buy a massager. One of them massager thing where I had to buy one of them things. Like it just felt like it went away. You follow what I'm saying? But
Right.
I know what it feels like to be immobilized by a back pain, right? So and y'all know once the back go, that's everything. There goes all mobility. That's why people call things the backbone or something. Like they say he's the backbone of the church. That means he's the one's holding it all together. You follow what I'm saying? So you got to take care of them backs, sisters and brothers. Got to do that, right? And next we're gonna go to Neo. Neo, you got anything you want to say about today's class?
Honestly, this was an amazing class. I don't
Praise God.
appreciate being tricked throughout the lesson because I was sure, just like everybody else, that we got them answers right. But nonetheless, I learned a lot, and I really, really, really enjoyed this class today.
Praise God. Praise God. Let me go to somebody who ain't never been on the stage before. Y'all know how I do. Think they never been on stage. Grasshopper, ALT. Anything you want to add? Grasshopper. Grasshopper. They're having problems. Every time I see the name Grasshopper, move them to the audience and bring somebody
Yeah,
else. Oh, my boy. Oh, they've been
they've
what?
been begging to get on the stage the entire class.
Y'all got to make sure y'all have the technology to justify y'all begging. You feel me? You can't be more eager than your computer capabilities. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all be, I want to get on. Let me get on, and then you get on here, then you jump on here with that trash and tosh. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all be wanting to speak, y'all be trying, but you got to make sure that you got your specifications good or whatever. But boy, we got my guy with the new album out. Brother Quentin Marcello, man. That man don't drop that new album. Y'all know I played it. I be playing it on Clubhouse. I played it last week. I've been sharing his videos on Facebook like crazy, man. Yo, Quentin, I gotta go ahead. Then I gotta ask you a question. You got to get down with your boy on this. But go ahead, Quentin. What anything you want to add, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's going on, bro? How you feeling, man?
I'm blessed, man. How you doing, man?
I'm blessed, brother. All is well. You know what I'm saying? Already won. Throwing a shout out to myself. Already won. You
Already
feel
won.
me? Hey, but to comment on the class real quick, two things I would like to say when you were speaking as far as the atheist, man. I'm willing to bet
Mhm.
if you was able to just snap your fingers and have God just appear. Like, how the atheists be like, well, if God is real, where is he at? You know what I'm saying? If you
Mhm.
were to just do that and God appeared, I'm willing to bet they'd be like, oh, that ain't no God. Because the real God wouldn't even show up like that. Like they would still find,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying, a reason. But, if God supposed to be busy, he supposed to be running the world. Hey, got time to come down here and talk to us. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And another thing I wanted to mention is you said something as far as God being the invisible God and everything. Can I read the scripture real quick?
Yeah. Go right
Okay.
ahead.
I'm a I'm gonna go to John. Hold on, it's 20. Okay, John 20 and 29. It says, Jesus saith unto him, Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed. So, on the flip side, think about the people that have seen God and still don't believe. I believe it's grace to not see God and not believe, because it's like a bigger slap in the face. If you really see God, we really seen Jesus pull up on the scene, and he's God and he's in all his glory and he's performing miracles. You have no excuse. And for you not to still believe, that's a bigger slap in the face. It's grace that you don't see God, because some people will willfully choose to stay in their unbelief or stay in their sin, because naturally some people is just enmity against God. And they're gonna be that way until the day they die. You see what I'm saying? And that's just my piece on that.
That is what it is, because people witness Jesus do miracles right in front of him, and the best they could come up with is, well, the devil give you that power. They couldn't deny the miracle, so they denied the source. So
Right.
atheists would do it, and these were believers. Pharisees were believers. So if somebody who already believe in the supernatural and witness it will find an excuse to reject it. Somebody who don't believe in the supernatural will definitely find an excuse to reject it.
Exactly.
So, they even more gonna be like, well, I still don't believe, if he God, he supposed to be doing whatever. Right? Here's the thing: a lot of people are not gonna become believers until they bust that lake of fire wide open.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny when you fry. You follow what I'm
That's
saying?
you can't deny when you fry.
You can't deny when you fry. You know what I'm saying? Or ain't no denying why you frying. You know what I'm saying? How way you want to word it. But I was gonna tell you, the cover art of that Already Won album. You need to make that into a t-shirt, a black t-shirt with it written out there, just like on the front of that. And you need to get in the biz with me. We need to go ahead and sell that merch. They buy it, bro. We got all the e-buyers on it right now. Already Won.
Hey, let's
You know what I'm
do
saying?
it.
Claiming victory. You know what I'm saying? Get with me. I got some stuff I'm about to drop. About to drop my book. Me and Joel Mills, we've been playing phone tag this week. No, that's the guy who I'm getting with to help me print my book out. The guy, y'all probably know who Joel Mills is,
Yeah,
ABT people,
yeah, yeah.
right? And we just been playing phone tag. Like I call him, he ain't available. He called me, I'm not available. But I'm in the final stages of my book. It's gonna be an ebook and an actual physical book, by the way, y'all. So
And
if you
and
want a physical book, to hold in your hand, that's cool.
and FYI, I need to holler at you too, because I'm writing this movie. Man, is it a doozy? But I need to consult with you on a couple parts.
Oh yes, I'm also a consultant. I'm also consulting with Big Moshe about some stuff he working on too. So I'm a consultant as well, y'all. I try to do a lot of different things. And when is that you on that track or just your nephew?
No, that's
I
me.
saw you in the video. I
Yeah.
saw the video you did
No,
looking
I'm
like Rick Ross.
right. Well, depending on second track is called,
Mm-hmm.
and it's me, then it's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
talking about the second track. Then I got like two other features. On track three, I got a feature my guy named Naki, and then on the fourth song, which is "I'll Never Leave," I got my guy Three on there. So it's
Hey, I like that one too. I'll listen to that one too.
yeah, I never leave. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very excited
You need
about
to
it.
post. You need to post the link in the chat, bro. Yo, this is some gospel rap, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all snoozing on my boy right now. I didn't even know you even did anything. It makes sense now why you to be clowning Big Bro Zadok so much. I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
thought,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I just thought you were just messing with him, but I didn't know that you actually, you know what I'm saying, you got bars too. I didn't even know that. So
Uh,
when I saw it, I'm like, wait a minute, this Marcelo of Marcelo's Pizza? You
no,
know what I'm
you
saying? My man got a chain of pizza stores. My man got an album out. Like, yo, we attracting some people at ABT, man. ABT ain't got nothing but like movers and shakers up in this piece. You know what I'm saying?
And a movie coming out next year.
And he working on a movie. You know what I'm saying? I might have a part in that. You know what I'm saying? I play like a crackhead or something, crackhead Pookie or something. You know what I'm saying?
like Pookie from New Jack City.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I'll be a crackhead now. See, if I ever be in a movie, I want to play something real stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's redundant. I want to do that. That's like what Gypsy. That's kind of how Gideon comedy was. Gideon used to do ridiculous stuff, going to WNBA games and getting haircuts, and going to sleep.
Right.
like why? Like like I like that kind of comedy where somebody just do something, you just like, why though?
It
You
makes
know what
no
I'm saying? Like it don't make any sense. That's what made me laugh so much. I said, man, this dude a nut. It was disrespectful, but he ain't saying nothing that everybody ain't thinking out loud. Like the WNBA is boring compared to, the NBA. That's why their numbers are down. It's just a fact, They can
So,
ball.
Josh, I just posted the link to the
Mhm.
album in the chat, FYI.
I see it. Make sure y'all check that out. Click on that link if y'all interested in getting y'all hands on the CD. Just came out, man. Hey, post the link to the video so they can see the video too that you got out.
Okay, got you. All right.
Yeah, post that, man. Over here, man, I promote my peeps over here, man. Y'all got anything, long as it's positive or not offensive or got something to do with the word, share it in the chat. I want everybody to see it, right? Well, now let me move on, my brother, to question marks.
Hi, how you doing, brother Josh?
What's going on with your question marks? Or mark your
I just
question?
had, yeah, I just had a question. I'm not an atheist or anything. I fully believe in God, but I just had a
Mhm,
question in terms of eating pork. Because I was just kind of confused when it was brought up in the chat earlier. Because I always go to Peter's vision in Acts, where it talks
mhm,
about it not being clean, or being clean. So I just kind of
mhm.
want an explanation.
Just on the vision and acts?
On why you believe that it's still unclean and not allowed to be eaten.
Well, Acts is not, if you just start with the book of Acts in Acts chapter 10, the vision that Peter had, God was not even talking about people in that vision, which is why Peter denied what the Lord told him to do. Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
If you had a vision right now, similar to what Peter had,
Okay.
and same way, come down with a large sheet and all these animals that in the Old Testament he said you couldn't eat. If he
Mhm.
commanded you, your Lord and Savior, said, rise, kill and eat, would you do it? Would you obey him?
Am I certain that it is the Lord?
Yeah, it's definitely him. Like, no question, it's
Then
definitely
yes.
him.
Then yes. Then yes.
Then why did Peter say no 3 times?
Well, I think mostly because, in Jewish law it wasn't allowed, so he definitely was skeptical when it comes to the whole idea.
Skeptical about obeying his own Lord and Savior that appeared to him in a heavenly vision? You think Jewish law was that embedded in him that he would just be like, hey, I'm not doing it, disobey his Lord and Savior 3 times?
I mean, some of them, I don't know, the Pharisees were pretty into the Jewish law, but no, I get
Peter
what you're
wasn't a
saying though.
Pharisee. Yeah, Peter wasn't a Pharisee.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Peter walked with Jesus. Peter witnessed the resurrection. He had every reason to believe Jesus in everything he told him to do, both before and after the resurrection, and no reason to ever disobey him. So why would he tell his Lord and Savior 3 times no to something that he's telling him to do? Why do you think he would do that? He wasn't a Pharisee, so why would he do that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I would have done it.
Yeah, but why do you think he didn't do it?
Uh,
Let's move to another question.
Honestly, I
Why
don't know.
is it that after that, why does it say Peter doubted what the vision should mean? What was there to doubt? It was pretty clear to me. Rise, kill, and eat. So why did it say afterwards that he doubted what the vision meant? Seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know why he doubted? And why he told his own Lord and Savior no 3 times, which is a damnable offense, by the way. If Jesus told you to do something right now, and you just said, no, I'm not doing that, do you think that's worthy of you going to hell?
If I disobey, then yes.
Yeah, if he just be like not just disobey, like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yep.
Peter did that 3 times. And then after the vision was over with, it said he doubted what the vision meant. So if Peter was still doubting what the vision meant, question, why are you so certain about it? It was given to Peter, and Peter said no 3 times to the orders in the vision. Instead, he still had doubts. You know why? Because 2 things. Number one, Peter knew that God would never change his law. That's why even when his own Lord and Savior told him to do that, he said no 3 times. Then after he said no, Jesus said, what God has cleansed, don't call common. And it is later revealed that it was not even talking about food, it was talking about people. In Jewish culture, the Jews saw Gentiles the same way they saw the unclean animals that God told them not to eat. Hold on, you
Yeah, I
got
didn't
to
know that,
mute yourself,
honestly.
bro. Quentin, you got to mute yourself, hot mic. Right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So he told, right. So what happened is when he met with Cornelius, right? He told him, you know how it's unlawful for a Jew to keep company of somebody who's of another nation. But God have shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean. He didn't tell Cornelius, God has shown me that I should not call any meat or any food common or unclean. So it was not even about actual food. It was a teaching metaphor to show Peter, don't look down upon these people with disgust as if they're unclean animals.
That
So
makes
he
sense.
wasn't cleansing, he wasn't cleaning up Old Testament food. He was telling Peter, don't look at these people like that. And Peter understood that much of it. That's why he didn't eat. You
Yeah,
understand?
makes sense.
So the
Yes,
vision,
yes,
so the vision ends with that. So that's one reason. Also, in the Old Testament, did you know that it says that Jesus is going to kill everybody who's eating pork when he returns? Did you know that's in the Old Testament?
No, sir.
You want to read it? Interested in
Uh,
finding out?
sure.
Well,
What scripture?
let's go to Isaiah 66. Do you believe that
1
Jesus is
second.
God?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Makes it that much easier. Let's go to start at verse 15. What version of the Bible are you going to be reading anyway? Just asking.
I mean, I can do whatever version you want. What is it again?
Which,
Isaiah
which
what?
one you got in front of you? 15 to 17. Which one you got in front of you?
Well, I mean, I'm online, so I can use whatever. But usually, I just use like NLT or NIV because it's just easier to understand. But
Cool. Use the NLT or NIV. Just let me know
all
which
right,
one.
I'll use NIV.
Okay, we're going to start reading that verse 15. Just read
All right.
verse 15 first. We're going to walk through it verse by verse. And I'm going to let you teach me.
Okay.
I'm going to let you
Okay.
teach me.
All
Go ahead
right.
and read.
A prophecy against Moab. Ar and Moab is ruined,
Hold up. Isaiah
destroyed.
66. Hold up. Isaiah 66.
Oh, oh, okay.
And which version are you reading from?
NIV.
Okay, NIV. Cool.
All right.
66 and 15. Read, please.
66:15 or 2:15.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
66 and 15.
All right. See, the Lord is coming with fire, and his chariots are like a whirlwind. He will bring down his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire.
Do you believe this is talking about Jesus? Has this happened
Yes.
yet?
No.
So you know this is talking about the second coming, right? We agree on that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, keep reading.
For with fire and with his sword, the Lord will execute judgment on all people, and many will be those slain by the Lord.
So what is the Lord going to do when he come back according to that verse?
Execute judgment on all people.
And what is he going to use to kill people? There's 2 things that mentioned in that verse that he's going to use to kill.
Fire and a
What
sword.
see, this guy right here, okay. So far, I'm getting the same thing out of this that you are. There's Jesus, second
Yep.
coming, fire and the sword. Okay, reading this verse. Let's see specifically who he's going to be killing.
Those who consecrate and purify themselves to go into the gardens, following one who is among those who eat the flesh of pigs, rats, and other unclean things. They will meet their end together with the one they follow, declares the Lord.
They're going to meet their end. What's that mean he's going to do to them?
Use his fire and his sword.
Well, what are they doing that's going to make him do it? What were they doing?
The people who eat flesh of pigs, rats, and other unclean things.
That's the second coming.
Yep.
Has Jesus come back yet?
No, sir. Not
So
to my
why would he
knowledge.
tell you here? So why would he tell you here that he's going to do that? Get to the New Testament, change his mind, and then turn around and say he did not come to destroy the law or the prophets. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 15. Hold on, might be Matthew 5:7. I think it starts right there. Y'all know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
right? He said he did not come to destroy the prophets. Destroying the prophets means he did not come to destroy or change anything that they said in their prophecies about
Right.
him, particularly, right? So do
Mhm.
you think Jesus is going to still do this after he specifically said that he didn't change one word in the prophets?
That is a good point. I did not know of this scripture, but I'm glad that you brought it up for sure.
Not many people know question. That's the reason why I don't eat that stuff. That's how I
Right.
know. That's why Peter said, "Not so, Lord," 3 times.
Got to
You
stop
see
the
that?
bacon, man. Got to stop the bacon.
Got to stop the pork bacon. You can still rock that turkey and beef bacon like I do, bro.
Yeah, I don't even like pork like that, but yeah, I get you.
Exactly. So that's just one reason why. You follow what I'm saying? I got a whole
Yes,
class.
sir.
Somebody post that link. Somebody
Yeah,
post. I did a
they
whole class
posted
on
it.
this.
Yeah, they
Yeah, check
posted
that
it.
out.
Yeah.
Questions, and you will see. I'm gonna show
Definitely
y'all.
will.
I know this sounds crazy. Before it's all said and done, I'm going to show all of y'all that God's plan for everybody on the earth was for us to become believers in Christ, basically, but Jewish. That's the whole point. I'm gonna show y'all that. Christians don't want to hear that. Christians have been trying for years to try to Romanize Christianity. And that's what we got mostly. We got Romanized Christianity. That's why the Catholics pray in Latin. That's the language of Rome. They call it the Holy Tongue and all of that stuff, right? God's mission from day one, when he first made his chosen people, Israel, has been for him to make all of us Jewish. Before it's all said and done, we're gonna be of all a bunch of no pork eating, no other unclean eating, celebrate Jewish holy days and all this other stuff, Hanukkah, Passover. That has been his mission, to make everybody like his chosen people. I'm gonna show y'all that. That's what he want all of us to be, Jews. Even Jesus told you that. Y'all gonna see. I might do that one next week. You gonna be here next week? Question?
Oh yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. I had one quick question, just real quick, if I could ask it.
Sure.
So I was wondering if it's okay to celebrate the Sabbath on Saturday, but still go to church on Sunday, like do both.
Yep. But
Yep.
why would you want to go to a place that does not acknowledge God's laws?
Uh, I mean, sometimes you're in a family thing, or you know,
Do they
stuff
make do
like
they
that.
make you go? Do they
Yes,
make you go?
yes.
How old are you?
16. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, you got. He said you're not gonna lie like the other dude.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
Uh,
ain't no
Yeah,
like
that's different.
I don't
That's
see the
different.
need for anybody to lie about their age other than just try to. I'll be able to detect from talking to you if you got the experience to go with the age anyway. But
right.
yeah, if you're being drugged to church, like you don't have a choice and you stay
Yeah.
with your parents, then yeah, go. By all means, go. But just show up here the day before to get the real understanding, and then just play along on Sunday,
Right.
so to
Right.
speak. You
Right.
follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
After a while, you're gonna have to change your name to Answers.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you though. Thank you. I really do appreciate it.
No problem. And remember, we're starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here now.
Yes,
3:30.
sir. I'll be there. I'll be there.
Appreciate that question. And by the way, I had a very interesting session earlier this week with Solo, not Solo Nation. It's another guy named Solo. And y'all know how I tell y'all we can talk about anything in these sessions. Have I always said that, Kevin J? Oh, and by the way, Kel but the Dust, if you are in the audience, raise your hand. Where you at, bro? If you in the audience, Kel but the Dust, is he in the audience? If he show his hand, look, like having Kel but the Dust in. I can't expect him to do it every week though, because he got the kids and the family and stuff, right? But anyway, um, see, the secrets that I share with y'all in these sessions, it don't just be about the Bible. See, Solo started asking me questions about games, and I don't put Solo on to getting any game legally on PC that he wants for free. I showed him how to do it. He just downloaded that new Dragon Ball. What's it called? Sparking something? Sparking Zero. Yeah, I just showed him how to do that. Right? What about that Wukong? Anybody heard of that game? Y'all know what I'm talking about? That Wukong? Showed him, yep, Black Milk, Wukong Black Milk, showed him how to get that too. Legal and free. He wanted to spend the session. He asked me, he was like, Josh, can we talk about? I said, yo, you can talk about whatever you want to in these sessions. He asked like 1 or 2 questions about the word. Then we spent the whole session just me showing him how to set it up and make it happen. So now, right, I got that new Sonic game that just came out. I got that. I'm downloading that. Oh, same thing with Switch too. I got to hook up on the Switch too. Emulators, know how to set up the cheats, know how to mod it up, all that. You know what I'm saying? So he paid me $120 an hour to show him how to do that. I think he agrees it's money well spent because I saved him $70 on the game. Nope, Nintendo was not coming for me. Nintendo already tried to come for him and they lost the lawsuit. Y'all know I'm always 3 steps ahead, y'all. They already tried to do it. They lost the lawsuit. It's legal. Totally legal. Yep. Any Switch game that comes out, I immediately get it. Any PC game that comes out, I immediately get it. The only drawback is having enough space to hold them because that Black Wukong take up 128 gigabytes. You know what I'm saying?
That'll kill
I
my
know.
trash and Taj.
Yep. I know how to walk y'all through it. You know what I'm saying? I can even do it for you and send it to you if you got to wait for me to send it to you. But he paid for that. He paid for that info. He paid for them instructions. I know how to set everything up and everything too. But I just want to throw that out there because this is the first session I ever had where somebody wanted me to put them on, something like that. Because I told you, I said, man, when you pay me $120 off for your session, we talk about whatever you want to talk about. And all he wanted to talk to me about after he asked these little 2 questions, I don't even remember how we got on the subject of games. Maybe I brought it up, maybe he did. But like, yo, bro, I can get you the game if you want the game. I said, I can show you how to do it. He like, for real? I walked him through it. Put the screenshot in the chat on Solo so they can see. Because he sent it to me on my DM. He finally got it downloaded. His computer's so slow, it took him like 3 days to download it. Right? But he'll show y'all in the chat, man. And he playing that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero right now. Full game. I'm gonna teach him how to mod it up. Put some mods on, like, go online and get these mods that they be creating, made up characters that ain't even in the game. I'm gonna show him how to mod it up and all that. Right? But let me see who we got next. Who got a question? Trying you again, Grasshopper. Trying you, Dola. Grasshopper and Dola. Let's see if Grasshopper on his Trash and Tosh. Go ahead, Trash and Tosh. Grasshopper, go ahead.
Hi, how do I revive my friends Woody, Peppa, and all stuff and all?
So what the who? That's it. If they were trolling, that was it. I mean, if they were serious, okay. But if they were trolling, all this build up just to, huh? And then they jump right off the stage. If it was a joke, I don't want to laugh if it wasn't meant to be funny. If it was meant to be funny, okay. But if not, I don't get. Why did you jump right back in the audience, Kevin J? Any
Oh, I,
thoughts?
I assume that was just a troll because like she said, like the sis said, and they have been trying to get on the stage. So I assume they was
Just
just
to do.
trolling.
I mean, but just to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you're dealing with some young folks too, so
I,
that's
I
another
know,
thing.
but I know, but all that build up, I expect to be like, dang. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want nobody to troll, but if you're gonna be that patient and then finally do that, I mean,
But
okay.
I would like to take his place in the question I have for you. I had to step away.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Just real
Go ahead.
quick. When you mentioned Exodus 3 and 13 and 14,
Mm-hmm.
now when we were talking about how he had being descriptive of himself, you said, right? And then
Yeah.
I thought that when he said I am, I thought that was another way of him separating himself from the other guys as well, because all the other fake guys, they all
That
had
is
names.
correct.
That
That
is
is
correct. Okay.
correct.
Yeah, I didn't put it in
Yes,
the
he's all
class because I wasn't sure where you was going, but I was gonna
yeah,
ask about that.
because there was remember in the Bible, God, especially in the Old Testament,
Yeah.
constantly comparing himself to the pagan gods,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So when he says I am that I am, meaning self-existent, meaning I was not made by hands like these Egyptian idols that you about
Right.
to go among, right? That is also correct. Yes.
So
To
when you
answer your question.
go, yeah, that 14 where it says, and God said, because the tetragrammaton, right? I don't know like how much background you have, like as to how like why they did that though. Because when it says God said, Moses said, I am that I am, he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am, right? Have sent you. So but
Mhm.
there's so that name though, it was a name that they really couldn't utter, right? Isn't that what's behind that? In other
Oh, they
words,
could utter it. They could utter it. Where does it say they couldn't utter it?
I thought it was a name that they couldn't say. So like when they put it in the book, they
Oh,
didn't put.
you're confusing that with later tradition. The original Hebrews that Moses and stuff was dealing with, that whole thing about not being able to say God's name, that developed during the time of the Greek Empire when they were translating the Septuagint. The
Oh, that was
original,
later. Okay, yeah, because I
yeah,
know that we were talking about. Okay,
The original Hebrews did not. There was a man-made tradition, just like some of the Pharisees came up with,
yeah,
and they only did that to avoid blaspheming the name of God. So what they would do is they would take the Hebrew tetragrammaton and the word and the Hebrew letters that made up the Hebrew word Adonai,
right,
that means Lord or Master, and they would write them between the Hebrew letters. That's what they would do. So that would tell them when they're reading it to say Adonai, right? That's what they would do. And that's why they
okay,
start replacing it with Adonai, which just means Lord or Master. Even today, the Jews over in Palestine, they'll just call him Hashem, which means the name.
right, Hashem, yeah.
Right. That's what they'll do. But this is not something that Moses them was dealing with. They said the name. This was after Israel had sinned and blasphemed the name so much that the rabbis came up with a tradition that y'all can't even say the name. And this eventually evolved into you not being able to even say it out loud. I think they said in tradition they were allowed to utter it once a year on the Day of Atonement.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to see like what that connection was, but okay, no, it makes sense. It makes sense to
Yeah.
me. 'Cause I know when you look at the separation of it, what God was trying to do then in Exodus, that 15 where
Right.
it says God said moreover unto Moses, thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, the Lord your God of fathers. Then it goes into the God of Abraham,
Right.
the God of Isaac. He's being very specific about who he's the God of, right? God
And
of
that's the
Jacob.
name. The name, and he uses that name in 14 and 15. Ahia or Edre, Asher Edre, however
Yeah.
way you pronounce that.
Yep.
There was never a name that he said was off limit. The tetragrammaton in history is the name that they censored. They didn't censor the I am that I am. They censored the tetragrammaton. And I am that I
Mhm.
am is not the tetragrammaton. You
That's
understand?
confusing too, because most people would say that it is. Like there's a lot of people that say that it is the tetragrammaton.
Nobody that I ever came across says that it is. They just say that they believe that
Mm.
Ahia is the real name. I've never ran across anybody that says or confuses Ahia with the tetragrammaton, which is usually translated Yahweh, Jehovah, or Yahuwah. They don't call what they will claim who say Ahia, they will claim that the name Ahia was censored out the entire Bible, even by the Hebrews.
Okay.
That's what they
Yeah, I
claim.
heard that.
The tetragrammaton censoring is just the censoring of pronouncing it. You understand?
Yep,
But the
I
people
got
that
you.
claim Ohio, that's something that came a long time, like in our time. Like
Okay, so
nobody
the
was ever
person I
like,
heard it from, I think he was mixing the two. So like
of
when he was
course.
trying to explain to me, but he was like knew it. Well, from my understanding, he was kind of more so new at trying to speak Hebrew, and
Mhm.
but me and him was kind of going back and forth on the Old Testament versus the New Testament. I think he was leaning more towards be the OT only. So
Right.
I
The
was
people that
giving
use the
him.
name Ohio, they make the claim that the I am that I am. Everywhere you see the tetragrammaton that, they claim that that's supposed to be Ohio right there.
Which
There
I've
are
heard that.
yes, there are no ancient manuscripts that back it up whatsoever. Even in the
Mhm.
text itself, after God told Moses to use that name, Moses used the tetragrammaton because Moses understood that when he said, I am that I am, he was not supposed to go into Pharaoh and literally say, his name is I am that I am. That's why every time you read the Exodus story, it just say, thus says the Lord, and that's the
Yep.
tetragrammaton now, right?
Mhm.
Moses
Yep.
understood
Yep.
that there was a description of who he was. That's why he went in actually saying, and God would do that a lot. God would describe himself as something, and then he'll tell you what you're actually going to call him. Same thing in the New Testament. When we talk about Emmanuel, remember? Jesus was
Mhm.
never called Emmanuel.
Nope. God
He
with
was
us.
he did, right. He was just God with us. It just demonstrated that. It's the same concept now. So you
But
got
in
a
the
lot of
new, I
these.
like that. Yeah, in the new, like, yeah, it's just the same thing, except in the Old Testament, it can be reflected at, like, yeah, I got you. I got you.
Mhm.
No, that makes
And that's
sense.
all
That
about.
makes because I know he's being very specific on purpose though in Exodus. So that's what
Mhm.
I was trying to explain to a brother that I
Right.
was talking to. But no, I
And
appreciate
that
that. It was
and
real.
that name never appears in that way like that, like just I am, because the Lord always saying, I am the Lord. And there's a reason behind God always saying, I am the Lord, especially after he give a commandment. He'll say, I am the Lord. He'll give a commandment, say, I am the Lord. That's
Mhm.
his way of saying, I am the author of this. You know how you write a book and you put your name on it,
I
like
am
you the
he.
author?
Yeah, I got you.
Yes.
Yep.
Whenever God gave a commandment in the Old Testament, you'll notice he did that a lot. He'll be like, mankind shall not lie with mankind as with womankind. I am the Lord. In other words, I said this. This for me.
Mhm. Right.
You, right? That's why I find it amazing that you think you can go against a commandment today that was literally signed with, I am the Lord.
Right.
Like I said that, you know? In other words, and see, this is another thing that a lot of Christians don't understand too, Kevin. If God gives a commandment in the Old Testament and put I am the Lord behind it, if that commandment ceases to be, then God ceases to be the Lord.
Mm. That's
That's what
tough.
that's what Christians don't understand.
Yeah, that's tough. Yep.
That's why he'll
Yep.
say a commandment and say, I am the Lord, right? Him being the Lord is connected to that commandment. So if
Mhm.
that commandment no longer exists, how is he still the Lord?
Right.
They don't know that. They don't know that, bro.
Yeah, that's tough. That's
And that
tough.
homosexuality was one of them.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Let me see. Dola. What's up, Dola?
What's up, brother Josh? How
Dola?
you feeling?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you?
Man, checking back in from the dorm room. First of all, I just want to say great class. You do it week in, week out. Don't go and appreciate it. Don't go and acknowledge. Really appreciate it. I just got two quick questions for you. First
Praise
one,
God.
I feel like might not be the best question or the smartest, but it just said stuck with me. Middle of the class, you said something that stuck with me about how like so-called followers of Christ that may have sinned are looked at like invisible or like not acknowledged by the Lord. And I assume like as a man and like male and female, none of us are perfect.
That's
Even when
right.
we do like sin, like unknowingly or knowingly, when you do happen to sin, like say if that's the case, and after that you talk to the Lord or you repent or you talk to him like about anything, how do you know you're being acknowledged or like you're not invisible to him, if that makes sense?
Because the promise that he made us in the New Testament is that if we are really sorry and repentance, he's quick to forgive. Right? That's the promise that he made. That's how you
Right.
know. You got to have faith that he keeps his promises. If you commit any sin and you repent and you're really sorry and repenting from the heart, God knows that. See, God knows our hearts. He knows our hearts better than we do. But we know
Mm,
our own hearts enough.
mm.
So if you're really sorry and you know it, like you really can tell and you feel it, then that's confirmation of the forgiveness right there based on the promise that he gave you.
So he basically know if it's genuine or not.
Yes. And you know too. How do you, like
For
if you
sure.
feel convicted after you done something, like it bothers you. And that's what I like about a lot of y'all when y'all ask me the questions, and I'll say, man, why do I know that he forgives me, even though I repented? And y'all got to understand that if you're bothered by it, that means you really did mean it, right? Because if
Right.
you if you weren't even worried about it, that'll be different. Now, and because you're not worried about don't mean that you're not sincere in your repentance. But if
Fact.
you are worried about it, that means you care. You
No,
follow what I'm
that's a
saying?
fact. For sure.
Right? And if as long as you care, that means you really trying to get right. That's how you know, right? But understand this: if you ask for forgiveness and you really mean it, it said he will forgive you. But it doesn't mean we get to go out and just willy-nilly deliberately sin and oh, he gonna forgive me. It don't work like that. That's how you get cut off.
Just like that. Now that makes sense. That's all I needed to hear. And my second question was, it didn't really have too much to do about the lesson, but just like for me and like my path and like my walk with the Lord. Would you
Mhm.
say is it unlawful, like a sin, to be with an atheist?
Be with in what sense?
Like talking to a female that doesn't believe in a higher being, but like I'm still walking my faith day by day, still
Talking
trying to
talking to talking to her in what sense?
like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to call it a girlfriend, but like in that realm, like
Let
I
me ask you a
guess we on
question.
the verge
Are
to
you saying
being like
dating, courting?
that's the word I'm looking for. Yes, sir.
Which one? Dating or courting?
You say courting? Can you define courting
Yeah.
for me, please?
It's just an old school way of saying dating.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, I ain't trying to be like, bro. I ain't know what that meant. Yeah, dating for sure. At least on the verge of dating.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Why do Christians date or court? What is the end game for us? As a Christian man, if you're out here courting a woman, what's the end game? You can't say just to have sex because that's fornication.
Is it to
So
replenish?
what's
I'm not sure.
no,
To
I
re-
mean like, well, not to reproduce. That's after something else you got to do first.
I'm
What's
not
supposed to come
totally
after?
sure.
What's supposed to come after dating a woman? If you really want to be with her for the rest of your life, what's supposed to come next?
Marriage, marriage
So why are you ultimately dating a woman? To do what?
to marry them.
Of course. So should you marry an unbeliever?
You said, should I
Should
marry a
you?
non-believer?
Yes, should you? Do you think God wants you marrying somebody that doesn't believe in him? Do you think God approves of that marriage?
That's what I'm confused. That's why I came to you. That's what I'm asking you, big
Well,
bro.
I'm asking you, what do you think? Do you think, just using your logic and reasoning, do you think God want his faithful believer, Dola, to marry a woman who rejects him? Do you think that?
No, sir.
Let me make it
What if
easier for you. Let me make it easier for you. Is your father still alive?
Yes, sir.
Do you think your father would want you to marry a woman who hates him? Like this woman you bring home, I hate your daddy, man. Your dad ain't did nothing to her. I hate your dad. I don't want nothing to do with your daddy. Would you still turn around and marry that woman?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because she don't believe in what Pops believe in, or like she not on the same page as Pops.
How about the fact that she disrespect your dad every time she come around? For no reason. Like your dad ain't did nothing to her. You marry a woman that disrespect your dad
Right.
or even your mom every time she came around. Would you do that?
I see where you're going with that, but that's not technically the case. I don't think she has any hate for him. I think she just she
It's
lacks
not
like knowledge of it.
the, lack knowledge of or don't believe in. Which one is it? Because a lot of people out here believe in God and lack a lot of knowledge of Him.
I would
There's a difference in lacking knowledge of and not believing in. Which one is she? You muted yourself, Dola. You gotta unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I keep getting a call. Can you hear me?
I hear you now, yeah.
My fault,
You
I get a
said,
call. I said
mm-hmm.
right. I said I asked you, does technically like a non-believer does that have to mean like they have like a hatred toward the things they don't believe in, or they just
Just the Bible just calls. There are a lot of people who don't believe in God. They don't have a hatred or disdain towards God. They just don't believe in Him. But
right?
but God sees unbelief as disrespectful. That's why I use the analogy that if you brought a woman home and she was just cursing out your dad and your mom for no reason, would you marry her? Like, would you do that?
Not at all.
So why would you think your heavenly father would be cool with you bringing home the girl that disrespect him?
It's a fact. I don't know. It's like some in me just want like bring her to the light, educate her, actually like bring her to these rooms and like I be feeling
Yeah.
like
Does she show any interest in wanting to show up?
for sure she asked me about it. We talk about it every night.
Well, then bring her around and see how that goes. I mean, there are atheists, and then there are people who are just kind of just twisting in the wind out there. You know what I mean? Like they ain't really locked down on anything. It's just like, I don't know because I don't got enough information.
Right.
If that's where she at, then keep talking to her and see if in fact, people like that, if she's like, I'm a straight up atheist, then that's different. But if she's like that, in my experience, Dola, the ones that are not locked down into a previous belief or religion, those are the easiest one to flip.
Mm.
In my experience, I would tell you to go for her before I tell you to go with a girl up in that Sunday church. You understand what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah, for sure. I feel that.
So if she's open minded and she's trying to hear it, then yeah, try to see what you can do. But don't get your hopes up high and so I'll be like, yeah, I already going ring shopping because she could flip at any time. Just keep talking to her and see if she can come up here and show some interest in that. But if she don't, and you still be like, man, I'm just into her, you go ahead and do that if you want to. You're gonna be hitting me back about 2 to 5 years later saying I should have listened.
No, I needed to hear that for sure. I got one quick question for you. It might be a little personal. You don't even got to answer it if you want to. Are you married?
No, not right now. No.
So I don't know. I just like cause like I realized like you inspired me like you week in and week out just to keep your faith and just walk strong by your faith. I know you've been this some years now. How do you control that like that lust and like how do you
Well, because I don't really go out and I don't really do anything. I don't put myself out
in
there.
those
I'm, I'm
settings?
yeah, and I'm too distracted by like what I do. I got too much going on. Like even if I were to like try to get a woman right now, she'd have to almost instantly jump on my page. As far as like what I believe, like I don't have the time to groom her to listen to me. I'm not saying groom as in like try to teach her everything because that's okay. But that I'm not into that training you. You need to come already ready to listen and follow and obey. That's where I'm at with it. And a lot of women out there who may even be suitable for me, that's what I would have to take them to. They might be down with it, but not instantly. And I don't got time to try to groom a woman to be a woman. You follow what I'm saying? Like she need to already be like, yo, you are gonna be the leader. I'm gonna follow your lead. I'm gonna humble myself. But what you say, that's the challenge of a guy like me. And it really should be a challenge for anybody out there, really, but that's the challenge for a guy like me if I want to get back out there. And when I think about that, like, man, I ain't got time for all that, man. If I ever have time, I still ain't gonna want to have to go through all that. You got to already be ready to come at least with that attitude. So that kind of made me just really get caught up in what I'm doing here, like in my work and stuff. Now, I ain't stupid enough, one of them pop up and be like, yo, Josh, what's up, bro? I'm all that. You feel
Right.
me? And I'm trying, what I'm saying? You the captain, captain, my captain. Y'all know where that movie is from. Oh, captain, my captain, right? You might not understand that though. Let's pass your
Never heard
time,
of that one. All right.
right? Right? Then that's different. Like you number like what, 18? You said? How old are you?
No, I'm 20.
20, yeah. So yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. But like I was saying, man, don't get your hopes up high about a woman who's not in this thing. But I still think it's a better shot than if you would have told me, man, I'm telling this girl, she go to church every Sunday. I think you got a better shot with her if you're describing her accurately than you would with somebody who's just up in church like that.
No, for sure. That 100% makes sense. That's a beautiful mindset to have too. Like, appreciate that.
Praise God. And then we got KO. Is it the same person that's Teo Bet?
Hello, hello.
Is this Teo Bet?
Yeah. It's pronounced
Okay.
Tayo.
Like
Tayo,
Kayo.
yeah.
Tayo. I like
Nigerian.
that. Tayo.
Yeah.
What's going on
Yeah,
with you, Tayo?
yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm blessed, man.
Yeah, so I had a question that I thought off the back of this class today. So you know
Okay.
how we're saying how like atheists are not gonna like the earth itself, just creation itself, is enough reason for the evidence of God. So
For the creator, yes.
I'm gonna play like DA a bit here. So how
Okay.
if someone was to present like they believed in another God through creation, how would you respond to them? Because this class made me think about you start verse in Romans where Paul basically says like everyone will be without excuse because of creation itself. It shows the
Mm-hmm.
design of a creator. But what if someone
Mm-hmm.
acknowledged that and they believe that there's a creator, but they didn't believe in the God of the Bible? What would you say to them?
Well, if they acknowledge a creator, if they tell me if they acknowledge a creator, are they saying to me they believe in a creator? Like, are they there
Yeah,
yet to that
yeah.
point?
So they believe in a
Okay.
creator and say,
Then I will ask them. Then I will ask them, who do they think that creator is?
okay, so
If they don't believe if they come in saying I believe in the creator, but I don't believe it's the creator mentioned in the Bible, and I'm going to
yeah,
ask them, well, who do you think it is? And I won't accept the answer of I don't know. I just don't think it's him. That conversation is over. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to play with. I just don't believe in him.
right.
Now, if they give me a name, now we got a conversation. Now I can go into history and prophecy and prove that our creator proves that he's the creator by fulfilled prophecy, by things in history that he said would come to pass that did that. Now let's see your creator, any records that your creator did that. Now
Okay,
it's time to, yes, once you get them on the same page as they believe there's a creator like you, now it's time to start playing the compare and contrast game.
yeah. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that frame. Another couple two questions. I'm currently
Okay.
reading Book of Ezekiel, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I was a bit confused with how because Ezekiel was an exile in it, and when he was
Mm-hmm.
getting visions from God, I'm like halfway through. I think I'm on like chapter 20. But when he's
Mm-hmm.
prophesying to the exiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was a bit confused to like why was he prophesying to the exiles? Because the prophecies that he was talking about was about that were actually living in the land of
Hold up, you went out a
Jerusalem,
little
right?
bit.
But
You said when he was prophesying to the exiles, and then you went out. Say that again.
yeah, sorry. So I didn't get why he was prophesying to the exiles because they're already in Babylon, right? But the prophecies that he was talking about were affecting for their kinsmen that were in Jerusalem and in the land of Judah.
You said when he was prophesying during the exile, he was
So,
prophesying to the. You do
so
know
basically,
that
yeah,
everybody who went into exile did not all go into exile at once. You know that, right? There were 3
Okay. No,
Babylonian
I didn't.
captivities. They went out.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
one, another one, and then the final one. Like they took them out in groups. So that's the
Yeah.
reason why when you look at certain prophets, they're preaching to both exiles in Babylon and some still left in Jerusalem, because the final captivity, the Babylonian one, right, where they took the whole nation out, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It is like the final captivity is when they destroyed the nation, then took them into captivity. But you had like 2 more before that where they'd attack the nation, take a group of slaves, but not destroy the nation and completely conquer it. So that's how that was able, where you can prophesy to some people in captivity and some people still in Jerusalem.
Okay, okay. So, for example, I think one of the prophecies, he was like, he had to build like a model of like the town, and he knocked it down, and that was like a warning
Mm-hmm.
to like Jerusalem was gonna
Mm-hmm.
fall. How was that relevant to the people that were already there though?
You said the people that's already dead?
The people that were already like in exile and weren't in Jerusalem at this time.
Because a prophet can prophesy against 2 different groups of people. You can go in the book of Isaiah
Right.
and he'll be like, the burden of Egypt. Okay, this is a prophecy going against Egypt. The burden of Midian. Here's a prophecy against them. Like the prophets did
Oh yeah,
not
that's
just
true.
prophesy against one group of people. They will be addressing a lot of people. Just like if you came on here right now, Tayo, and you'd be like, okay, Josh, this question is for you. And then I got a question for Antoine. I got a question for A-Town. I got a question for Gideon. But it's all still just Tayo.
Seeing. Yeah, yeah, I get you, I get you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I just had one more as well. You know it's the new moons. Is that something that
Mm-hmm.
we can acknowledge today or
No.
observe?
And even if we were back then, the new moons, new moon mean new month. And
Yeah,
on
right,
the
right.
first and on the first of the month, the priest would just come and they would just sacrifice animals. It was not a Sabbath day.
Oh, okay, okay.
You follow what I'm saying? It was
Yeah, yeah,
solemn, but like holy, but it was not a Sabbath day. It was not a day that you had to take off from work or anything like that. Even if you were back then, you just acknowledge it's the new moons. You follow what I'm saying? Did they
yeah, yeah.
celebrate and acknowledge it? Yes, but just like when we were back in the day in the hood, I don't know if you can relate to that. Welfare check came first of the month. We celebrated. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're
Similar.
saying.
That's what they were doing on the new moons, basically.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I ain't got anything else then, but yeah, that was a great class. So I appreciate that. And peace and blessings to
Okay.
everyone on the stage and in the audience.
You too, Tayo. Appreciate the questions. Okay, we got A-Town Boss, and then we got the Ravishing One himself. A-Town Boss.
Can you hear me?
Now I do.
Okay. Hey, first, I just want to say thank you to you and to Gideon and everybody at EVT for being my shepherds back to the Lord. I was
Praise
raised
God.
kind of in the church, um, and I definitely spent a lot of time turning my back on the church. So it's good to be back and trying to figure everything out now and kind of get the answers that I've always wanted. Um, I just had a question because I know like today's lesson was kind of about like atheism and science. There was some science stuff involved in there, and I just was wondering like, is there any connection between certain sciences and maybe God? Like, because I've always, I don't know, maybe I've never had any proof, but I've always felt as if like science and God were kind of connected in a way where like science was almost like the study of how God created certain things and even though the Bible does describe how he created everything, it doesn't really give an in-depth like of how he did it. It's just like he did it.
Right.
Can you
What
give
science?
me
What
any?
scientists? Yes. Um,
Yeah.
what scientists attempt to do, like if you've ever heard of the Book of Enoch, have you ever heard of that book before?
uh, yes,
In the
yes.
Book of Enoch, it tells you that these fallen angels, they taught men the secrets of heaven, meaning things that God established in heaven, because everything starts with God, right? And if you look at everything they taught men, except for like, how to make weapons of war, it's a study of a particular science, every bit of it,
Right.
right? So they taught men that from heaven, right? They're showing a connection between science and creation, or the creation, right?
Right.
Mankind has been able to put God's creation under a microscope to see all kinds of scientific wonders, like the Fibonacci code. You ever heard of that before?
Is that the one with Da Vinci? Is that if
It's
I may be
it's
like
mentioned in the Da Vinci Code book, but look that up. It's like
yeah,
talking about sequences and patterns in nature and stuff like that, right?
okay,
If you look, like,
Fibonacci
scientists
stuff.
have, yes, look that stuff up, right? It's a lot of stuff when they a lot of let me tell y'all something. Most of the scientific stuff we hear is stuff in an attempt to discredit God. You hardly ever hear the stuff that validates him. And it's far more stuff that validates him than stuff that so-called discredit him. They
Yeah, and I've
censor
always
the
I've
stuff, they
always agreed
suppress
with that. Like, yeah, I've always felt like there was certain like, okay, they say there's a big bang, but we don't know what started. It started from nothing, and it's like, well, maybe that's a sign that hey, there is a God who maybe how he created the universe was by a big bang, like or you know, like we don't know. Maybe that's where it did start. Like even with evolution, I feel like how they describe evolution, it's like maybe we formed from microbes, which in the Bible it says we formed from the dust or from dirt, you know? So if you really think there's microbes in dirt. So if we came from dirt, that would be a way to kind of describe, the only real thing is scientists say it happened over millions of years and God
right,
says it was in a day. That I mean, that's the only things that
right.
really don't align with those two things. But even if we look like from a scope of things, like a day on Earth is not the day on another planet. Maybe since God is the whole universe, that a day to Him is a million years to us. You know?
Well, what I've discovered
I mean,
is whenever somebody try to make science and the Bible, as far as creation, compatible, they start trying to modify the Bible to fit science. That's what they want to start modifying. They don't try to modify science to fit the Bible, right? And I just kind of find that disturbing that when the two clash, we got to edit the Bible to fit their narrative and not the other way around, right? This is the reason
yeah,
why I don't put stock in science when it comes to like creation and stuff. No man walking around here can tell us how this world was created. Even the one that believe in God, I can't tell you how
right,
God did it.
yeah,
I just know that he said he spoke words into creation. Man has arrogantly claimed to have a handle on how we got here all throughout the ages. This is another thing they don't really advertise. The mistakes that scientists made in their claims about creation, about the size of the world, about how deep the ocean is, right? Then we're not even going to talk about these deceitful scientists. People think that scientists don't lie. Scientists lie just
what
like
did
everybody else, and they lie a lot. Other scientists will come along later and expose lying science. Did you know at one time, do you ever heard of the study of phrenology? Have you ever heard of that before? That would be called
no, no, I've never
pseudoscience
heard
right
of
now.
that. Okay,
Phrenology, when they put that thing on your head, it's like skull science. That big old clip on your head is called phrenology. That was a
okay,
racist science. They came up with that to try to say by the size of the Negro skull, it determined that he was sub-intelligent,
okay,
right? Some scientists were
yeah.
invented just for were motivated by racism to try to prove that one race is inferior to the other, right?
I mean, yeah,
Every
there was a bunch of scientists
category.
that were Nazis. Like Nazis were all scientists killing
Yes,
a bunch of people. So definitely, they're not all science is of
Is moral.
God or
Has moral.
or
Yes.
moral. Yeah, that's the yes, absolutely.
Right. And these people will lie, and other people will lie for fame and glory. Some scientists will even lie because they just can't accept there's something greater than them. That's
Right.
what science is. Science evolutionists. That's an alternative to believing something is greater than us. That's what it is. Like that's this is your choice. Either you can believe that there's something greater than you that put you here, or not. They would rather believe that we were just an accident, a cosmic accident that got to this point, rather than just accepting that something is greater than you. See, man's ego is what makes him an atheist more than anything. That's not the only reason, but man's ego is what makes him an atheist. He can't accept that there's something greater than himself. That's what it really boils down to. I mean, they can try to come up with any excuse they want, but at the end of the day, you just don't believe that there's something greater than you. You think you're the peak of existence, right? Which is weird because then they'll tell you that we're just a speck of dust in the universe. So why is it that at 1 minute you can accept that you're a speck of dust, that you're insignificant, but at the same time you can't accept that there's something greater than you? And it's easy to claim the speck of dust, right? When you don't have anything else outside of this planet to really compare yourself to. We love to say that. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. But
It's just
another
weird.
question. I also was like kind of thinking, like with all the technology and stuff that's happening now, like as far as like AI and those kind of things. I just was kind of wondering if us working with AI or in like say if I wanted to work in that industry, would that be
You're
kind of
already
going
working in
against?
AI. You're already working in AI. We all are, bro. You're already
But
doing it.
but would would that be going against God? Would that be kind of like playing God in a way, or because
Well,
we're trying to,
making a robot.
well, I mean, we're trying to make it like almost a conscious being. I mean, you even see some of like these
You
chat
got any
AIs
children?
where they
Do you have any children?
yes, I do have a child, yes.
How is that not playing God?
Oh, well, that was how God intended us to create, procreate.
Right. So that means there are ways that he don't want us to procreate or try to, right?
Yes.
So can you show me any of these things concerning procreation that he would have a problem with from the scriptures?
Well, I would think that AI would be some maybe like I don't know, like witchcraft or something. I don't really know exactly
A what
um
is AI?
how that would.
What is AI?
It's a robot,
I mean, but what does AI stand for?
Artificial.
artificial intelligence,
Right? What does artificial mean?
Hmm.
fake.
Exactly. Fake. So why would God have us doing something, have a problem with us doing something that's not really intelligence? Who programs AI? Who does that?
Humans,
Humans.
Who programs computers?
humans.
Do you have a problem with computers?
Although there are some now AI where they can create other computers and do the programming. They're just programmed to
They're
do
just
that by humans. So
programs creating programs. That's all computers is. Your whole computer, whatever you're on right now, is a bunch of programs telling other programs what to do. That's all computer is. That's what it means to program a computer. That's
but
all it
then like I
is.
hear stories of like these AIs
Film.
becoming sentient pretty much like they, or maybe
They
they're
they
faking
are sentient,
sentient, but
but it's artificial.
uh
Do you think Siri is sentient or Alexa?
I wouldn't view them, no, but I'm more of
But
talking
they're AI.
like the
They're
Google
not.
one that they had. I forget.
If
I
you ask
wouldn't.
your Siri a question right now, will she respond and answer it?
Yes.
Alexa, will she do it?
Yes.
So if I get one of these, I get it. So because they put it in the
Yeah.
humanoid form, now we crossed the line. But you got a
Yeah,
Siri and an
we
Alexa
didn't talk
that
about
you ask
those,
questions.
but you know what I
You
mean.
follow what I'm saying? Hold on, Slack. You gotta mute yourself right quick. Hot mic. Don't you use Alexa and Siri?
Yeah.
A-Town? How's that any different?
Yeah.
If
Yes, I do.
Elon Musk made a robot right now and he said, "Hey, A-Town, ask it a question," versus you doing the same thing with Siri and Alexa, why do you have a problem with that, but don't have a problem with Siri
I
and Alexa?
Well, I think with Siri and Alexa, it's they have it programmed in a way where it doesn't kind of create its own programming. It's more of just learning from the questions that are it's asked. But there are
That's not true.
some
They
AIs
feed
where
Alexa and Siri are based on information, every new information every day being fed into it. With AI, it's the same thing. What you're trying to postulate is that this AI is self-aware in the sense of it's coming up with its own consciousness and ideals that doesn't exist.
well, like Facebook, the Facebook AI, they made their own language. Then they were communicating with other AIs, and they had to shut the whole
Because
thing down.
they were programmed to make their own languages. What I would like to see is an AI that was not programmed to do that and just start spontaneously doing that. In other words, doing something that was not already wired into their program. If it's already wired into your program, then it's nothing special. Show me an AI where something is not wired into it and it does it anyway. And the creator is like, yo, it's not supposed to do that. I didn't even, what the heck? Everything they do, notice that the creators are not the least bit shocked or anything. It's like, okay, because that's what we told it to do.
Well, I mean, there's a one guy from Google who he kind of stepped down. That was like he kind of stepped down, and he was, saying he's concerned about the AI becoming sentient because he's just there's certain things that scared him about it, and that
So one guy
he
quits his
kind of
job because he got apprehensions. People quit their jobs because they got apprehensions every day. You gonna tell
yeah,
everybody to shut stuff down? I know people don't quit the post office before because they felt certain ways. You gonna say shut down the whole post office?
right. No, absolutely not.
Right. We got to deal with the information as we have it, right? We can't function off of speculation and what ifs, right? The fact of the matter is, none of these so-called AIs today, it's called artificial intelligence for a reason. If it was coming up with its own stuff, then the intelligence would no longer be artificial. It would be genuine. Words have meaning. You can't call it AI and then say it's not artificial. Then that's not artificial intelligence. That's actual intelligence. You have to make the A stand for actual instead of artificial.
Okay.
So is it AI or is it actual? If it's actual, then that means you should be able to ask it something that goes outside of its programming. That's how you know. Even humans have been shown to get stuck on something if it's on within their programming. I show people this every day, A-Town, when they come in here and they got a denomination, and I ask them a question that goes outside of their denomination. They get stuck because that's their
Right.
programming. I don't know how to answer that, right? So that can happen to humans. So with AI cannot answer or talk about anything that goes outside of its programming. That's why the movie I, Robot was so special because Sonny, the leading robot, the starring robot, he was asking and talking and functioning like a human. He was saying and doing stuff that goes outside of humans. He was saying, I have dreams, right? So even in the movies, they show you what artificial intelligence or sentient robots would really be like if they actually came to pass. What we see now is not that. Even those robots that Elon Musk was advertising, right? They weren't saying or doing anything that I ain't ever seen Alexa or Siri do. You ask it a question, that's what a computer is. A computer got a bunch of data in it. They ain't gonna say nothing to you that's not in their data. They ain't gonna do that. Ask one of those robots, what's the meaning of life? Ask one of those robots, what does a nice steak taste like? Well, ask that robot, how was their first kiss?
Can't.
Ask them something
Yeah.
like that. Ask that robot when was the last time they had a good time with their family. See, just raw data. That's all they can give you. Raw data. That's not intelligence. Intelligence is more than just raw data. Intelligence is also
Bro, I
related
get
to experience and experience.
right.
Understand?
Yeah, my question was, I guess, because I was interested in that field and I kind of wanted to do it, but I wasn't sure if participating in that would be kind of
That's
participating in some sort of like sinful activity
no.
or anything like that.
No, as long as you're not programming on robots to do anything to kill nobody or murder anybody, or you're not worshiping the robot as an idol. But bro, if you're already what are you majoring in? Did you got a major or do you got a field of study you're already in? What do you
Well,
do?
I have an associate's in mathematics pretty much, but I'm looking to go for my overgrad in probably something in the tech field, and AI was one of the kind of top programs to go in for right now with tech, pretty much.
To deal
So
with tech? You
that's
already
really
work in the
where I
tech
was looking.
do you already work in the tech industry?
I've worked in tech before. Yes, I've worked like fixing computers and stuff like that, more on the hardware side. But I kind of wanted to go to school and get more into the software and developing side of things with and AI is one of the top fields right now. So
Then you already in it, bro. If you're working in the computer industry, you're already in it. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. People think, oh, that's where we draw the line in AI. Bro, when you Google right now something, what pops up? What does it say at the top of the screen? Anybody in the chat can answer this,
AI,
by the way. All on the stage. AI. Huh? Why do you think that 5 years ago it wasn't doing that?
no.
Did anybody remember? Just 5 short years ago, when you Google something, AI did not pop up on no screen anywhere. 5 years ago, A-Town. So why is it now when you Google something, first thing at the top of the screen is AI? Why is that? And why do they call it AI? What, you think that because it just pops up on your laptop, that's different from if it was a robot head saying it back to you?
Yeah,
Because
I guess that was my
you're getting caught
concern
up
is
in
I
the
didn't know.
humanoid. You're getting
Yeah,
caught up in the humanoid form of it. When we hear AI, that triggers something in us. We think about robot. We think about humanoid creatures with a hand, 2 arms, 2 feet, 2 legs, walking around and talking to us. And that's cool because that is part of what it is. But AI is not humanoid form only. In fact, that's the latest incarnation of it. AI is not seen. AI is more like God. It's not seen. It's just in the system, moving around. That's what AI really is. I don't know why the animatronics is what freaks y'all out when AI is already here. That's the part oh, it's a human. It looks like it's moving around. That's what y'all focus on. I don't understand why it's just that part of it. It's alive right now. It's in your computer right now. They're just giving it a body, bro. That's all they're doing. So if you got a problem with the body, shouldn't you have a problem with the mind? Because the mind is this, your computer, bro. That's the mind of it. It been here. So you don't have a problem with the mind. So don't trip about the animatronics. They're just robots, bro. They're not alive. You're not worshiping them as idols, and you're not using them to do anything evil. Why would God have a problem with anything that's not going against his law? Why would he have a problem with that?
okay.
See what I'm saying, A-Town?
Yeah, that was really my only questions I had
Yeah.
today.
I just like for
I
people
appreciate
to
you.
I just like for
Yeah.
people to think about why something bothers them rather than just let it bother them. Like really dig and be like, why does this really bother me? What is it that really freaks me out about this. That's what I like people to do. Because I don't like anybody just walking around with a burden on their shoulder and they don't have to have it. You know what I'm saying, A-Town? That's all that is.
All right.
Look at
Thank
it,
you again.
A-Town.
I appreciate you.
No problem. And let me get to this person that never been on stage before, then I got you Ravish one. Slack, piano strings. Slack, anything you want to add? New name?
All right, bro. What's up?
What's up, Slack? What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. I just had a weird question I wanted to ask. So
Okay.
the question is how do you guys connect with something? I'm talking about like God, right? And it's like how do you guys connect with something that's not really the tangible, you know?
You mean something that we can't see,
You can't see,
hear?
hear, nothing like that, right?
Right. It's called faith.
Hmm.
That's how you do it.
It's called faith.
Yes, you do it all the time.
I don't
Everything
know.
you connect with, you see it.
I think I think so, but there's probably something I'm not thinking about, right?
Are you connected online with me right now, talking to me?
Yeah, but I can hear you, right?
I mean, can you see your internet signal
Can I
in the
see
air?
my?
In the air, like going through the air. Can you see it?
No, I mean, no, I can't.
But you're still connected to it, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you just add, but so you believe, even though you can't see it, you believe that you're connected to me through the internet. You can't see that. You can't see your Wi-Fi. You can see the Wi-Fi signal on your computer, but you can't see the Wi-Fi actually in the air.
Hmm.
Now, how do you know that the Wi-Fi is doing what it's supposed to do? How do you know without being able to see it? How do you know that?
Oh, just because I'm talking to you right now, right? That's all.
Exactly. So how do we know that something invisible that we have no tangibility to? Because we have no tangibility to the Wi-Fi, but we know it's there because of what it's allowing us to do. So how do we connect to something that we can't see? It has to be the same concept. The result. What's the result of the Wi-Fi?
It's to connect me to the internet, yeah.
I
Well,
mean, but what's the result? That's the purpose. What's the result? Like, how do you know there's a Wi-Fi signal? How do you know?
oh, either
Because
I look.
it produces something tangible.
Mm,
Same thing with the creator. He's intangible, but what did he produce that's tangible?
yeah, he created us
What
and
you're in,
mostly everything that exists, yeah.
yeah. Like if I told you right now that your untangible or intangible Wi-Fi signal exists. You can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't hear it. You're like, I don't believe that, Josh. And then I say, well, what if I told you that proof of that is that you be able to connect with me on the internet, something that's tangible. See, the intangible, the proof of the intangible is the tangible.
Hmm. Okay, I guess I see it.
That's how that goes. You deal with intangible stuff every day, but the reason why you believe in it is because it leads to something tangible. You ever seen a radio signal before?
No.
But you believe in them, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. It was radio
Why?
waves.
Why?
Because
Because it leads to
yeah,
something what?
tangible, yeah.
That's how it is. The intangible has been producing the tangible for the
Mm,
longest, and we just don't pay attention to that. That's why I'm not walking around here saying, man, I don't believe in Wi-Fi signals. I don't care what y'all say, I don't believe in it. Y'all will be like, you're crazy. And I'll be like, why y'all calling me crazy? Because it produces the tangible. What the Bible teaches us is that God exists outside of our tangibility. But the proof that even though he's intangible, he exists is that he produced something tangible. This is the world we live in. He said, I created all of this. That's how you know. And then he says stuff that's going to happen. Like if you told me you created the internet and this is how it works, then once you tell me this is how it works, that's more proof that you might have created it, ain't it? Because you know how it works, don't you?
mhm.
You know exactly what it's going to do, right, Slack?
Yeah.
If you created it. That's how the Bible goes. Bible, intangible. God said, here's the proof. I created this world. No, you didn't. Well, let me show you exactly what's going to happen then. I'll show you that I created this. Bam, 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 bam. This is proof I designed. This is what's going to happen next. That's all it is, Slack. It ain't really that deep when you really get down to it. Sometimes we overthink stuff.
Yeah, it's because I mean the reason I was questioning is that it's because for a while I kind of just stepped away from like the word and everything like that, and I get I get a weird feeling, right? Because it's like when you like go back into the world and everything like that, I don't know if that happened to anybody else, but
you're not the only one.
yeah, but when you no, not obviously some people walk away, but when you're doing certain things that are, I guess you could say, worldly and everything like that, right? There's sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry,
Oh,
this came on by mistake. Go ahead.
yeah. It feels different from like when I was like ignorant of the truth or not knowledgeable about it or anything, right? It feels like there's something going on. So since I was struggling to like keep the faith and everything, I was wondering like am I the only person that struggles with that? Like if you go and you sin, right? You're like, since you learned previously that it's not good to do, but you're doing it anyways because you feel like, okay, I don't understand this, how God works or anything, so I'm just gonna like step away from it. But it feels strange. It's like you don't belong. It's like you don't belong there in a way, right?
Right. I totally understand that. You feel out of place,
Yeah.
right? But if there is a God, wouldn't he know that our senses that he gave us is how we validate the existence of anything? Wouldn't he know that?
Yeah. Because I mean,
Right?
he would design us to understand that, right? Like,
Yeah, but how do you know that? How do you know? You use the word tangible, and I like that. How do you know if something exists? What do you use to know that something exists?
yeah, your senses. Yeah, that's what
Exactly.
you use.
So an all-powerful God, didn't he give you your senses? If you believe
That's
that
it.
God created everything, that would mean that he created the senses, right?
Yeah.
So if God is all powerful and he created the senses, don't you think if he chose to, he could operate beyond or outside of our senses to the point where we can't detect him?
Yeah, that was part of the class. Yeah.
Exactly. So what I'm trying to get people to understand is that this is the way he made himself. When you want God to become tangible, because the Bible lets us know that one day he will be tangible, meaning we will see him, we will hear him, we will be in his actual presence. That's something he's not going to grant to just anybody who asks. You have to be special. You have to be chosen to get that. And unfortunately, it's going to only happen with people who have sided with God. That's your reward. Your reward is he will become tangible to you. That's your reward. And not a day before, unless for whatever reason, he decides just to appear to Slack one day and be like, yo, Slack, let me talk to you for a minute. Because I'm not ruling out that he can do that.
Mm.
You follow me? That he can't do that. I'm not ruling that out. I'm just saying the default setting is God exists outside of our senses on purpose. He
Mhm.
did that because we're not worthy to lay eyes on him.
Yeah, and I felt that way too. That's why I kind of stepped away too. That was one of the reasons as well. I ain't gonna lie. It's like I don't deserve that.
None of us do, but there's
Yeah.
no reason for you to step away. That just means you repent and try to walk correctly. And then one day, God willing, you will be found worthy. But everybody out here just walking around just thinking that God is going to pop up just to prove his existence to them, you're not special enough. He don't care enough like that just to do that for just anybody. That's what I want the world to understand, both believer and unbeliever. We don't worship a God that just pop up because you ask him to
Hmm.
or prove himself. Think about it. Why would he prove himself to people that reject him? God operates like when he does show up, because he's gonna eventually reveal himself to mankind in one way or another. But if you are still alive when Jesus comes back, because Jesus is God, then you're going to see him then. He's going to be very tangible then, but it's going to be too late if you rejected him.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
So you
That
just
is
want to
true.
make sure that when he becomes tangible, and he's still tangible right now in the sense that he can do tangible things. Is this world tangible
Is the
that
world
we're in?
tangible?
That we're in right now? Is it
I
tangible?
guess
Can you see it? Can you hear it? Can you taste it? Can you touch it?
aspects of it, yeah.
Right. So if God controls this whole world, he can do stuff to you that's tangible through this world. Like he can make something bad happen to you, like make you get hurt, make you lose money, make you get ill. See, this intangible God got very tangible capabilities, though.
Hmm.
And the problem with most people, they think if it's intangible, then its powers are intangible. That's how most people look at it. That's not how it works. So okay,
Yeah.
then Slack, I got to move on to my guy, but make sure you keep coming back, keep studying.
Yeah, yeah,
You're on the
man,
right path,
definitely.
man. And thank you for listening to whatever part of the class. You heard the whole class?
Yeah, I was there for the whole class. So it's just chilling.
Praise God, man. You stuck around for the whole thing, man. So you on the right track, man.
Yeah.
Praise God. Ravishing one.
Yo, yo, what's going on?
There he is, the ravishing one himself.
Man, blessed to make it another Sabbath, man. Great lesson. Um,
Yes,
you know,
indeed.
there,
Praise God.
you know, just always, man, I'm so, it's been over a decade.
Hold up.
Crazy.
Hold up,
Sorry.
you break it. Hold up. You going in and out, man. Are you on the trash and tosh?
Definitely not on that I am iPhone, but
Yeah. What you want to do, Antoine?
eh,
You got to do a reset. Leave the room and come back in, and I'll bring you back up, okay? Because you breaking up like really bad. On my end, anyway. Is it like that with anybody else in the chat? Let me know. They're saying yes. Shout out to my guy Dopes. Shout out to Dopes. Dopes been around for a long. Dopes been around like 12, 13 years, y'all. And bring you back up, Antoine. Okay, I just brought you back up, Antoine. Okay, try now, Antoine. Let's see what you sound like. Can anybody hear him? Because I can't. Let me know, chat. Yeah, nobody can hear you, Antoine. Man, I might have made it worse, whatever he was dealing with. We could at least hear him on and off. Now he can't be heard at all. Let me know in the chat, Antoine. Did you leave the room and come back? Type yes or no in the chat so I can see Antoine. Yeah, he said he left came. I'm gonna put you down in the audience then and bring you back up. Let's see if that fixes it. Raise your hand so I can bring you back up, brother. Okay, I just brought you back up. It's saying you're unmuted, but we can't hear anything. Antoine. Oh man, I'm going on with my boy today. Did you close out your somebody asked, do you got AirPods in, Antoine? Let me know in the chat. Do you got AirPods in? You got AirPods in, Antoine? He's not even texting now. I'm gonna put you down to the audience. When you think you're ready, just raise your hand. I'll bring you back up. While we waiting on that, let me get to my guy Solo Nation.
Shalom, shalom, brother Josh.
Shalom, Solo Nation, the nation of the Solo Ones. The Solo Ones. You got the Emperor, the Empress of the Solo Nation. What's going on with you, man? The other Solo, Solo the Third. That's what he called himself. He was Solo the Second, but something went down. Solo the Third, man, had me teaching him gaming secrets. You know
I
what I'm saying?
heard.
Getting all the games. Getting all the games for the free. I put them on the 2 sites too. 2 of them.
Mm.
2 of them, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking of emulators and but yeah, I was just like, all right, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, it ain't just the one I put them onto this PC. You don't need emulators for PC, except some certain games. Certain, right? Let me tell you, Antoine, right before we get to solo. Say something, Antoine. Ravishing One. Dang. Like he's trying to. It's saying you muted now, Antoine. Unmute yourself. Dang, man, they may have some major issues. It's like he's trying to turn his camera on. Okay, go ahead, Solo. We'll get to him after you.
I was about to say I think he's testing his camera and speaker.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Man, I was looking forward to hearing from Antoine first. But yeah, brother Josh, thank you so much for this class. You know, it's always awesome and I'm just amazed
Praise
at
God.
the level uh of wisdom and just you know that you demonstrate. I was listening to a couple of your debates on debate talk for you and just how and Antoine he actually appeared in some of them as like a caller um and just how you know you're able to um like answer questions from the audience but also question um you know your opponent is it's pretty cool to watch but yeah like it just really amazes me just the level of understanding that you have you know to God be the glory but
Praise
um
God.
let me see you mentioned the name that I don't think I heard before in Exodus 3:13 you were saying if I'm not mistaken you said that I am that I am is a title, not the actual name of God.
It's a description of what he is. It's not an actual name that was ever used for him,
Hmm.
like ever.
Okay. You mentioned you were mentioning the name. Was it Ohio?
They say Ahaya.
Ahaya.
That's how they pronounce I am. That's how some Hebrew counts pronounce it. It's also pronounced Eye. So
Aye.
sometimes they say yes.
Oh, sorry. You said sometimes.
Yeah, like how different counts we have in different pronunciations for names and stuff. This one
Oh,
Hebrew count, they pronounce it Ahaya, but in the Hebrew, another count, or the Hebrews, the Hebrew language itself, pronounce it as Eyet. Eyet. It's actually spelled Ehweh. Eyet.
EHWEH.
You can Google it right now. Google Eyet Asher Asher, and then Eyet again. What's gonna
Oh,
pop up is I am that
Asher.
I am.
Okay.
Asher, like yes, like
Okay.
the tribe of Asher.
Right. I was just trying to see which Hebrew word that was in the verse or in the scriptures because
That
I was like,
I am
oh,
that I
okay.
am. That I
Asher.
am. I am Eye, that Asher, I am Eye.
Got it. Got you. Okay. Um. So, this is probably something I'm gonna have to chat with you in a session about. Um. You know. I heard you chatting with I think somebody, and you had mentioned the Book of Enoch, and I've been camping out there for a little bit, and
Yeah, you got your 10 up.
yeah, and and I wanted your help with understanding something that I read. I think it was in chapter 18,
Mhm.
verse 12 through 15.
What's it talking about?
Um, it was talking about no water, no life, and it sounded like it was a prison. And then it says the stars that transgressed the commandment of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just and then at the beginning of that chapter, it mentions Enoch saw the firmament of heaven. So I think
Mm.
my whole reason of camping out there was just I was looking into the firmament, and um I I just I don't know. I guess one of my questions.
You're trying to figure out the firmament. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm just trying to see what is inside the firmament and what is outside.
It tells you in the book of Genesis what's inside the firmament. Genesis chapter 1.
Right. Um.
What does it say is inside it?
Let me turn there. I
In,
want to
In
say.
Genesis chapter 1. Mm-hmm.
Um.
Antoine,
Genesis.
see if you can say something right quick while he's looking for that.
Yo,
There he go.
I figured it out.
What was wrong, man? What in the
There,
world were you doing, man?
there was
What's
some.
up?
There was a setting that I didn't have turned on.
This man was tripping,
Yeah, that's my
right?
bad. But I'm
Hold
ready
that thought,
whenever
you
you're
know.
done.
Let the rapture one again. Hold
No,
that
Oh
no,
thought.
yeah,
let him know.
absolutely.
He can go. He can go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him
No,
go.
no, no. Please,
He
Antoine,
looking
please
for
go ahead.
something that he gonna have to study with me one on one anyway. So that's why he just want to
Okay.
listen to you. He kind of looking for something.
Yeah. Like I was saying. Well, kid, y'all didn't even hear me. So, great lesson as always, man.
Praise God.
I was just kind of like reminiscing earlier today, like how blessed I am, just to now been like over a decade, which is crazy to say that now. Been able to, to be a part of this and just can constantly grow, in the word and stuff like that. It's been a long time, but
Yes, indeed.
yeah, that the whole but the topic, the self non-existent, God, it's just like this is another class. I call this like an almost a faith strengthening class, because when you look on it like on a deeper level, when you think about this class, not just surface level and on the lesson, but it's like it lets you know like how real God is, because He puts in His Word like almost every question that you could ever have for Him as to why things are the way they are, and why things like this, like no human could come up with how the depth of this and then make it make sense, because you're going through this whole entire class. I'm sure there's some point that everybody was listening to this lesson was like, you may have started off like, well, why would God make Himself non-existent to us? But like, there's a point where the light went off for you, and it's like, wow, that makes perfect sense. Why God would make
Mm-hmm.
Himself non-existent for us? This makes perfect sense. And even if you apply it into your everyday life, or whether you have kids, or there's some people that you would just completely tune out because of how they behave, how they act, or whatever. It could be a family member, it could be a child or something.
Antoine, you went out. Did you put back on that previous setting that won't work? Okay, now you got to unmute yourself. It say you got to unmute
My
yourself now.
my bad. My alarm, my intermittent fasting alarm came on, told me I gotta stop eating. Can't eat no more
Right.
like, at 9 o'clock. Well, it goes off at 9:01. So but yeah, sorry. Yeah, they whether you're talking about your kids or something, like, you can see how you can make yourself non-existent to somebody in your family just from
Mhm.
your level. So imagine the way God feels about us, the way, especially the way this world behaves. This world is entirely wicked. it is like why would God do stuff for us in the way we act and behave and treat Him, and in general, you know. So
Mhm.
man, it just makes perfect sense, man. It's just like it's just one of those very in depth classes. Thoroughly enjoyed it, man. This was like I said, man, I'm just so blessed and I'm thankful, and I pray every time I pray, a part of my prayer, no matter what I'm going through, or what I'm praying about, I always, just make sure that I let God know how thankful I am for this ministry, um, and just how thankful the knowledge that I've had, that you've shared, and the study habits, all of this stuff that I've acquired over these years, and not just that, the wisdom with it as well. There's a great quote that says intellect is not wisdom. It doesn't matter how smart you are unless you stop and think and you have wisdom, you know how to apply stuff.
That's right.
And that's what we get here. We don't just get that. It's one thing to learn what the word says about something, but it's also how do you apply it into your life, and how you treat people, and how you conduct yourself. That's wisdom, how you act. And I think in Proverbs it tells you that even a fool is like something as simple as a fool is counted wise when he is silent. That wisdom,
Mhm.
just a little verse like that, and it could take you a long way in life. And people just don't understand like the little stuff like that. So the wisdom that we've been getting on here, man, it's beyond. I just I can't even, sometimes I can't even comprehend it, because I think about where I came from in the Sunday church growing up my whole entire life, going there 2-3 times a week until I was like 18 or 17. I'm a musician in church, all of this stuff, and
Just
I'm
ain't learning nothing.
learning absolutely nothing. I'm literally. Let me tell y'all something. Full disclosure: I used to go in there because I played I was I started off playing the piano, but I always wanted to play the drums. And then my dad was a saxophone player, so when I got to middle school, I started playing the saxophone. But all I wanted to do was play the drums. So like around fourth grade, I started playing the drums like after the keyboard, but then I kind of like went to the saxophone. But at the same time, I was still playing the drums. I'm telling y'all, it got to the point where I could go through a whole service, know exactly what they're gonna say, exactly what they're gonna do. And I'm a kid at this point, and I would literally be like, I would wait after church till everybody's going. Obviously, we used to have these little CD players. I might be telling my age right now. We used to have CD players, and I used to have my little headphones on, and I would like get like worldly music, put on a CD, go back in the church, put my headphones on, and play like worldly songs just to practice stuff. Cause I get tired of. I was like, I'm tired of playing drums on these old hymns and stuff, and all this stuff. And like I got so like I wasn't learning anything, I wasn't growing. It was just like all of it was just like I didn't understand why. It was like they appeal to tradition fallacy. I'm just doing stuff because that's what my family did, that's what I thought. But it's been
That's
now,
right.
now all of this time has passed by, and I'm just so grateful, and still to this day thankful. Like brothers be hitting me up, asking me questions about stuff, and so I'm still like surprised even now about the amount of knowledge that I know and that I've accumulated over these times. Like I don't even realize it sometimes, and like how I can like just quote stuff, or know where this verse is, or know where that is, or know what book this is in, or what historian said. I don't even know sometimes. I remember at the baptism you said, "Man, watch how after you get baptized, how much you're gonna be able to retain stuff." And I was like, okay, well, we'll see. I think my memory's okay, but we'll see. But now, like, I get it. As time is going on, I'm like, wow, I really do know how to recall stuff more than I could even imagine. And that's just the power of God, man. And I'm just so thankful for you. I'm thankful for all the other brothers and sisters at the ministry. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are incredible. Everybody that's on this platform that's been coming out every week. Thankful for Gideon. I actually sent him a text message the other day. Thanking him for what he's doing right now. With the whole EDP stuff. That stuff is hilarious, but it's also good and well needed.
Yeah, Gideon is that's an amazing individual right there, man.
Oh
God is
yeah,
definitely working with that guy. Definitely. He's
definitely.
amazing.
Definitely. But that's all I got, man. I don't want to take up any more time. Just love all you guys, man. Hope everybody stay blessed. Peace.
And just to say it over the mic, because we do a lot of texting back and forth. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everything you've been doing for this ministry too, Antoine, and the conversations we be having about wrestling and stuff on Instagram. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're one of the longest members at Absolute Bible Truth, and you've done nothing but had my back the entire time. Like God sent us a good group of people, man. And we're growing, but God always just seemed to send the best people in my path. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
And
And Josh, just one more thing
it's just
too.
like that.
I'm glad you said that. Just one more thing real quick. I'm so glad you said that because I was just thinking this the other day. Is that I know a lot of some people that are new to us that don't really. I mean, they know about the ministry. They getting the lessons and stuff, but they don't like know us personally, like as far as talking to us one on one and stuff. I'm telling y'all, outside, even just outside of the word, these people at ABT that have been here for a while, these are genuinely good people.
Right.
Like people I would sit next to at lunch at work. Like if you had a job and you working, like I would sit next to them at work. I would talk to them. I would hang out with them. We would go out to eat together. We would laugh, joke, all this stuff. Like this is like these people are like really like friends. Like Josh is my friend. You know,
Easy to
he's
be
my pastor,
around.
but he's also
They
my
easy to
friend.
be around. They easy
Exactly.
to be around.
So I just want to throw that's another thing that I was reminiscing on. Like this is genuinely good behind people, man. It's just like if you ever needed something, like they'll be there for you. Or if you needed some correction, they'll correct you. Out of love, and like those are people that you want to be around. That's exactly who these folks are, man. So I just want to add that too. Sorry.
Praise God, Antoine. The rap, and if y'all wondering why I call him the ravishing one, see, y'all got to understand. Y'all know my anime side. Antoine know my wrestling side, right? And I called him Ravishing Rick Rude because that's his favorite wrestler. And Ravishing Rick Rude's his whole gimmick was that he was like a pretty boy. And that's how Antoine is. Like, Antoine's like, if you was in school here, he'd be like the pretty boy, like the one that probably get all the girls and all of that stuff. And at his wedding, man, that man was sharp. Remember you even asked me at the wedding, Antoine, ain't I dripping like butter though? You remember you asked me that,
Yeah,
Antoine, I was like, ain't I dripping like butter though?
yeah.
Right? You know, I met his parents, man. He comes from some great parents, um, great family, beautiful family, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful women in the family. You know what I'm saying? Like Antoine, he got every reason in this world to be like just somebody out there in the world just doing it up. So he probably could even went to the NBA if he wanted to, right? But he decided to like dedicate himself to this word, man. Like I said, man, I marvel every day. Y'all just don't know at the people that God have sent in my path to help me do this for y'all. I'm like, yo, what are the odds, man? The Solo Nations, the Gideons, the Antoine, the ABT, Sound Mind, Nautica, the Simmons family. I'm like, yo, how did I get so blessed to have these people got my back? Don't forget about Quentin Marcel, the other solo. A lot of y'all, Nicole Levels, a lot of y'all who like have like built like a closer relationship with me, and don't forget about Duster, the Blister. Even he tunes in every week and show that support. Just letting us know he doing all right. Like he getting us the weekly report. You know what I'm saying? We can't forget about the class clown Roar. Roar be having me laughing, man.
And Marcel album is crazy fire.
Crazy fire. You know what I'm
Oh
saying,
my
man?
goodness.
Roar be having me laughing, man. Roar, I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all keep y'all eye on Roar. Roar gonna be something one day. God willing, that man gonna be making some money one day doing something. And he better not forget about his boy, because I'm gonna come looking for him. I'm gonna come looking for all y'all just like this. Just the hands out, palms up, just like this. There you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like trick or treating. We're gonna do Halloween, but for money. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be showing up. You know what I'm saying? Because I really do see like greatness in a lot of y'all, especially the younger ones. Like I see y'all just growing up and just doing it. My guy Solo on the stage. I'm telling y'all, man, Solo, y'all better keep y'all eyes on him too. Y'all better watch certain people, man, in this group, man. God willing, they stay on this straight and narrow, stay out of trouble. God gonna use them one day. I really do in my heart believe that. Because y'all show me that. Right? But back to Solo Nation, then we got to get to brother Boaz, one of the pillars of ABT. Continue your thoughts, Solo. You want to talk about this Enoch in the session? You want me to? You talking about this firmament, like that firmament now? That's a session, or you got to wait for the lesson. That's either a session or a lesson.
I know, right? Yeah, I think I should hold on it. But I did look at
Mhm.
up in Genesis, and I mean it appears from let me see, I read um
Antoine, you remember what I told you about on Instagram about what I'm working on, and then he come
I
on here
don't
and ask
know
me that.
nothing but what you talking about.
You see
I'm
what I'm
sitting
saying,
on my
man?
hands. I don't know what you talking about. I'm sitting on my
That's
hands.
a
I don't know
trip,
what
though,
you
ain't
talking
it?
about. Yep.
That's a trip, though, ain't it? I
It
told
is.
you,
Yep.
bro. That is a trip. I think Solo be channeling my spirit sometime, bro. Like for real. Like he'll say something. I'm like, man, I was just doing this, man. I think Solo might be in my head a little bit, man. Like rent free. I think he's
That's
squatting. Like I don't even know he up in there though. You know what they call squatters. Squatters be living in places, and you don't even know they there till you go investigate the property, and he up in there. See Solo squatting. You know what I'm saying? He a squatter. You know what I'm saying? I be like, Solo, what you doing up in here? You know what I'm saying? But go ahead. Go ahead.
That's ironic because sometimes I feel similar. I'll just be thinking about stuff, and even tonight, some of the topics that came up, I just was like, wait a minute, I was literally just looking into that. I was listening to it in one of your debates, like specifically, you had a debate with an individual about the name of God, and then that was like the one part that I kind of honed in on from this lesson. There was so much,
Mhm.
but yeah, like I feel similar at times. So um
Praise God.
but yeah, you know what? I think I'll keep it short, brother Josh. I don't want to take too much of your time. I enjoyed the class, and let me see. I don't think I have a short question I can ask. Yeah, I'll just wait
Hey,
for a session.
now because of what I just said, you can, and it's kind of a secret. Antoine, let him DM you and ask him what I'm talking about, and you can tell him what I'm working on. But you got to DM Antoine, all right, Solo?
Will do. Will do.
man.
Thanks, brother Josh.
Praise God.
All right. Peace, everybody.
Bro James, the Boaz, the pillar of strength, one of the pillars of ABT. And I don't just say that. Like this brother, he been around a long time too, and his family, his wife. This is another guy who's like whole family is part of this ministry, man. I love me, brother James Leggett, man. And he like I relate to everybody. That's why I love the people at ABT because they all got different interests that they share with each other. But it's crazy because they all got something that I have a personal interest in as well. Like me and Antoine, we connect real hard on this wrestling. And then me and Kev of the Dust, we connect real hard on this anime. Me and Sound Mind, we connect real hard on writing books and stuff like that. Then brother James, me and him, we connect real hard like on biblical meanings in movies and conspiracies and stuff like that. Go ahead, brother Boaz, talk to us, man.
Hey, peace, man. What's going on, everybody? Peace.
What's going on with you, bro?
I'm chilling, man. I was listening to the question and answer, and I raised my hand late. I remember back in the day, you used to get aggravated. You're not aggravated, but you used to be like, man, I know you was aggravated with me because I would wait till the last minute to raise my hand. And
I'm
then I
like, is
would,
he gonna raise his hand? I just be just watching, like, all right, there you go, there you go.
right. You tried to probably get something to eat. This dude raised his hand, gonna keep you on for 30 minutes longer. But yeah, I echo what Antoine said, man. Brother Josh, you started something a long time ago, man. That I can remember, dude, watching YouTube videos from like 2010, 2012. Joel, when you had Joel and Big Baby beside you and breaking down the Genesis 6 and all the giants and stuff, man. So you've been a
Praise
blessing in
God.
my life, and you brought us all together. And like I said, man, we will correct each other in love, and we're just real people, man. The time will test everything. Usually the people that aren't sincere and they're not down with really walking this walk, they'll kind of weed themselves out over time. But anyways, yeah, I was listening to the question and answer, and you got into a topic I had to jump on real quick with the artificial intelligence. I wanted to get I always wanted to ask you this question. I don't know, you forgive me if y'all already discussed it because I was kind of in and out during the question and answer. And it was in regards to, I agree with you, the artificial intelligence. I don't know if y'all touched on Revelation 13 with the image. Some people will try to say that's artificial intelligence or whatever, and I disagree.
Now, the guy
Go
was
ahead.
asking, he was just asking about is working in a field that relates to having to like deal with artificial intelligence,
Mm-hmm.
like if he's one of the ones that manufacture the robots. He was asking if that was a sin, and I said
Oh,
no. That's what he was asking about. And like you
yeah,
said, some people try to make the beast in
right.
Revelation 13. You know what I'm saying? And I
Right, I
guess we
caught that
forget sometimes.
part. Yeah, I caught that part where he was talking about it. It was his job, and technology is technology. As long as you kind of broke it down to him in a great way, as long as you're not using it for a wicked purpose, ain't nothing
Right.
wrong with technology. It makes all our lives, better. Is how we learn and have the ability to absorb some of this information and quickly.
Right. Hmm.
But yeah, I was going to ask you about because I always, when dealing with the Revelation 13 and all this, prophecy, I'm always diving into the words and trying to, it brings that statue to life, right? It's kind of like it relates that Greek word to like the breath of life, right?
Yeah.
Like something being alive. It refers to the miracles that Jesus did. He uses that same Greek
Yep.
word. Yeah. And so I was
Hmm.
wondering, do you think there's a potential? What do you think about the potential for human beings to create, say, a platform or the ability to interface with a spirit? Like, say, if we could create something that a demon could interface with into this world, just like I look at our bodies kind of like as an organic robot that our spirit, our soul, or our consciousness, our soul or spirit, whatever you want to say, kind of inhabits
So
this.
you talking about some of that stuff that CERN be doing. That's what you
Right.
talking about.
That gets into the quantum. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think they're tied in. I think that's what they're trying to kind of do with that, honestly. It's funny you bring
I
that
think
up.
not just trying to. I think some breakthroughs, like that what they like
Yeah,
to call it. And there's a reason why they call it a breakthrough.
to
You
the
ever
other
wonder about
side.
that?
They go
They
break
see,
on through the other.
right?
Right.
See, if you go back and I know you read Enoch and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back and you read the book of Enoch and what the angels taught them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Technology, words like technology and science, they mean something. Mankind has been using. Now, here's the thing: have mankind been using tangible things to tap into the spirit world, James?
Yes.
You just answered your own question, then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just maybe they had it to a more sophisticated
Right? It
ability
was
back
more
in the day that we.
primitive. It was more primitive back then, but
Mm-hmm.
James, they were using livers, and they still do this to today, livers and hearts to deal with spirits. If somebody
Nebuchadnezzar
can use,
and the Apocrypha.
yeah, exactly. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody can use stuff like that, that's tangible, right? Only
Mm-hmm.
thing the technology would do that given an advantage is probably organize it better, harness it better, and
Mm-hmm.
document it better, right?
Right.
Like I have no doubt that they can use stuff like that. When the angels first came down and taught these men this knowledge, it was knowledge that mankind was not ready for yet. But all of it, except making weapons of war. But I'm gonna go out and say that's some kind of ology. I don't know what they call it. Like making weapons of war. That's some kind of ology.
Right.
I just don't know what they call it, right? But other than that, everything you look up in Enoch chapter 6 is some kind of science that we hold in high esteem to this day, James.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, we can bust it out. Matter of fact, can you pull it out for us? We don't talk about it. No, let's just see
You
some of the
said
stuff that it
Enoch.
says.
You said what chapter?
It's Enoch chapter 7, I believe, when they started talking about what they was teaching them.
Mm-hmm.
If not, I can find it.
No, I got it up right here. I just want to make sure it's in the right spot. it happened after the sons of. Let me see. Yeah, it gets down to naming the angels. I just want to see. I don't want to read the whole thing. Semyaza.
What it said they taught what? Who taught what? Yeah.
Hold on, it's talking about begetting children, undertaking. Hold on. It's talking about them coming to an agreement. No, I don't see. I see it says began to injure birds, beasts, reptiles, fishes, and I don't know if that's
I
talking
got
about
you.
eat.
I got it pulled up.
Okay, go
Let's
ahead.
go to I'll let you come here with me though. It's all let's see. Here we go. It's Enoch chapter 8.
Yeah, it was 8.
Mm-hmm. And 7. You can start at 7 too. 7 and 8. Verse 1.
You want me to read? Or
Well,
you
you was
want me to
already there. Let me get
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the
yeah.
you read. I want to get into the ology. Can you start at chapter 8 and verse 1?
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Let me give you 8.
Now I want y'all to pay attention to this. And y'all tell me if y'all recognize any of these things that it's talking
More
about.
Moreover, Azazel taught men to this is 8. Moreover, Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, the fabrication of mirrors, and the workmanship of bracelets and ornaments, the use of paint, the beautifying of the eyebrows, the use of stones of every valuable and select kind, and of all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered.
Now in the version I'm using, it says antimony. Do you know what antimony is?
That's not the dyes.
Let me let's
That's
see.
makeup, right? That's makeup.
Antimony is working with like let me see. It says antimony. That's what it says. A trivalent. Hold up. Let me go to this one right here. It's like working with metal. That's what it is.
Oh, okay,
It's
like
like
metallurgy.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So metallurgy, right? And what else it said in Enoch?
It said stones, bracelets, ornaments, breastplates, so your armor, swords, knives, shields, and dyes,
Now let me ask
and
you a
mirrors.
question.
Hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Armor, those are weapons of what?
War.
So you don't think they can make demonic influence can influence people to make even more advanced weapons of war?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing that they understand. How do you figure they came about splitting an atom? Like, how would you even think about something you can't even see with a
Split
micro?
it. I want to split something I can't even see. It just and when you split something, you make it smaller. So you want to take something you can't even see and split it in half.
Right, you even have that concept and the math and everything to go along with it. I used to always tell this joke, brother Josh, that they was sitting at a seance table, right? Somebody was trying to contact their grandma, and their grandma started breaking down quantum physics and quantum mechanics for him. He's like, "Grandma, I never knew you knew the elaborate geometry and algebra or trigonometry to break down the quantum mechanics of a proton and neutron."
Right?
Right.
And I'm saying, like, why would that even cross your mind? And look what
Right.
else it tells you that it taught them. Read the rest of that, please.
Yeah, it says impiety increases, verse 2. Impiety increased, fornication multiplied, and they transgressed and corrupted all their ways. And Mazarak taught all the sorcerers and dividers of roots. There goes your drugs and pharmakia. Armors
Mm-hmm.
taught the solution of sorcery. What do you think what would you think the solution of sorcery? Solution is the to battle it, right? Is that to go against it or
Also,
to defend
you
yourself?
know how you'd be watching cartoons and somebody put a spell on you and they teach you how to take the spell off, like how to take a spell off,
Like a hex.
like no, how to remove the hex.
Right. How to remove the hex is what I meant. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was just had to throw that hex in there for that hexagram. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And hex meaning 6, and you got 666.
Right. And the 6-pointed star meaning 666.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Numerically in geometry. But yeah, 5. Barkael, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, taught the observers of the stars.
Mm.
Akabil taught signs. Is that the signs referring to the stars, like the what do they call them? Your
Yes,
house,
your
like is that?
zodiac sign, or
Yeah,
what you
yes,
talking about?
yeah. Tamiel taught astronomy. So what's the difference in astronomy and an observing of the stars? What would astronomy be?
Astronomy is just basically studying the stars to like determine seasons and stuff like that. Like you
Oh,
can tell
okay.
by what time of year it is. Astrology means studying the stars, thinking that they can reveal the future and
Right,
have some type of power.
right. Astrology and astronomy. Okay.
Hmm.
And Azrael taught the motion of the moon, and men being destroyed cried out, and their voice reached to heaven. I think it's interesting how they kind of revealed just some deep, rooted creation secrets, because I mean they witnessed the creation, or they're involved in how these things operate. They understand everything behind the scenes, and they reveal that to
Hmm.
man, and then twist their purposes
Hmm.
and how they view them.
And all of these, if you look them up online, everything you just named that you were reading, it has some kind of ology study connected to it. Like astrology, astronomy, you
Right,
follow what I'm saying? Metallurgy, right? All of
right.
this stuff is knowledge that mankind was not ready for back then. It was too much for them. We were moving faster than what we could comprehend, right? This would always
Mhm.
happen when mankind tries to play God or get lofty information, as it is called. You
What
follow
is
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm following you. What is your opinion on I looked into the astrology trying to figure out like what are they just is there I don't think there's anything to it at all. It's just a vehicle to get you to believe in demons, and maybe that opens up, to believe in that
It,
process.
it's something to it. Like,
Really?
yes, like it's a form of sorcery, right?
Right.
But it's just because it can work. Like, the people in the ancient world, they weren't just worshiping idols and just you think never do anything. No, they were seeing stuff happen
Right.
that, fueled their faith. Astrology is one of them. Astrology is a form of divination, right?
Right, but do you think what I'm saying is okay? Like, say they're seeing something up there because they believe in that aspect of, oh, the fate, the stars, my fate is up there, right? That's my God. He's going to tell me my future and fate, so I need to read it. Can a demon
Well, what
manipulate
they
what
do
you're seeing?
is they don't see when they say they see stuff in the stars. It's no different than when they have these tarot cards and say they see stuff in the tarot cards. All we see is what they're doing is they're interpreting. It's
Right,
more of what they're doing with it, and
but
they're in, and they're
they're basing it off of. So I know it's vague, and they can kind of manipulate however they want to, and it's the vagueness of
mhm.
it. But what I'm saying is it possible that demons can influence what they're seeing? Meaning,
That's
like they're
that's exactly what's going on.
okay, yeah,
It's
because
not
that would match
possible.
what you
That's what's
said
going
about
on.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would match what you said about the idols. Like they would, because a demon, it interacts with us mentally, so it can like schizophrenia, right? If you see somebody in
Mhm.
front of you, nobody else sees it, but you see it and you scared to death of it. That could be a
Yeah.
demon projecting that in front of you, correct?
Right. Right.
Right.
Or the demon just messing with your mind and making you think you see it. They have a different ways they work, but we
Right.
know demonology is related to idolatry because in the Bible, you read in one place, it says the children of Israel sacrificed to idols. Then in another place, it said they sacrificed to demons
Right. They associate them with the same thing. I mean, even the
because
words
the
are very similar.
gods, because the gods of the nations are really demons. And the idols that we make to them, or they make to them, are just portrayals of like what you said, what that demon projects in their mind. This is what they see.
Hmm.
Right? And they make an idol to represent what that demon is projecting in their mind, and they put it on their walls. So y'all have to
Right.
understand that it's not just, oh, you're just dealing with an idol that don't exist, and that's what makes it so bad. These are demons working through this stuff.
Right. It's like a media. It's
Mhm.
a something to get you to. It's no different than a cross, right? Look at what people do with crosses. As far
Hmm.
as like, if you got a sick relative or something, they go put that underneath your pillow. Like you be like, oh
Right.
man, I'm gonna stick a cross underneath my grandma's pillow. She's got cancer or whatever. And a demon could use that, your belief in that item, to do something to get you to believe into it even further. Like
Right.
perform something or make you see something, or maybe your grandma get a little better. Now you're like, man, I'm about to carry this thing everywhere with me. Every time I
See,
pray.
idols are the mediums of the demons. That's
Right.
how they communicate with them. They like these false gods. That's why they set the gods up and they pray to them, but they're really praying to demons. All these gods of these other nations, they're demons. That's all they are. They're different demons, and they are worship in different ways. And some of the time it's the same demon, just with different kinds of worship depending on where you are. But all of this stuff is just demons. That's what it is.
Yeah, and just to reiterate the question I was trying to ask. I know we got a little sidetracked. I tend to do that, but the Ghost in the
Mhm.
Machine type thing, right? Because I know you're aware of the anime. I've never seen the movie. I need to
It's
go
called
back and
Ghost
watch
in the Shell.
Ghost. Yeah,
Or
Ghost
Ghost
in
in
the
the
Shell.
Machine.
You're right. I think there's a Ghost in the Machine too, right? Or is that
Ghost in the Machine was a concept in a movie, but Ghost in the Shell was a movie. You know what you're
right?
talking
Kind of like
about.
Lawnmower Man. Lawnmower Man's coming to mind. You remember that movie back in the '80s?
Yeah, I
Where
remember
the
Lawnmower. I don't know if I saw it, but I definitely remember it.
Right. So yeah, that concept of it's always been there with the entity, even in Marvel movies. If you look at Vision, the Mind Stone, right? And if you look
Mhm.
behind the whole stone thing, it's in Transformers, it's in Marvel. I think Transformers uses a cube or something, and you still
Right,
have the
and you know that
Tesla
Mind Stone, it's the Mind Stone, and it's located right here, like the Binti that the Indian
third
people
eye,
use. The red dot, that third eye. There you go.
right? What they call it, a pineal gland.
Hmm.
They be making up some stuff, man. Josh, if you go read into some of their stuff, man, they talk about how it calcifies, and I can believe there's some chemical, like I think they say there's a chemical that can naturally make you trip. I forgot the name of it, dimethyltryptamine or something like that. They said you when you concentrate and you do all their methods or whatever, that you can get your body to release that stuff or whatever. But I don't believe a lot of the stuff they try to scientifically put into their theories and stuff with these religious practices about how we kind of evolved and we lost the ability to do certain things. That's just a bunch of nonsense, man.
Right.
Right. It seems like to me, even when you look at, like, if you look at Kabbalah, right? I just want to bring this up. If you look at Kabbalah, I think one of the rules is you got to be like 40 years old or something before you start practicing it, because it's dangerous or whatever if you don't, or you need to. I don't know what their reasoning is, but that's in a lot of the pagan or the occult religions. It's like that because they feel like if you're not mature enough, you won't be able to handle that demon encounter.
Right.
They feel like
Right.
if you're a little
And
bit
that's
more of
why
a mature person, then it won't make you crazy when you finally break on through to the other side. And that's what they're
right.
doing. That's what I noticed. Like when you look at all these different religions, they have all these similar rules because it's there to, even with the circle thing, like they'll sit in these circles and draw all these shapes, and they think they protected because they in that circle. That's to give them the feeling of protection, so they won't freak out when they actually have that encounter and think that thing will swallow them up. You know what I'm saying? That's just my theory, though.
Oh yeah, and all of these words you're using, and then I'm gonna go to my boy Duster because I know he's doing his thing. All of these words that you're using, why do you think we say stuff like "who's in your circle"?
Right.
See, we don't even understand that. And there's nothing wrong with words. I'm just saying, where these phrases are coming from. We use occult language every day. Like for instance, when we say, "Man, don't let them knock you off your square." Anybody ever heard that before? Antoine, Solo Nation, Buster, Duster, in the chat, y'all ever heard that before? Like, don't let nobody knock you off your square.
Like a chessboard,
Y'all,
your space, right?
hmm?
Like a
Well, yeah,
chessboard,
but
it's got squares. You know, like you
yeah,
don't.
but that's Freemason language, and the chessboard, that's related to Freemasons. You know that, you
Right.
know.
Black. That's the evil, and well, it's the light, dark, and the good and evil.
Right. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like somebody say, man, fair and square. Where y'all think that came from? Square dealing. What do shapes have to do with morality? Y'all ever wondered this stuff? We use stuff like, man, it's fair and square, right? Who's that in your circle? Why do we talk like that? Have we ever had an actual circle where our friends surround us and form a circle? Why do we talk like that? Right? We use, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody say level-headed. Level-headed? What's that got to do with anything? Because they use levels and stuff. Like a lot of Freemason language pertain to construction and building. That's what it
Mm-hmm.
does. And you know, if you ever worked in construction, you use levels to make sure everything is leveled out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Level-headed, right? They use all this type of language, like geometry language and construction language. We use it too, but we got it from them. They hear us saying it. They know where they got it from. They know we got it from them. But I just want to let y'all know that it has become part of our culture. But this is Masonic language. Like we say square dealing, stuff like that.
Kind of
Look
sounds
that
like
stuff
some
up.
psychology, right?
It is.
Right.
It is. It's programming us to think a certain kind of way. I'm just trying to let y'all understand that shapes has always been associated with the occult. And when we say words and stuff like that, that we be saying, it's like occult language. I don't mean we sinning because they're just words. Like the occult can't hijack words and be okay, this are our words now. I'm just saying the way we use them is the way they use them to refer to stuff. That's where we got it from. You follow what I'm saying? That's where we got it from. It's just a fact. Even
And they
in Hollywood, what do you get when you reach a certain level in Hollywood? What they give you, James?
the star, man.
They give you a star, 5-pointed star with your name on it. They're literally putting you in the sky, right? The
Yep.
ancients worship stars, constellations, and that's what we do now. We worship stars. That's what we do. Like all this stuff is connected. They be telling you that we don't be paying attention. That's why when you go watch your favorite show, it say starring, right? Starring, like who's the number one star, right? Because the ancients believed that, gods were the stars or dwelt among the stars. All this stuff is here, but we ain't gonna get too sides because me and Jane, we'll start dropping it. We'll start dropping it. Yep.
Hey, but hey,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
just one last thing, so I can get to the point with the ghost. And I mean, what I was trying to ask you is there any potential for that image in Revelation 13 to be a creation or a vehicle, like a vision, for a demon to take over and be able to operate in this world? Do you see any possibility of that? I know that's a strong question, but I
The,
just
the only way the only way that would be possible is if they let you know there is a supernatural influence behind it. Like, say if Elon Musk were to build a robot,
I was gonna
right?
mention the Neuralink, Josh, because they doing the
Right?
Neuralink now, right? And they mapping the human brain. They don't really understand how it operates, on that level. And now that they have that Neuralink in there, they're building data, or they're collecting data in real time
Mm-hmm.
to possibly create a replica of the human mind. And then demons
Right.
interact with us, through the mind mentally. There's an organic aspect and a spiritual aspect. I don't understand how that crosses over, but it seems like they're tinkering with that
But what
stuff.
would be more amazing? A sentient robot or a statue just coming alive? Which one would impress you the most? Which one would freak you
Oh,
out the most?
a statue just coming to life.
Exactly. And it says an image. Whatever this image
Right.
is, it's gonna be a reflection of the image that they make to the beast. That's what it says. It's
Right.
gonna be an image of the beast. And that beast image is described in chapter 1. You know how it looks combined? I'm letting y'all know right now. Elon Musk start manufacturing any kind of images that look anything like that beast in Revelation 13 that it describes. They got characteristics of a lion, of a fox. Nah, I said a fox. A lion, a bear, a eagle, and a leopard. If it got anything look like that, yo, y'all might need to start getting scared for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like
Nah,
for
don't get
real,
too
for real.
scared, man. We got the Most High on our side, so I mean, it would suck to have to live through that era. I know how people. I used to be fascinated, but I agree with your sentiment, man. You don't want to be living through that era because you
You
got
don't.
people that you love that it's gonna be rough, man.
Right. You know what I'm
So
saying?
yeah, you don't
And
want to
we got
be.
we got people We got loved ones that can't even stand if we voted against Kamala Harris. You know
Oh,
they
they
ain't ready for
selling
no
you.
heat
They
like
selling.
this.
Yeah, they gonna sell you out with the quickness. It's all good
You
though.
know what I'm
I
saying?
used to always I look at it like this, man. I just hope they chop heads. If I got to go through it, I don't want to be burned.
Make it instant.
Chop head. Do it. Make it quick.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, you go. Right?
Right.
Yeah, I
Shoot.
mean, but I mean, I've seen beheadings online and they were not quick. So getting your head
Yeah.
chopped off don't mean quick.
Yeah. You don't want that dull. You don't want no dull ISIS
If you
blade.
talking like an axe, just whoop and be done with it. But them
Yeah.
beheadings I saw online that those terrorists were doing, yo,
Right.
they sawed. They sawed. They did not chop. They did not hack. They were sawing,
Yeah.
and you
That
feel
was
it
rough.
off.
With a butter
Whoo, boy.
knife. That's rough.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I know
But
one thing, boy. The harder you go out, the better your play gonna be in the kingdom. You
that's
know what I'm
right. And
saying?
hey, and I think even when you get to that moment, he said, "Don't worry about what to say." So that means he may take over and just start. You just may be a puppet because we all know that God can use us for righteousness, and if you wicked, He can use you the other way. But so
Right.
that's reassuring, man. It's all good. I don't want nobody to worry. But anyways, hey, on that class as well, Josh, the way he operates, when you pointed out the non-existent and how he doesn't plainly show, he does show himself in nature. You touched on that, but
Mm-hmm.
he also in his parables, even when Jesus was spitting in parables, he did it the same way. And the reason for those parables was to weed out the people that were insincere. They were jumping on his words, ready to get him. You know what I'm saying? So they weren't looking deep into what he was saying, and that's the whole point of that. Like the eating of my flesh and drink my blood. And
Mm-hmm.
if you would have been familiar with the Old Testament, and you would have had, you would have been one of these aspiring scholars, you would have known what he was talking about in that instance. But you were just ready to jump on anything he said. He knew that the people, his enemies, would attack him on that, and the true believers would see what he's saying. So
Exactly.
he wants us to work. It's all a test, man. It's all a test of our sincerity, and God is consistent with that. But that's all I had, man. I've been going a long time. I appreciate the time, Josh. Love y'all, man.
It's all good, brother Boaz. Love you too, brother. Now we got Duster, the Duster himself. What's up with you, Duster?
Okay,
Where you at?
outside of Panera Bread.
Do you like Panera Bread? Because this is like the second time you've been outside there, ain't it?
I have. I've
I
never
think one
actually
time,
ate.
unless you was out there earlier today. Might think about the same day. Were
Hmm.
you out here when I first brought you on the stage, Panera Bread?
No, I was outside of a park that was near a hospital.
Oh, okay. What's the word with you, Billster? What's the word?
So I have the baptism ceremony is happening tomorrow at noon, and
Mm-hmm.
I've got everything like I guess I'm just a little nervous. Like I know what I'm experiencing is kind of like Martha and Mary, how
Mm-hmm.
Jesus goes there. Mary, sits at Jesus' feet, listens to everything he says. Martha is occupied with the rest of the preparations, and Jesus
Mm-hmm.
tells her that Mary has found the more important thing. I'm being like Martha right now.
What
I
you
know
want
that.
You want Mary to stop and start helping you with less important things? That what you saying?
Yeah, I know I'm being like that because I'm focused on not like the actual. I didn't have like the stuff ready for the baptism. Like I didn't have like a nice clothes to wear. I didn't.
You didn't try to get the white shirt and stuff we talked about. Remember getting the white
Yeah,
stuff?
and I mean yeah, and I'm just also it's kind of what Jesus said about the when a baptism happens, it's like wind. You don't see you can't see the effects of it. You can't see what the Holy Spirit does to you, but like wind, you can see the effects of it. You can see the leaves moving, that stuff. And
Exactly.
but like I'm just concerned. Like, what if I don't change?
The only way that would happen is if you did what Stephen said they did in Acts chapter 7, which is resist the Holy Spirit. You're going
Okay.
willfully to those you're going willfully to those baptismal waters. Nobody's forcing you there. So you're
Hmm.
going to change because you want to change.
Okay, and I guess I'm just concerned I'm not being a good Christian at the moment because okay, I'm in like on campus. I'm a part of two different ministries. One is the ministry that's doing the baptism. The other one's like a different ministry. You might have heard of them. It's the Campus Crusaders for Christ, but they rebranded themselves Crew. They've been around a while. They're a nationwide thing. I was in there to find more like-minded followers and such. And I don't know. I attend each of their meetings and ministry stuff on like Thursday and Wednesday, and
Mhm.
I'm not really feeling it. And I'm I think this is just me. It's a me problem, not a them problem. Because I'm like I've been a part of like other Christian things. Whenever I'm home, I go to mass with my grandmother, and like I don't feel the things I feel there. I don't feel uncomfortable among Catholics. I went to like five. I lived next to Skokie. I went to 5 different bar mitzvahs. I didn't feel anything weird there. So why is it feeling weird with the evangelical Christians? And I think it's just because I'm jealous that other people are showing more faith than me. I'm not sure.
Hold up. What about the other places you described? Do you feel like they're showing more faith in you?
I don't know because like you think if I had a problem with them for be it something doctrinal, I would have problems with the other stuff. So I know it's not
Right.
doctrinal.
Because if you went to a bar mitzvah, they don't even believe in Jesus.
Yeah, they don't.
Right. So I don't know, man. Maybe that's something on campus at that spot, man. Crew.
True. Yeah, it's
My
Maybe
people work for crew.
yeah. I mean, maybe it's something that some type of vibe they putting out that just don't set well with your spirit.
I mean, okay, they are evangelicals, which I'm gonna say this knowing that there might be some evangelicals in chat, but evangelical
Are there
Christians kind
are
of.
there any evangelicals in the chat? Give me a W if
Look,
you are
brother Josh,
evangelical. You want Rock?
brother
Rock?
Josh.
Yeah. What's up,
My
Rock?
my my parents work for crew.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Like how active?
And they say a lot of people over there they don't have like they do what Jesus called worshiping with their mouths, but not with their hearts. The heart's far away
Mhm.
from them. That's what it is.
I
So
guess.
I'm gonna go. They have with them. They have like a weekly lunch thing at my high school. So I'm gonna just go to the high school. Uh,
Mhm.
I'm gonna just go to the high school and just talk about. I'm thinking about either doing reprobation or works, something
What do they
along those
believe?
lines. Because I used to be a
What do
leader.
they believe?
Kind of like
What do they believe, Dustin
and
or Rod?
yeah, oh sorry, Rock,
I
we
don't
can
even
continue
know what
speaking.
they believe.
Do
I
you
don't
know,
even
Like
Dustin?
know.
like the ones at my college, they want to spread the word to as much people as possible because they believe the Great Commission called them, which we went over this
Mm,
with Kevin in the dust, and
right.
like so just to say this again, evangelical Christians give me the creeps because whenever they like approach you as like a missionary, like nothing about it seems genuine. Like it's the smile, and it's like the hey, do you want to like it scares me, and I know it shouldn't because they're just other followers. But so
Do
that
you
might
know
be the
Jesus?
reason, like that,
Do you know
yeah.
Jesus doctor?
And it could be like because I I've participated with them in that kind of stuff, that kind of outreach, and it made me feel weird and uncomfortable. Probably because they're not following what I learned here,
Mhm.
and I feel weird selling people
But
an
the but
underbaked version of Christianity.
but the other people but the other people you described, they're not following what you learn here either. Why is it that you just feel uncomfortable around the crew?
I
That's what I'm
don't
trying to figure out,
know.
cuz
I really don't know. I'm
it's
asking.
something.
No, I know why. I know why.
What
I know
Okay.
what
why.
is it wrong? What is it
Because
wrong?
there are some people in that there's some people in there that do not belong in there because they do not keep his commandments. There's people that go there, uh, and think that's church for the week. Or they go there, think, all right,
And
I'm
while out the rest of the time of the week.
yeah.
I
No,
mean,
an hour after, 30 minutes after.
I suppose,
I'm gonna
but like
smoke somebody.
that's not like most of the people I
There's a
talk
lot of
to in that group.
lukewarm people.
I guess you could say it's lukewarm. Like they had
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
a Halloween celebration
Yeah, we can
on
hear.
Halloween. That made me feel weird because we're not supposed to be
Oh,
doing that.
nah. Oh,
Oh, well,
nah,
there it
nah,
is right there.
nah.
Hold on one second, y'all. Ariel don't came, but go ahead, Prince. What you got?
Is Duster concerned with getting baptized by the people he's getting baptized by?
No, it's not. It's not. I'm getting baptized by a different ministry. I just feel weird with one ministry, and I'm worried that I'm being unfair with them because
Wait,
I'm
where
judging
where are
them
you
for
at?
something I don't know. Outside of a Staples now.
No, what like what state?
So
Oh, Florida. Okay.
Florida. What?
Yeah.
so are you with
Bro,
this
I'm in
other
Florida.
congregation because you just want somebody to fellowship with, or what's the purpose of you being in both these congregations?
Fellowship. I'm trying to. I came from nothing. My family was essentially a free gracer family. My first real experience with biblical learning was through Gideon's second channel. So I wanted to at least get all the basics in, and I found a Tampa Bible Fellowship. That's the one I'm getting baptized with. They're the most similar to this because they do go into the Old Testament frequently in their lessons, which I can appreciate because most people are
Sticks to that
gospel
new.
exclusive.
No,
Like,
what's your
Yeah.
question? Did I hear the
I,
question? I probably missed the question. What's the question?
so I'm concerned. I think I'm being a jealous Christian because what I've come down to in a conclusion is that the people I feel uncomfortable with show more faith than me, and I must somehow dislike that. Huh?
Okay, so
My
you
phone
worry
had
about the spirit
open.
of jealousy within your own self, within you feeling jealous within your self because you're comparing yourself to other Christians. So now that's why you feeling jealous now.
I think that's might be what it is because that's all that I can really think of that could be causing this.
Or maybe
Okay, so
you're
you feel like
jealous
you're
that they
suffering
don't
from the
know rules.
spirit of jealousy.
Yeah, it
Okay.
might be that, like how they've found such peace within a version of Christianity that is missing,
Exactly.
the law.
Mhm.
All right.
Because
So
they practice
the
Halloween and
best
stuff
thing
like
to
that.
probably do is to separate yourself from them until you can feel secure within yourself. Because there ain't no reason to keep going around these people if the spirit of jealousy keeps attaching to you when you get around these people. So you might want to just step away from that group, read the
Yeah.
Bible, come to Sabbath class, and link up with some of the people in here because some people is already in Florida, or see if y'all close enough and probably do some fellowship in person there, or set up some Zoom calls, whatever y'all can, FaceTime calls once a week or something to create a small group so y'all can study together, pray together, fast together, so that you have some type of fellowship until you work on that spirit of jealousy until you get confident in yourself, confident in the Most High, confident in keeping the commandments and not worrying about what other Christians are doing because they are not on the right track, right? There's a
Yeah,
form of godliness. Some Christians have a form of godliness, but it's not the truth. So
I
if anybody can pull up that scripture, that'll probably be a good scripture.
and it's also I finally told people like in that group where I base my faith off of because always during like celebrations I would mention, oh no, the Sabbath for me is on Saturday. I don't eat pork or shrimp. I follow the Mosaic laws. And when they asked, I told them about ABT, and I guess maybe this is where they are. Maybe this is where the feelings come from. because like they had a church, a physical church that they went into, a community fostered by that, and like my church is on Discord that I listen to while I'm wandering around. That the chat's full of people that I will never really meet on a personal level, and you're all my
Yeah,
brothers. I
pretty much
just
everything you're saying is you are comparing yourself and you are envying them because they have something you want. You want a building, you want people who you can physically touch, you want to be confident in your faith, and you are just becoming jealous because of that spirit of comparison. So you gotta cut that spirit of comparison and be grateful that God gave you this group, because there's some people who have no group. There's some people who don't have no online ministry. There's some people who have no brotherhood at all and who are lonely and who are not in a position to find help. You're in a position to get help. You're in a position to be with people who believe like you, but yet you still want what they got. So you just got to get on your knees and repent, because you really are just suffering from the spirit of jealousy that you're bringing upon yourself because you comparing yourself to them. Like, it don't matter if they got a church. It don't matter if they got brothers in front of them. Josh, I barely see Josh, but he the closest brother to me. I could have somebody sitting next to me in my passenger seat, and Josh will still be closer to me than the person in my passenger seat, because it's not about physical distance. It's about the person and the things that you're following in the belief system. It don't matter if you're surrounded by 3 people in your house. Josh is still closer to me than them 3 people in your house. So you really gotta repent from that, little bro. You gotta pray.
I
Get
will.
on your knees and
I
ask
will.
God to take that away from you.
Exactly. Two
Thank
more
you
gathered.
for helping me see this. I wouldn't be where I am without you guys. Thank you
What
so much.
what
I'm just
university you go?
Stated too. Very
what
well stated too,
university? It's
Ariel.
right over there. University of South Florida, Tampa.
Anybody in the chat in
Tampa.
Florida, next to
Yeah, we in
University of
Orlando.
South Florida, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. See if we can
Yeah, we
get Pastor some in-person fellowship. But until then, get on your knees and repent. Ask the Most High to take that spirit away from you. For
Okay.
real. That's not a good. That's not nothing good you're dealing
I
with right
guess I'm
now.
just concerned that this is happening less than like a day before the baptism is about to happen.
Ladino.
Oh, I need to
Oscar
get
Ladino
rebaptized.
is in he in Miami. Oscar Ladino say he in
Yeah,
Miami.
that's the opposite side of the state, though. But thanks for offering.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just saying.
yeah.
I'm just saying that like they just up street or something.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Anybody in South Florida? Where is that? Next to Miami? Anybody close to Miami? How far is Miami from you?
Oh no, University of South Florida is in Tampa. I found that funny too.
Oh,
Oh,
so
Tampa,
in the
Tampa, Tampa,
north.
Tampa.
It's
That's
kind of
North
up north,
Florida.
yeah, but it's more south than Northern Florida University, Western Florida University, and Central Florida University.
What's the closest city to you?
I'm in Tampa.
Tampa, Florida. Anybody in Tampa, Florida? In the chat. Anybody in Tampa, Florida? Let's link up with Duster. Anybody in Tampa, Florida?
I
I'm in
think
Orlando.
Dre.
I can drive.
I think
Put it
Dre
in the
is
chat.
I think Dre is in Tampa. I think. You know
Dre
Dre,
lived all over the
Ariel.
world. Dre would be in
Yeah,
Florida
but
one week, New Orleans another week.
he in Tampa last time I checked though. He said he been kind of situated there for a minute. He was there doing Hurricane Helene. You
Oh,
know
Yeah.
what I'm
okay.
saying? Yeah, so he good. Like, he ain't on Clubhouse right now. He was on there earlier, right? But
Okay.
next time be on there,
I mean,
I tell him to hook up.
I do have a different fellowship that I agree with, so to speak. So like the people who I'm getting baptized with, I don't feel any bad feelings of jealousy towards them. So I
Right.
think I'm good if none of you can come. But it's thank you so much for offering.
It's all good,
Uh,
Duster.
Okay.
AB Duster.
Let me see
Uh,
what's appreciate it too, Duster Buster, right? Who was next? You Roar or you Deuce Deuce? I don't know who was next.
Right next.
You was next, Deuce to Dust to Deuce.
Nah, I think Roar and I think Roar is before me and Ariel.
Oh, okay. Okay. Roar, I need you to read a verse out the Bible for me.
Okay.
I need you to read Jeremiah 51 and 38. I want to see if you're gonna catch what's in there. Jeremiah 51:38.
They shall roar together like lions.
Yep.
They shall yell as lions whelps.
They shall roar. That's you. They shall roar together. Like
I have a
lions.
question
What's going on
on
with you, Roar? What's your question?
Ephesians 5. That's oh gosh, bro. That's still
Ephesians
convicting
5.
me to this day.
What
Ephesians
about the
5,
Jets?
bro. Yes. Yes.
I did a whole class on
Yes.
that, Roar. Roar, I did a
Yeah, I
whole
need
class on that.
I need another class on it.
You don't need another class. You just got to
Or
redigest what you already ate.
or a class on how reading the word
Mm-hmm.
changes or something like that. Like you need to read the word in order to truly be a Christian. Or read the word for a relationship.
And live it. I just read it.
Yeah,
Read it
read it
and live
and
it.
live it.
Yeah. So you want a class about reading and living the word? That's what you saying?
Mhm.
I can do that for you, Roar. And I know you'll show up. See, and I do requests for people who I know actually show up to hear the class. I had a policy back in the day, or you remember this a long time ago. People would request me to do a class, didn't even show up the next week to hear it. So I stopped doing requests for a long time. But I'll do that for you, Roar. In other words, don't
Yeah,
just read it, but actually live it. Right?
yeah. Yeah, check your DM. Sent you
Me?
some
Me?
like specialty. Yeah.
Oh, it just popped out. Let me see. Roar, you gonna quit tempting me, man.
Yeah.
I ain't messing with you, Roar. Them things look good. What are those, by the way?
Yes, sir.
What are them?
Got the one in the red container. That's a spicy,
Right?
sweet barbecue.
Right? And the other
No,
one
no,
on the
the one
left?
on the left is the spicy sweet. The one that's on the brown table, that's the spicy sweet barbecue.
You
And
gonna
the
have to
one on
invite
the
me over for
left,
dinner one day. Roy, you gonna have to invite me over for dinner and quit playing, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna come in there
left,
with nothing. I ain't bringing nothing but my appetite too, just letting you know.
not gonna eat for a couple of days.
That's it. They're gonna come to eat up all that man food. I ain't bringing nothing but my appetite. Just gonna let you know.
Yes,
I just
sir.
brought you up though. But I got you though, Roy, man. Don't worry about that. I got you. All right,
Please. Well, no, where can you send the class about the jesting?
sir.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Where's the
Somebody put
class?
me down.
I didn't put you down. Nobody put you down, Oreo. You just dropped. I'm the only one that can put you
Oh,
down. You just dropped.
I probably pressed the wrong button. But I just wanted to say
Where
if Duster is still here, shout outs to Duster. Thank you for being vulnerable, open, and honest about your situation. That's always good. That's the first step to getting over your situation. So shout outs to Duster for that. But that's all.
And he shows up every week too. Does to be dedicated every week too, Oreo.
yeah, the crew stuff?
Go ahead, Deuce
The
Deuce.
crew it
What you got,
depends.
Deuce Deuce? Oh, were you done, Roar?
No, I was not. You just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
cut me off
Continue,
like
Roar.
that?
Continue, Roar, Rory.
Yeah,
Continue.
yeah, but like the crew stuff, man, it really depends where you at. Cause the one at my school, they were actually like in it. They were in the word. And I think that more people need to be in the word and not just be uh the easy ramp into it. Because then those people that don't know Christianity, they'll think that it's just accept them into your heart and you can keep going. But no, it's not how it is. It's gonna be hard. And that's why few make it. That's why the road is so narrow. Because people don't want to give up their whole lifestyle. People don't want to let the dead bury the dead. They don't want to do that. They don't
Mm.
want to truly be in the word. That's why it's really hard because you gotta stay in the word. That's how you build a relationship in obedience. Be ye therefore perfect. You gotta be obedient. That's perfection. Obedience is perfection. You gotta be like what's his name? What's old dude? Old dude, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody died, but don't kill him because Satan thought he would leave. He would not be loyal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know what they're teaching at the Tampa campus, but it's not. Maybe you should invite some of the people at the Tampa campus into the Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot of
because I
people, like
invited
I
some
tell
people in
y'all,
here.
this is an advanced Bible study. Make sure y'all let them know that before y'all bring them out, right? Because a lot of people gonna think you just bringing them to just another Sunday Bible study. Make sure y'all let them know before they hit the door. Yo, this is advanced stuff. That's what y'all study over here. I hope people as my regulars, if you show up every week, I really do hope you're taking notes and learning this stuff so you can show it to other people, right? I really do hope y'all are doing that. And as for you, Mr. Roar, I got you, and I'm glad about what you said. Roar is another example of somebody who is convicted. Like he really do cares if he gets this right. He worries about that. That's how I know that he's serious because when he messes up, like when I've never seen him mess up, like he just testifies to the stuff that he does. But when he does it, he feels convicted by it and he wants to better himself. That's how you know, like people say, how do I know if I still care if I'm still in this? Because you're worried about it. That's how this word works. If you worried about it, not worried like fretting over it, but worry that you're if you care or not. If you worrying that you care, you care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't worry about it. And that's how y'all do with everything else. If you don't worry about it, you don't care about it. That's just the way it is, right? But we finna move on to the last person, Deuce.
Wait, 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 wait,
Hold
wait.
on, hold on. One more thing, Roy. Then I'm gonna move on to Dust to Deuce, Deuce to
Where
Dust. What else you got?
where is this? Where is this jesting class? Is it on Blog Talk Radio? Where is it at?
Yes, yes. I don't remember the name of it. I did it. I did it here. I remember doing it since we've been on Discord. I just don't remember the name of it. You got to forgive me for that. But if it's on here,
So
it's on
how?
Blog Talk.
So how am I gonna find the name of the class if it's
It's in the title.
every week?
What you do is
What
you
you
go
do?
on Blog Talk. Yeah, you go on Blog Talk, right? And then you
Yeah, I'm on
start,
Blog Talk.
uh, and then you start going backwards from our most recent to the late to like the most early. If you do that, I'm telling you, in one of them, 'cause I remember I put that in the title somewhere because I went to that very verse. You'll know by the title. And once, if you come across the title and you wondering if that could be it, post it in the chat and be like, Josh, is this it? Because I remember once I heard the title. Because I remember I did a whole class talking about like being serious. Somebody else in the chat might remember too. But I did a whole class on it. All right,
All
War?
right. Until I
Warrior.
read, hope was just a word.
I did not send him down, y'all. He dropped himself. I did not do that. I was gonna let him sing whatever the whole party was gonna sing. I did not drop him down. He did that to himself. Rush the deuce, deuce the dust. That song get in everybody's head. That song that y'all hear every week. That is by the late great elder David. You follow what I'm saying? That is the official "We Are About" start the class song. You follow what I'm saying? That's the elder of ABT. That's my elder. You follow what I'm saying? Like elder teacher. You follow what I'm saying? That's what that is, right? Now, Dust the Deuce, Deuce the Dust, what's going on, man? Talk
What's
to
up?
me. Deuce,
What's up? How
Dust,
you
Deuce.
doing? How you doing?
I'm blessed, man. How you doing?
Yes, blessed and highly favored.
I hear that.
I was I was wondering, um, as for the churches when Paul's writing the letters to the churches, right? I get
Mm-hmm.
how like we were always supposed to have church on Saturday. But I wanted to know, like, how come, if there is, like, how come there's no inclination, like, when reading these letters that they were supposed to have a holy convocation on Saturday or on the Sabbath?
The letters don't mention a holy convocation on any day, but the book of Acts tells you what Paul was doing with these churches that he set up. And what does it say he was doing in the book of Acts?
It says, I thought he was just trying to set them up, like, share the gospel or whatever.
Yeah, but what was he also doing while he was sharing up? He was keeping the Sabbath. Tell you all through the book of Acts
Oh
several
yeah,
times,
yeah.
right? In First Corinthians, what is First Corinthians? That's a letter, right?
Yes,
Why would Paul write them a letter talking about Sabbath observance?
because
Like, why would
I'm not sure. Like when you ask me that question, I think of when he wrote the letter to the Colossians, and he said like these are a shadow of things to come. Like he mentioned keeping
he said, let nobody judge you in
yeah,
those things? That
yes.
means there was something concerning that going on.
Okay, so you're
See,
saying
Paul, see,
so you're
Paul was
saying
a very straightforward guy. Paul didn't talk about stuff unless it was an issue.
hmm
That's when Paul talked about most of the stuff, other than just the general encouraging people, warning people and stuff. Paul didn't talk about stuff unless it was an issue. When idolatry was an issue, he addressed it.
yeah.
Sabbath observance wasn't an issue.
Mhm. Okay, so it
And
wasn't so
and what else did Paul talk about? Did Paul put in every letter about, I don't know, not taking God's name in vain?
no, because it wasn't
Why did he
church.
wasn't an issue? Wasn't an issue, right?
Yeah,
That's all. See, a lot of people get into the understanding that the epistles were a letter or letters of a bunch of do's and don'ts.
yeah,
That's not what the epistles are. The
yeah.
epistles are just addressing things that were going on in the church, things that needed to change, and encouragement mostly.
Yeah, because when you say that, like, because before I started reading the Bible, when you hear Old and New Testament, you just think that the Bible just split up in half, and that one is for the old people, and then the other is for the new, right? So like, I feel
Right.
like that name is misleading because when I read the Bible, I'm like, well, the Old Testament just looks like the law, like the instruction, right? And what
Mhm.
prophets taught us, and then the New Testament was just how believers are supposed to conduct themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. You know,
So,
what's misleading is when you read your Bible,
uh-huh.
there's only a single page turn between the last chapter in Malachi and the first chapter in Matthew.
Yes.
But how many years exist between those two individuals?
400.
400,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
It's a lot can happen in 400 years. You turned the page in 2 seconds, but that's 400 years you just turned,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The New Testament is a book that is written towards an audience
I
that the
already know
authors
the Old Testament.
understood they
Yeah.
already know,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
That's what it is. Like that's you ain't gonna get to the New Testament see a bunch of do's and don'ts.
Yeah.
That's just not what it is.
Yeah.
It'll
So,
mention some stuff,
uh-huh.
but if you got to already know about it, like the New Testament mentions the Feast of Tabernacles. It
Yes.
don't tell you to keep it because they're keeping it in the New Testament.
Yeah.
But how would you even know what that is?
Unless you can only know what it is if you read the law, the Torah.
Exactly. And that's how the New Testament is. The New Testament gives information out like you already know what we're talking about. It don't stop and explain the do's and don'ts and the ins and outs of a commandment. It's written to a people that already know. Can you imagine if you went to school, Deuce, and you went to an advanced class, and every time your teacher got to an advanced concept, he stopped and rehashed the same old do's and don'ts of the basics of that class? He
Yeah,
never get anywhere.
it wouldn't make any sense. Like that's how I was thinking about it because I put it to like a math term in my head. Because when I'm reading the Bible, I try to and like I try to rationalize how people could like either twist this scripture or how like they can just not know it's in the Bible when you say that you're in the Word for 20 plus years. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
like so like I was like, bro, this is like going to an algebra class in high school, right? And
Right.
just because we don't start out how addition goes about, that doesn't mean that we don't use addition, right? Because we're doing a lot of just division and multiplication. But when there's a addition coming in, they already assume that you know how to do it, right?
Mm-hmm. That's how they do.
So
Yes. They
yeah.
like when you walk into an algebra class, or if you walk into any class in a college or university that's advanced, they're not going to rehash the very beginning of the stuff. They're going to assume if you're in this class, you already know.
Yeah.
That's how it is with the New Testament. A lot of Christians don't know that. A lot of, well, why isn't the Sabbath commandment mentioned in the New Testament like a commandment? Because it had already been mentioned to death from
But
Exodus to Malachi.
but doesn't like don't have like no other gods before me? Is that not that's not in the New Testament, is it?
It's implied in there, but no, the direct commandment like that, no.
That's what I'm saying. So like we can have other gods before us now. And
Well, I mean,
like
if it tells you that only Jesus Christ is your Lord and so, like, it's not worded like that, but yeah, it's in there, right?
right, but yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. But the other ones are like Paul and Jesus directly quoted Isaiah or not Isaiah Exodus chapter 20 and Deuteronomy chapter 5 when they said
Yes.
honor father and mother and stuff like that. But they directly quoted
Hmm.
that before, then directly quote God, don't have any other gods before me. Now we got I have gods before us. You know what I'm saying? Other gods.
Right,
But
right.
like that's
See,
mhm.
they see a lot of time people think that Paul or Jesus, they gonna sit there and go through that whole think of it like this. And this will make me laugh, right? We're all over here in America, most of us. Do all of y'all listening right now who live in America, do y'all have every American law memorized by heart?
I don't know
Let me
one.
know in the chat.
I don't know
You
one by
don't.
memory.
Yes, you do. Don't run a
No,
red light. Stop at a
I'm
stop
saying
sign.
okay, no, you're right. I was just saying like how it's like written, but yeah, you're right.
Right.
Well, yeah,
We don't know all of them. But let me ask you a question. Say if you did know all of them, dudes, by heart, is every time somebody asks you a question about one of them, are you gonna start reciting every single one of them?
no, because that's pointless.
And time consuming,
Yeah, it's
especially if you're talking to somebody who you know already know them.
yeah, and I was gonna say it's pointless because like it was already talked about like all through your youth growing up, right? Same thing in the Old Testament. It's talked about all throughout the Old Testament. Why rehash it again?
Right. That's the thing. By the time you get to the New Testament, you're dealing with a whole group of people that been there, done that. We already know. Only thing the New Testament will do is mention it. But
Yeah,
it's not going to get into the do's and don'ts of it because you already know. Christians
yeah,
don't understand it. So Christians be like, well, if the Sabbath was so important, why didn't Jesus command it in the New Testament? Because it had already been commanded a billion times. By the time you get to the New Testament, if it mentions it, you already know. If it mentions it and it says Jesus or anybody else is doing it, that's them carrying it out. Even in the Old Testament, after a while, it mentions them doing stuff that's in the law and they don't even put the do's and don'ts with it. We just know.
yeah.
You
And
follow
the
what I'm saying?
yes, and the reason why like I'm so frustrated, right? Is because when I tried to bring out to my mother, right, that Christmas is condemned in the Bible, right? And I tried to read her Isaiah before or not Isaiah, Jeremiah. Before I could even start reading, she said, that's in the Old Testament. And I'm like, if it's in the Bible, it's in the Bible. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like that's what's so crazy to me. And I'm like, bro, they're really trying to abolish the law when Jesus said he didn't come to do that. And it's even crazier because I'm just, just going through my house and I'm trying to I think I'm trying to find something. In one of the drawers, there was just a New Testament Bible. It was just Matthew to Revelations. It was no Old Testament in it.
There's Matthew to Revelation. Yes, they make Bibles like that.
That's
And
crazy.
some of them got just I've seen Bibles with just the New Testament and the Book of Psalms in it.
That's what?
Yes, he just got the New Testament and the Book of Psalms. And
Hey, hey,
Psalms is still widely
I was about to say,
regarded in the church.
hey, I was about to say, bro, Josh, though, they would have to take out Psalm chapter 119 because 119 that it only talks about the commandments. And you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they don't look at it like that. They just see Psalm as a praise book.
Yeah, it's bro, it's crazy, bro.
That's why
Like,
the Sunday church fellowship, they got their hands down, right? But that's just about the only thing I can give to the Sunday church. Fellowship. In fact, that's 95% of the reason most people go to church for fellowship.
yeah, because she was saying I need to be
They
around
sure
other.
ain't learning anything,
Yeah, and
right?
yes,
And
and
entertainment, jump around, act a fool. But that's mostly the black church, though. They do a little bit in the white church, but that's mostly the black church.
yeah, and and the reason why I'm like just getting frustrated because I'm really trying to I've already been studying the Bible, under you and stuff like that. But I've really been trying to go harder in on studying it and reading it because I started my own little Bible study group with these younger guys at this college. So I'm trying to really, really dive deep into this so I can give them as much as possible. But
Mhm.
it just be things that just jump out to me when I'm reading, like, how do you not see this or how do you twist this? You know what I'm saying? To your own doctrine. Like that's
Because these people are not going to church to really learn. Look at what the Reuben posted in the chat. Look at this woman carrying on like this,
bro.
bowing like you would think she just performed on stage and she just giving a bow like take a bow. But that's
Nope.
not what's going on here. Why is she doing that? Somebody show me in the Bible where anybody reacted like this.
No one.
Look at the
Or
memes.
no,
Like this stuff has
no,
got so ridiculous. People
no.
they've been memed.
I was about to say, you know who did?
Who?
That guy with Legion in him.
Right. Look at this guy right here, dancing around carrying those. Look, they posting it in the chat. They all know what time it is. Look at this.
I see it, bro. We are many.
This right here, y'all. This is what passes for Christianity today. That
Bro,
they
this
post. Just look at all the gifts, not the memes, but the gifts, because gifts move, memes don't. Right? Look at all these gifts that they are posting in the chat to show y'all how. And these are actual. Nobody's mocking them. This is what they actually do. This is what they do. And y'all want me to go back to that. And not y'all. When I say y'all, I ain't talking about my people in here. I'm talking about people. Look at this. This is church. Somebody show me anywhere in the Bible. You get $500 right now. You show me the apostles teaching, hitting people and knocking them out with jackets and all of that. Show me that. This is a joke. Everybody in that church, stupid. Everybody in these churches, stupid. I'm not even talking about the doctrine. I ain't even talking about doctrine. Look at this. She jogging. She doing victory laps.
Wait, I didn't know it was this bad. Cause
You didn't know it was
when
this
I
bad? Where you been? Look at this. This cat knocking people over with the Jedi Force. Look at him. He point to them, they fall over like dominoes. This is ridiculous. They need to
no,
stop this.
no, because I tell you, John, I listen to about two of your past classes almost every day, and
Y'all
I
think I
just
be
look, and I be
look at this
hearing
guy
you.
right here.
Oh my gosh, I be hearing you
These
say,
people, these people are freaking ridiculous.
no, because
Look at the
look,
guy on the stage going around in the circle. Look at this guy just circling the mic like that. He just I don't even know what's going on with him. You see the guy
bro,
just circling, going in perfect circles like that.
yes, yes,
They should be playing that musical part, you know what I'm saying, merry-go-round.
Yeah.
The pot goes the whistle. Look at this woman
Yeah.
sitting right here in the pews right here. Look at
No,
her.
this no, bro. How the heck do they, bro? How do y'all have these on deck, bro? Seriously,
They're
cause
easy. You can just pull them up. They're easy. Look at big boy
bro.
right here. He need to keep jumping though. He don't need to ever stop.
Wait, cause
I ain't mad at him doing it. He just don't do it enough.
wait,
He don't
no,
do it
cause
enough.
bro, Josh, when I hear you be bashing at Christian church, cause like I said, I listen to about two of your your sermons every day. And I be hearing you bash the Christian church, and you be like, man, they be foaming at the mouth, this and this and that. This ain't the Holy Spirit. That's
The Holy
Lee.
Spirit don't make us do this, dudes. Look at this crap. This is
Bro,
an embarrassment.
bro, you can't laugh at this though, like,
Yeah, I can laugh at it because it's not real.
bro,
Look at these people.
she's having a
This,
seizure. The lady in purple.
yes, yes, that's a demon. Demons make people act like this. The Holy Spirit doesn't do this. Look at this dude
Bro,
right here. That ain't the Holy Spirit. Somebody show me where the Holy Spirit made anybody do that.
bro, oh my
And they
gosh.
mad at me. Sitting here teaching y'all. We opening up Bible and stuff. This fool right here.
Brother Josh, I'm typing in Holy Ghost to find some of these too.
Exactly. They all fall under Holy Ghost. This is not the Holy Ghost.
Bro,
It's some
I
kind
didn't,
of other ghost.
I didn't, I didn't know it was this bad, bro. Oh my.
Solo Nation. Solo will tell you when we was going we had a session. I was showing him all this stuff. We
Bro,
look at
what?
this. Look at this dude right here. Look at him. Did it look like the Holy Ghost to y'all, or did it look like demons? What does it look like to y'all?
Oh, this is
Look at this
bad,
guy
bro.
right here. These people got demons in them. This ain't no Holy Ghost.
This is bad, bro.
And
Okay.
this is what people
Wait,
is what people try to come up in here and try to say we need to go to that.
wait. Okay. So, well, first off, yeah, no, but I like, and that's my question. Like, can God use the Sunday church? Because I see like people
God can use any and everything, but this ain't say what is this? What I'm just asking, when you see this, what about this makes you want to come to God? It make me want to go to the club, but
yeah,
what does it mean? What about this make you want to come to God?
that's what I'm saying. Like that this right here, right, is a perfect representation why I feel like that most people are
They got a whole
converted.
look, they got a whole look at that. They got a whole chain on there. Look at them. They got a whole
Bro,
I
that's
seen that right there. I saw the video. You said I'm tired of this church.
yeah, bro. Cause okay, so cause my thing was like I this is why I feel like Islam is the fastest growing religion because Christianity doesn't even know what Christianity is. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not doing it right. You feel me?
What this is, if y'all want to see where they got this from, go back and you mainly see this because see, black folks were doing this stuff first. And I don't, white folks copy black folks, but some of our stuff y'all don't need to copy. And we
Mm,
copy y'all too.
mm,
We copy y'all too. Everybody, I tell y'all all the time, man, everybody are culture vultures. We're all culture vultures. We all bite off of each other, right?
mm,
And any sister that don't agree with that, take that wig off. You know what I'm saying? Take that blonde, that blonde wig you like to wear that don't naturally grow out your hair. You got that from white girls. I don't got
yeah.
a problem with that. Y'all heard me. Y'all heard me say all the time, brother Josh don't judge, right? I don't care what color you want to make your hair, long as it match everything else you got on. Coordinate. I'm all about coordination, not coloration, just coordination. You want to wear a blue wig? You want to wear a blue wig? Fine, but you better have some blue on somewhere, like a blue dress, some blue shoes.
Blue
Coordinate.
nails.
Exactly. I just want you to coordinate. Don't just walk in the house with a freaking blue wig on and a Target shirt. That's what I see. I be going to
The
Target. She got on her Target uniform, the red shirt, some black pants, some black shoes, and just a blue wig. I'm like, what part of you would just throw a blue wig on top of that ensemble?
Mhm.
That's what made me wonder. Like, coordinate. You work at Target, put a red wig on to match your shirt. or a black wig to match your pants or whatever. Why would you just throw a random blue wig on top of that ensemble? That's all I ask. A lot of guys, black guys, they want women to be all natural. And I prefer natural. I ain't got no problem with
Me
that.
too. Me
Or,
too.
braids or whatever. I don't have a problem. I'm on the record. I've been saying this before. I don't have a problem with women wanting to color their hair any kind of color. It all look nice to me if you coordinate it. Y'all will never see me look. I know some black dudes, they dye their hair. That's cool too, especially the one with the locks. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. But you ain't gonna ever see me come here and I just got some burgundy twist on top of my head and because they burgundy. No,
Do you
coordinate. That's all I ask.
do you think Jesus had locks? Because that's what I thought.
I don't know. I don't
Because
know. He could have had an afro.
yeah, because I was like
He
thinking
could have had
about
some
like
twists. He could have had his hair matted. I don't know.
because I was thinking about the law where it says don't shave your head. Obviously, we know it was for demons or whatever, but there's a lot of Jews today, and I'm guessing it was back then as well, where they just don't cut their hair at all, and they just leave it grow as long as possible. You know what I'm saying? So, I thought maybe that would be brought up in the gospel. I know it's not, but that's why I was asking. Maybe he had locks because he probably never cut his hair.
Right. I mean, but Deuce, am I being unreasonable just to ask the women to coordinate? The
No,
women, y'all tell me in the chat, any women in the chat, am I being unreasonable just ask for some coordination? I want to hear from the ladies. Y'all tell me, am I being unreasonable? Is that wrong? Y'all let me know if I'm being unfair. I know we ain't got that many women listening in, most of the dudes left, but I'm just saying, am I being wrong? Just ask for some coordination? Match? You know what I'm saying? Let you be with your girl and you come out of the house tacky like that. She'll eat you alive. Bro, what you think you doing? But you just can wear a blue wig because. You know what I'm saying? Just because. Not because you finna wear a blue dress or some blue shoes with it. I'm just finna throw a blue wig on. Why?
crazy.
Coordinate.
Yep.
Well, let me get to my guy
Um,
Dusty AC
wait,
Deuce to
wait,
Dust.
wait. Can I get just one question in?
What's up, Deuce Dust?
Um, Matthew chapter 23 verse 5.
Matthew what?
Matthew chapter 23 verse 5.
What about it?
Um, I was wondering because it says like obviously Jesus was talking about people who do things to boast, like about their religion, right? It says you have these big old boxes. You try to make these big boxes to keep obviously your scriptures in, and then you have the tassels.
Phylacteries. You're talking about the phylacteries. That's
Yeah,
what they're
yeah,
called.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The phylacteries, right? They were super
Mm-hmm.
wide. I'm saying to boast, oh, look how much scripture I have, or how much scripture I know. And then the tassels,
Mm-hmm.
obviously talking about the tassels talking about in Numbers chapter whatever the book of
15.
Numbers, yeah, 15,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it says they try to have it, them super super long to show them how righteous they are, right? So I was wondering, would it be a sin to have them short, like for them not to show?
No, what Jesus was getting at was how people made these things extra big so they could be noticed.
Mhm.
That's what his point was. He said they made wide their phylacteries and brought in the borders of their garments. They were trying to do it. Think of it like this: if a Christian wore an extra big cross, just trying to draw attention. That's what he was talking about.
I mean, I see a Christian at my school that has an extra big cross on his chain for whatever reason.
Yeah,
Um,
just trying to draw attention. That's what they were doing back then.
yeah, I don't know what it says in the KJV, but in NIV it says the tassels on their garments long, like they make their tassels on their garments long.
Right, like
So
extra long to try to,
yeah, yes,
be seen.
so when
Going
you
overboard.
yeah, so when you have your tassels on, like you wear yours every day.
Hmm.
Can people see them or
They're supposed to be visible, bro.
they're supposed to be?
Yeah, what Jesus wasn't saying, don't make them visible. In
Mhm.
the law, it tells you to put them on so you can look upon them. They're
Right.
meant to be
So
seen. Jesus' point was that's all he was saying, Deuce, was you doing extra just to be seen. Like if God told you to fast on the Day of Atonement, you try to fast 3 and 4 days just to show out. You're doing extra just to show out. That's what he was
so
saying the Pharisees were doing.
so okay. So what's the difference between the tassels like that you have and what I see these Israelite brothers wearing on like their entirety of their shirt? Like it goes all around. What's the
Because
difference?
they invented that style. That is a one West Hebrew invention of the tassels. The way we wear them are as described in the Bible. They don't have a twisting thread of blue. They just got them going all around. You don't see any discerning colors between the two. They just have a tassel. They made theirs like a pillowcase. I like that design personally. I like it, but that's not the way he told us to do it.
So is that a sin to wear like that?
It's not a sin to wear it like that. It's a sin to wear it like that and not wear it the right way.
So they just have it
I've
like
seen
that.
Israelites wearing both at the same time. They wear that and they wear it the right way.
Okay. Cause I need to get some tassels. I know I need to get
Your
some.
tassels
Uh,
are supposed to look like this design right here.
I,
Twisted thread of blue.
I
Coral
can't.
and Nautica sells them.
Yeah, you're wait, does Nautica have a what is it called? Like a store or something, like an online store?
No, but Coral has a link. See,
It's
this how they look like this.
your video is still messing up. It's been messing up the whole class.
Oh yeah, he showed. Yeah, man, my bad.
Yeah, no,
Can anybody see my video? Am I just still frozen?
you're
My
still like
camera frozen.
it's still
God
like
dang.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
complications all week.
you good,
But
but
Coral, if Coral's in the chat or somebody post a link so he can get them.
yeah, because
Coral done already left.
I definitely need them, man, because that's like one of like the sins like that I know I can just change right away. You know what I'm saying? That I
See,
don't
right
have.
now, Dusty. Dusty just posted in the chat. I knew somebody was gonna have it. See, that's what they look like.
I appreciate you, man.
Those the ones you want.
And you can have any color
It has to have a twisting. It has to have a twisting thread of blue. You can have any combination of colors as long as it got that blue in there. That's what the commandment says.
or purple. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying? Because
or
blue and purple,
purple because in the Bible, blue and purple are interchangeable.
yeah, it's like the
Yes.
same color. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you.
No problem.
You have a good one.
And last is gonna be Dusty ACABT Dustin Tosh. Dang, bro. Dustin Tosh. We get it. You Dusty.
What's 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 good, man, Cedric?
what, what's going on with you, Dusty?
Before I get
Mr. Cedric here. Mr. Cedric here. What's going on?
before I get to my question, I just wanted to like let people know there was like a whole YouTube series. It was called "The Black Church Is Nothing But a Clown Show," and it was like 7 parts, and they was just like showcasing clips of like people tweaking out in the black church. I'm pretty
Yep.
sure it was crazy, like a whole 7 part.
It's a minstrel show, bro. Look at what a minstrel show is. Look that up.
A
Just
minstrel
Google that.
show.
Minstrel. Not like menstrual cycle with an I, spelled with an I. M-I. It probably come up before you even finish typing it. But that's your own little personal research. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like
Anybody want these fringes, y'all better get with your girl Coral. That's I got some Nautica make them too, but Nautica ain't online right now to give her info. So, you
is
know.
it blackface, brother Josh? I looked it up.
Sir, say it again.
Is it blackface?
Yes. Related. Yes.
Yeah, but I was going to ask you because I heard you say the RAR that you be or that you would take like class requests. Like if you
Yeah.
show up to see them, I'll show up. Could you do a
Mhm.
class like that's like a comparison between the love we should have for like our brethren and the love we should have for just like unbelievers, people in general?
Well, I kind of did that class last week when I did the perfect hatred class. Were you here?
Yeah, I was here.
Remember what it means, the perfect hatred, like the mindset we're supposed to have for wicked people, unbelievers. Like we
Yeah.
want nothing to do with them. Remember all the stuff I was saying? You took notes during that class,
Yes, I did.
right? So how would you treat them versus how would you treat a believer?
With my brother or my sister, I would definitely want to be around them for fellowship.
Mhm.
With them.
Exactly. You want Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
And with the wicked person, I wouldn't want to really be around them at all.
Exactly. Right. And if you ain't gonna really be around them at all, like that's a form of treatment. That's you're being disgusted by them. You want nothing to do with them. That's what that is. But if you want a class showing more so on how that love is supposed to be demonstrated, I can do that.
Yeah, yes, because I've thought about this before. I'm pretty sure. Cause I know it was in one class you did where we went to Ciroc and it was talking about like not showing, like supporting love to the wicked and
Oh, it was saying don't give anything to the wicked.
like anything at all.
Like don't help them. And it told you why. Because they'll use it to overthrow you. It was a certain type of wicked people.
The
Like,
homeless people, right?
hmm?
The homeless wicked people, right?
It is
Like
it didn't specifically say hungry, but it just used food. It said don't give any bread to the wicked, don't give anything to them.
so like the ones who are in need.
Well, no, somebody just on the corner in need. We're not just saying, oh, you're wicked, don't give them nothing. It's talking about somebody who you know to be away. If you read that whole thing in context, I had somebody try to throw that at me and try to say, see, the Apocrypha goes against the Bible. It said you're supposed to, do this for the wicked, and that's going against the Bible. No, if you read that whole thing down, you will see that it's talking about a certain kind of wicked person and a wicked person that you know. Most of us don't know the homeless people on the street, do we?
No,
When you pass a homeless person, they ask for some food. Do you know them? Like, did you go to high school with bro or
no.
anything? No, you just help them. The one in Sea Rock is talking about somebody who you know to be wicked. Like for instance, I give a perfect example. Uh, if somebody was on the run from the law, from attempting to kill your mother, they didn't do it. They just attempted murder, and they being chased by the police. You run into him in an alley. He don't even know that you're the son of the woman he tried to kill. Hey man, I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat? What you gonna do?
And I know that's the guy that
And
attempted
you
to
know
kill my.
that's the guy. Yes, you know that's him. Like you know that's him. Yes.
And we in the alley. Nobody can see us.
Like he just running. Well, I'm not saying what you're gonna do to him. I'm just saying if he try to get you to give him something to eat. I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
asking.
he's not getting no food. I might give him a Popeye's biscuit to dry his mouth up, but he's not getting no good food.
You gonna give him that 2-piece?
That's what I said. Nobody can see us. That's what
You
I'm
said
saying.
you just mentioned the biscuit. I'm just like, what about the 2-piece? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you gonna give him the 2-piece? You
No,
just mentioned I ain't never heard nobody just give him the biscuit.
the biscuit with no water.
Dang, bro.
The biscuit, no water.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? My son showed me the purpose of them biscuits. I didn't even think. He got some chicken strips and he made like little miniature sandwiches out of the chicken, out of the biscuits. I'm like, dang, I never would have thought of that. So that's what they for. Don't ever get no Popeye's biscuit just with the regular chicken. Like you said, you're gonna have dry mouth. But you get
Yeah.
them with the little chicken tenders, make a little sandwich out of that, put some barbecue sauce or something on that. See, I ain't even think about it. I'm looking at him like, dang, greedy people, they know how to invent stuff. Some of the best dishes we ever had was made by greedy people. Believe that. You don't learn how to cook just by like, that's enough. No, you got to be greedy to know how to cook. I'm just saying, man. Greedy people make the best stuff.
The
And
big
y'all
bag.
know I'm just playing. Ain't everybody greedy, but y'all know what I'm talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? They're about the only reason why I probably ever would marry a big lady because I know she know how to cook. You know what I'm
You
saying? She gon'
you
she
gonna
gonna keep you fed too.
you gonna mess around, turn out like her, eating all that good food.
I'm just saying they'll keep you fed. See, I'm gonna work it out though. I'm not just gonna be eating. I'm gonna have her working out too. But I'm telling y'all, don't underestimate the power of a woman who know her way in that kitchen. They'll get you there how you never want to leave. Like, dang man, I about to leave the other day. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, I'm about to put this meatloaf in the oven. You know, I think I can stay about one more day. You know what I'm saying? Make sure she know how to cook. And a
Yeah.
woman that know how to cook Spanish food. Oh my god, I bet you Elijah be eating good. You know, Coral, she's Spanish. I bet you Elijah be eating good. Coral, you know how to cook any Spanish foods, any Spanish dish? You know what I'm saying? Do you know your way in that kitchen a little bit? You're a seamstress because you know how to make those you know how to make those what you call it on those fringes. Oh, she requested to speak. I'm gonna bring her on up then. So I'll tell you, Josh. I can tell you better than I can type it. Raise your
Yeah,
hand.
exactly.
Go ahead.
Let's ask that gets fed daily. Do I know how to cook?
Okay.
Hey, Brother Josh, you did not lie. I said you did not lie at all. I am
How
definitely
about
blessed every single day.
she know her way around that
I've
kitchen?
had foods I don't even know how to pronounce the name of the food, but I know it's good. I
I'll
don't
tell
know
you like
what
this.
that is. I don't know what you did to it, but
Like, it's like, well, how you pronounce that? Enchilada? What? What it is? Or enchilada? Ew.
right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Horchita? What? You know what I'm saying? What you call this? Is?
Uh,
I can't pronounce it, but I can eat it.
yeah, I can remember. What I do sometimes is I'll try to think. We'll play a little game. Like I'm like, if which food would I have if I was on death row? Which one of these meals would I have? And I'd be playing like a game. Like I don't know, this one right here is really good, but that last one I had last night was spicy.
Mm. Let's see. If I was on death
Food.
row, my last meal would be an all you can eat restaurant.
Cheat code.
Uh, and I'm eating in the morning. I'm gonna be eating I'm gonna eat till it close. Y'all said I can have whatever I want. I want to eat at Golden Corral, and I want to start when it first open, and I want to take little bites. I'm gonna make them pissed. Don't give me a choice. You know what I'm saying?
And
Not give
you
me
got
a
to eat
choice.
slow too, so you can enjoy every
Gotta eat
bite
slow.
too. That's
I'm
another.
eating one grain of rice at a time. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Josh, have you
And
tried?
I'm cut them in
Quick,
half.
quick
What'd you
question:
say?
have you tried? It's something called barbacoa.
I've never even
It's a
heard of that. What
Mexican
is that?
dish. Isn't it lamb? Like
Yes,
they cook it in the ground. They cook it in the
yeah.
ground, but you
Yeah, they dig a hole and they it like the authentic way. You like dig a hole in the dirt, like in the
Oh
ground,
yeah.
and then they cook a whole lamb and they
Mm,
they lather the lamb with like their spices and stuff, and then
mm.
like the lamb cooks, and then they also put like a pot so it can catch like all the broth from the lamb, and they leave it to cook like all night long, and then in the morning you basically have it for breakfast. It is
I'm telling
like,
you.
when I tell you, that meat is tender.
I'm telling you, man. That
that'll make
if we talking about culture clashing, the only women I've come across that can rival black women in the kitchen are the Mexican women. I'm telling y'all. Call me racist if you want to. I don't care. I make racial jokes all the time. You know why? Y'all know why I make racial jokes? Because I really truly don't believe in race except the human race. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. I just really don't. You follow what I'm saying? Like that's why I be clowning. A lot of stuff is just circumstantial and cultural, right? But the reason why I do it
Yeah.
is because I don't want anybody feeling like one race is inferior to another. We're people. We're all the people of God. I tell people like this: if there was any real difference, we wouldn't be able to procreate together. If it was any real difference,
Mm.
you follow what I'm saying? Spanish women got the same thing black women got. They got the same thing. They do their monthly every month just like our women do, and any other woman on this planet. They all doing the same thing, right?
Mhm.
So I see everybody as the same. I don't really draw this. Now, there are some groups that deal with different stuff and slack off in other areas more than other groups and vice versa, but that's circumstantial. That's what that is. It ain't got nothing to do with you inherently being something. That's circumstantial. But at the end of the day, I really don't see color, y'all. I really don't. I don't see color. I don't see none of that crowd. I talk to everybody the same way. Have y'all noticed that? Do y'all ever see like I switch up when I'm talking to Buster or Duster or James Leggett. Don't it all sound the same? I talk to everybody the same way, man. You know, God gonna show us just how much we have in common on Judgment Day. He ain't gonna be like, well, since you black, Josh, I'm gonna burn you last. If you go to hell, he ain't gonna be like that. He gonna send us all. You know what I'm saying? If we wicked, he gonna let us all in if we righteous, right? I say this because there are race-based redemption
That's
religions
right.
out there, right? You got the KKK believing that, they'll get into the kingdom before anybody else because they're white. And you got black supremacist group, like some Hebrew Israelite groups, not all of them, because all of them don't believe that. That in fact, a small percentage of the one preach their racism stuff, but the ones that do, they believe that they're gonna get in the kingdom based off of them being Israelite. Everybody out there have some kind of race-based redemption doctrine. Like God gonna choose you because you're a certain race or a certain ethnicity group. That is ridiculous, right? So why
So,
everybody the
Josh, you
same?
don't believe in Black Lives Matter?
Hmm?
You don't believe in Black Lives Matter?
I don't believe in Black Lives Matter, the organization. How about that?
No, I'm just playing with you. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm just saying,
I
I'm just
agree.
saying the organization. I don't believe in the
Yeah,
organization,
I don't believe in that
right?
mess either.
Right? Do I believe? And you say do black? No, I don't believe in Black Lives Matter because all Black lives don't matter. Not to me. Yeah, y'all want to hear Josh out the dark? This is Josh out the dark. Do you think the guy who's out there on the corner selling drugs and destroying the community and having gang violence where little kids are taking stray shots? You think his life, just because he black, matters to me?
Mm-mm.
You follow
Nope.
what I'm saying? I don't
Nope.
believe in Black Lives Matter. I don't believe in White Lives Matter. I don't believe everybody's life matters anyway. I'm just
Yeah.
telling y'all the truth. Do y'all think all lives? How about this? Do y'all think all lives matter?
No.
Mm-mm. No.
I mean, period. I don't think all lives matter. Black, white. I think some people's life don't matter. See, when somebody says something matters, that means it's important. That's what that means. The only things that make things important is the value we put on them. That's why somebody can say it might not be important to you, Josh, but it's important to me. That's why people can say stuff like that. So you put a value on something to determine if it matters to you. So when you say something like Black Lives Matter, and then I go out into my community that I grew up in, and statistically speaking, Black people kill each other more than any other race kills them. You can't sell me on Black Lives Matter when we don't even believe that. Something's important to you, you don't, right? Black women have the highest abortion rate.
Mm.
Don't Black lives, do they matter?
Mm-hmm.
I don't fall for the okie doke. If you want to convince me that Black Lives Matter, stop Black people from murdering Black people at a higher rate than anybody else murders them.
Mm-hmm.
People
Ain't
talk
gonna
about
happen.
cops killing. People talk about cops killing blacks. Do you even know how many cops killed Black people this year? And then how many of those Black people were unarmed when they killed them? See, just because a cop kills a Black person, nobody asks any questions. Well, was the Black person trying to kill the cop? Now ask yourself, all this stuff is available online. Don't believe me. If you want to know about stuff like that, you can Google how many cops killed Black people for whatever year, and if the Black person was unarmed or not. And then you can reverse it and ask how many Black people killed cops. I talk about it all, y'all. I don't just talk about sensationalism. When you look at the statistics, Black people kill each other more than anybody else, and Black people kill cops more than cops kill Black people. Look this stuff up. Don't believe me.
This conversation went from barbacoa to BLM statistics.
Because we're talking about culture. We're talking about culture. And we just had an election. But, because I don't want nobody to walk around here thinking stuff racially that's inaccurate because misinformation breeds misjudgment. If I misinform you, then you're going to misjudge a situation based on that misinformation. I like y'all to be well informed about stuff so you won't mess up, right? Look at these people right now. I don't know if you heard me say this earlier. Look at all these people that hate Trump. But why do they hate Trump? Because they're afraid of him.
Yeah.
Why are they afraid of him? Because the media convinced them that he was some kind of monster. That's why they crying and breaking down. I'm gonna leave this country. Oh my goodness. We're done. We're done. Look, really? Like seriously.
Mhm.
I've never been this scared about somebody becoming president. What country do they think we live in? Even if Trump was this bad guy, the president does not have absolute power. What
Mhm.
is wrong with these people? Y'all thinking Trump just woke up one day and said, "Hey, I'm gonna get rid of the Constitution." He wouldn't last one day in the White House. You can't go against the Constitution. That's the way they got it set up. You got people thinking that you got black people that Trump is gonna bring back slavery. How? It's not constitutional now. How?
Yeah.
He can't change the Constitution. You idiot, you. Right? You just got scared. Come on. Learn about your country. Right?
Mhm.
They got people thinking this man finna take over the world. He's the president. He's not a dictator. We don't live in a dictator society. What is wrong with them? He can't just do whatever he wants to do. People think president mean I mean, these people are adults. Do y'all know anything about our country? Do y'all know what a monarchy is? A theocracy?
Mm.
A dictatorship? A republic? Does anybody know? This is basic sixth grade. What they call it? What they call it? Civics? I don't know what they call it now. What they call? Are you studying like politics and stuff?
For me, it was just a history.
Right. I think it's civics. Like I said, it's civics. Civics and government, something like that. I learned this stuff in the
Yeah.
sixth grade. You got grown men and women with children my age. So they my mama age. We're gonna become slaves tomorrow. First of all, oh my God, one black girl said we're gonna be slaves tomorrow. I'm like,
Yeah.
actual slavery did not happen overnight.
Mhm.
It take longer than a day just to round up some slaves, let alone enslave the whole nation. And these people got guns. What? It's unconstitutional. We just say stuff. All this stuff they were saying, I was like, this is wrong because it can't happen. I ain't even had to know anything about politics, Trump's policies, Kamala's policies. Some of these stuff people were having. I'm like, this just can't happen because this is not America. This ain't Cuba. Some of these people talking like they in Cuba. I think anybody who thinks America is this bad, they should be deported. Some even
Mhm.
people said they want to leave. So if he becomes president, I want to leave. Ooh, I love to see you try to survive in one of these other countries.
They ain't gonna leave.
People,
They're capping.
people,
They'll be here.
they ain't going nowhere. People sneak into
No.
America, not the other way around.
Did you see there was this video of this guy? He's like, "I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave America. I'm gonna go to Hawaii." Like,
And Hawaii is in America, idiot.
exactly. Like they don't even know basic geography. Like, what?
Right. You don't even know how far our jurisdiction go.
Yeah, I
You like,
genuinely
no, I'm
think
going to Alaska.
people. Yeah, I think that, like, the targeted people or like they're mentally ill. Like we're dealing with a mental illness where, I mean, you're fear mongered this whole time talking about he's a Nazi. I mean, you see this everywhere drilled into you. Why wouldn't you be
Right.
like shaking in your you're literally in a crisis of mental, illness,
Right.
unwellness.
Nobody in their right mind would think Trump is anything like Hitler.
Nothing.
At all.
Hitler was over the Holocaust. Hitler had 6 million plus Jews killed. This is who y'all are
Mhm.
comparing Trump to? Why? Because Trump wants you to stop murdering your babies? That was the main complaint I saw most women making. He's trying to stop our reproductive rights. First of all, you don't want to reproduce, so how's that a reproductive right? You want to kill the baby. Reproduce means to make babies. You don't want to make any babies. Y'all mad at Trump because Trump is saving the lives of baby blessings. Y'all hate this man. It's my body, it's my choice, said the Christian woman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Y'all hate this man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I'm glad God doing it because we beg y'all not to kill our babies, men, especially black men, because black men are married to the women that got the most abortions, black women. We beg y'all not to kill our babies or coerce you into doing it, right? Because we ain't just asked y'all not to, we also told y'all to. A lot of women, y'all know I keep it real. I go both ways with it. A lot of women aborted their babies because the baby daddy said, I don't want a baby.
Yeah.
In fact, if y'all really want to know the truth, y'all know it's Josh After Dark. Even though black women have the highest abortion rate, most abortions they get are done because the man has convinced them that either he won't be there or he will be there, but he wants you to get rid of that baby. Most black
That
women
them
actually
baby with
want to keep their babies.
baby boy. Uh-huh.
Yep. Most of them want to keep their babies. So it's not like they just out here, oh, we don't want no baby. No. Most black women want to keep their babies, but they don't feel like the man's gonna be around. And sometimes the man tells them, I don't want to have no baby. I don't want no. So they do it. Both of them are involved, but I'm not just gonna be out here just making it seem like these women just wake up wanting to murder babies. You follow what I'm saying? So it's some fault to be had on both sides. But my point is they're getting mad because Trump is making them do something that we can't ask them kindly not to do. If a black man jumps up or a white man, we ask the women, please don't abort our baby. My body, my choice. That's what they say. They repeat that. They love saying that, right? So now Trump don't jump up, and now he's making that a lot harder to do. So they're mad because like y'all gotta understand something. I told y'all this months ago. It's the fifth thing I don't say it, right? This whole feminist movement, right? They were behind Kamala. They didn't care if she was qualified. They didn't care if she inspired any kind of faith in leadership. They just were mad because a woman was not elected to rule over us. This is why they were mad. Why do y'all think that most of these people, when Kamala wasn't elected, they turned their anger on men? I seen a bunch of white women doing it. It wasn't just like they turned their anger on men. They're mad at men. One white woman said in the video, she said she saw two white guys walking by. She said, I don't even know if they voted for Trump. I just want to hurt them because they're men. I just want to bite them.
Try it.
They could have voted for Kamala.
What?
They could have voted for Kamala. Right? This is what they are really mad about. I seen some men freaking out too online, but it was mostly women. Why were these women throwing these fits like this? These are feminists. A lot of these women out here, they're undercover feminists. The reason why I know, did y'all see what else they were doing? There's something else I told y'all that's Corinthian culture. What else you saw them doing, Coral? These women. Anybody in the chat? I was
All
talking about
kind of
Corinthian culture. Got something to do with hair.
They're cutting their hair.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
As a sign of what? What I tell you they did it for?
Rebellion.
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 Mm-hmm.
I just told y'all that one last week. Because somebody asked me the question about First Corinthians, remember?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I said, and I was telling them that I said in Corinthian culture, women with short hair, they would cut it like they're rebelling. Go online right now. Google it on YouTube right now. You got all these women cutting their hair short
Well,
as a sign of rebellion against men. I gave y'all that one last week. And what turns around and happens after the election again? I keep telling y'all, this like I ain't trying to keep score, but I am. Right? This the fifth thing I don't told y'all. And somebody in the chat one time, they were just Listen, all the stuff that I don't say that I don't predict it right. I told y'all about the Lizzo. I told you that trigger happy class I did, right? You feel me? Everything and anybody who talks to me about this, I told people months ago that Trump was going to win. And I said it was going to be by a landslide. I predicted that too.
And it,
And guess when I figured that one out? When Trump first survived his first assassination attempt, I said they just handed him the election. I was sitting there watching it with my mama. I said they just handed him the election. She said, "Why you say that?" I said, "If he survives this, he's the underdog,
yep.
right?
Hmm.
Do you know how many
Especially
people
how he
flipped over?
presented it. Yeah.
Right?
The fight speech. Yeah.
Yes."
Evelyn.
And Kamala, so stupid, she didn't even capitalize on that the right way. I keep telling people, if I was Kamala's campaign manager, she would have beat Trump. They should have hired me if they wanted her to win. She would
How
have
how
smoked Trump.
how would you have capitalized on that moment, brother Josh?
I would have had Kamala make sure she get on camera, her going to the hospital, following Trump, asking him if he's okay. You know what I'm saying? Crying. Hey, throw some tears in there. Oh my God, I can't believe they tried to do that for you. Real sympathetic. Then come out the next day and just put the whole Democratic Party on blast. Her own people. If they think
Hmm.
that's the way to get me in the White House. I would have told her to tell these people, violence, this ain't the way we do this. I don't want to beat Trump this way. I want to beat him. I want to beat a healthy, conscious Trump. I want to beat him at his best. I don't want anybody to say I only got elected because Trump got shot. And I would have always been telling people our hearts and our prayers are with Trump. Sometimes we get a little heated when we get these elections going, but I really care about my brother. I was one of the first people that called him when he got shot. Y'all prayers up. I would have had my whole Democratic Party saying stuff like prayers up for Trump, all of that.
Yep.
She would have took advantage of that and she would have shown some kind of sportsmanship and at the same time genuine care for her opponent. She would have took the it being personal out of it and just made it about the better person for the job. But at the same time, she would have shown that I don't hate this man. I just think I'm better for the job than him. Right? She didn't do that. She didn't do that. I also would have had Kamala out there after that telling everybody like love. Like these people, I would have been like, because the way they panned the campaign, the way they spend it, is that Republicans are the enemy. Right? That made
Mhm.
Republicans, the Republican side, that made them feel the ways. See, what made Trump win is Trump was dipping in her side of the pot. He was flipping Democrats. See, Democrats voted for Trump. They didn't give up their identity as
Mhm.
Democrats, but they voted for Trump. She did not know how to do that. Then every time somebody asked her a question, she bashed Trump. What are your plans? Well, Trump,
Literally.
everybody started noticing it, right? Everybody saw it, right?
Hmm.
Then President Obama, ignorant behind, basically came out and killed her when he said, in so many words, that he tried to race shame black men.
Yes.
If I
Messed
was on
up
her
right there.
team, if I was on her team and I knew ahead of time that Obama was gonna do that, I would have pulled both of them to the side. Like, with all due respect, President Obama. And by the way, in case y'all didn't know, even after a president is no longer president, you still address him as president. I don't know if a lot of y'all knew that, but that's how it goes. They keep that title for the rest of their lives,
Yeah.
right? So I would have been like, with all due respect, President Obama, you don't want to do this. You do not want to do this to black men. It's gonna come out negative and they're gonna turn on you even more. Right? That's why I keep saying, y'all saw me posted on Instagram and on Facebook. Trump did not beat Kamala. Kamala beat Kamala. She had a stupid campaign team.
Mm-hmm.
They were not grooming her. They were not training her how to answer questions. Like politicians are supposed to know how to, shuck and jive around stuff. She was not good at that. What's your plan, Kamala? Well, see, Trump has not been doing anything. No, okay, we got that. What are you gonna do? She didn't know how to do that, right? This is what I was telling who was I telling this earlier this week? I was talking to somebody, but I was telling them about public speakers. See, I'm a public speaker. I speak to y'all publicly every week. Public speakers can catch stuff that other public speakers are doing wrong, right? And when I was watching Kamala, I was like, oh, Kamala, why you do that? Then she brought Megan Thee Stallion. I was like, oh, Kamala, why you do that? Right? No. Now, if she had won the election, bring Megan Thee Stallion out. You follow what I'm saying? You don't do stuff like that at a rally in an election you're trying to win. That's when you bring out the Megan Thee Stallion. I don't condone that, period, but y'all get what I'm saying, right? That's when you bring out the dancing girls, right? Then you try to do all these celebrity endorsements. This election, see, Kamala thought she could buy the black vote with little trinkets. Let me get some celebrities up in here. Let me try to act like I'm one of them. Kamala is not black, y'all. Y'all know that. She don't even identify as black. Kamala is Indian. Her birth certificate says Indian. And even if she did identify as black, she wouldn't be African American. See, let me tell y'all something about black folks. All my non-black people who might be listening, let me tell y'all something about black folks. There's black, and then there's African American black.
Thanks.
Do y'all understand?
Yeah.
Black folks, now to y'all on the outside looking in, I don't blame y'all because there's no way y'all can know this unless y'all grew up around black people. But if you black people know, just because you black, don't mean you black. Right? Jamaicans are black, but they're not African American. Africans are black, but they're not African American. When you hear the average person say black, they mean African American, meaning American descendants of slaves. And I talk to other black races, and they make it a point to let me know. They've let me know on more than one occasion, we are not y'all. They let us know that. They let us know we are not y'all. They want us to know that. Like, we cool with y'all. We ain't looking down on y'all, but we not y'all. They let you know that. Jamaicans were not descendants of American slave owners. Some of them were never slaves at all because, Jamaica has a connection with France, and France did not believe in slaves. In fact, a lot of American slaves were fleeing to France to escape slavery, and France was giving them asylum. In other words, you make it to France, we ain't gonna let these people take you back to slavery. And they were treating black people, even American black people, a lot better. And the Jamaicans were getting that good treatment almost the entire time. But France wasn't just completely good to the Jamaicans. Everybody do something bad. But I'm just letting y'all know that we been knew that Kamala wasn't black. And guess who the first person pointed it out? Guess who first brought that to our attention? Anybody want to take a guess at that?
Kamala?
Nope. Her opponent. Who was Kamala's opponent? And it's Trump. Trump was the first person that brought that out. Trump brought that out.
Yeah.
She was carrying on like she was black, and Trump said she's not black. They roasted him in the media, trying to make it seem like he was being racist. No, he was just saying you're not black, like you're fake. Trump was the first person that let black people know, yo, she trying to false claim.
Oh, we're so stupid.
That's why he gained a lot of respect from the African American community, because black people got respect for any color of people who really look out for us. We've always been like that. We've always been like that. It can be a white guy. If he live in our hood and he earned our respect, we treat him just like he one of ours. That's how we always been.
That's a
right?
fact.
That's a fact. So when Trump brought that out and with that whole investigation, that pissed off a lot of black people for how dare you come out here and try to act like you one of us. Trump ain't ever had to try to fake like he got some African ancestry in him to win our trust. So you being fake. Kamala is Indian. Her father is half Irish, half Jamaican, and on the Irish side, guess what, y'all? Drum roll. Her father is the descendant of slave owners.
Yes. And there's evidence. Like the
And
evidence
there's
is there.
evidence.
Like,
It's
yeah.
documented. And it's documented. Right?
And there's witnesses. Her family. There's family members that are
Yes.
backing up that narrative. Like,
yes, they telling the truth. Then they like to point out, Trump is a sexual deviant. He was saying tell him to grab women by their private. First of all, he didn't say it like that. Get some context. But even if he did, y'all don't know Kamala. Anybody ever heard of Kamala's little dirty little past? Anybody? Y'all let me know
yeah.
in the chat. Have y'all done any research on her?
Yes.
They say Kamala had to become horizontal before she became vertical. Look it up. They Judge Joe Brown. Y'all know who Judge Joe Brown is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He did a whole interview. He said, I've been
Yeah.
knowing Kamala for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala straight up, the way he described her, she was straight up 304.
Mm-hmm.
And a few people don't came out and said, yeah, I tapped that. They don't talk about that though. They don't talk about how this woman, what they're saying it's a well-known belief among the politicians that Kamala slept her way to the top. And I ain't never seen anybody come out and say, no, that's a lie. They didn't. Like, it's well known. Like, she got a lot of positions by getting in a lot of positions. I'm just
Put the
saying.
link. I put the link to the interview in the chat for those who haven't seen it.
Yeah, right? I knew all of this. Why do y'all think on social media, even though they do this all the time, why do y'all think they was likening Kamala to the whore of Babylon? A lot of people were doing that. They did the same thing with Hillary Clinton, but why do y'all think they were doing that? This is all stuff that people didn't know. Now, how come y'all want to use all of Trump's past sexual deviancy against him, but ain't nobody talking about what Kamala was doing?
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that Kamala broke up. I heard that Kamala broke up marriages. I'm just saying, neither way it matters to me. I don't care if both of them did what they claimed that they did. I'm just concerned what they can do to Joe. Like, I'm not asking my mechanic why he fixing my car if he faithful to his wife or not. I don't care. Just fix my car, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about that. All I care about is the job and can you do it? And who can do it the best? That's all I care about. But I'm just trying to get people to understand that, man, it was really a no-brainer why Kamala lost this election. Everybody trying to act like they so surprised. I called it. Anybody who knows me, I told them months ago. I said Trump is gonna win and it's gonna be by a landslide. It came out. I told they was online. I got the text message that people sent me. I can read it to you. Where they thought it was close. I said it's not close. They're trying to make y'all think it's close. It's not close. I told my mama that when they were tallying up all this stuff. I said it's not close. They just trying to lie. They're trying to add how did I word with my mama? I said they're trying to add some suspense. That's what I told her. I said they're trying to add some suspense. It's not real. It's not even going to be close. When it came out, Trump won the popular vote too. Why do you think they call it the popular vote? Anybody want to tell me? Coral, Dusty? Why do y'all think they call it the popular vote? Word mean things.
Because they liked him the most.
Yeah.
So how did he win the popular vote? If he's such a monster. If he's such a monster. Like the media try to make you believe. How did he win the pop? If he would have just won, but she got the popular vote, yeah. But how did he win the popular vote? if he's such a monster. The media tried to make you think everybody hated this guy. They couldn't stand him. They're saying, oh, he's not a Christian man. He don't believe in Jesus. This is the man saying, look at his latest interview. He said, we need to get back to Christianity. We need to get Christianity back in schools and as a regular everyday thing. He said, we don't need to have transgenders trying to use the same bathrooms as biologicals. We want to get the transgender men out of women's sports. We trying to stop abortion. All of this stuff is the stuff that the Bible agree with.
Yeah.
How are you going to tell me that the man who's pushing all the Christian values, that's the one that's anti-Christian? What Kamala say? Women's rights. You can get women's rights. You can abort your babies, your body, your choice. She's the one pushing abortion. How's y'all not seeing this? Who had a woman half naked dancing at their rally? A black woman half naked dancing at their rally, and who had a black woman fully clothed standing behind a podium speaking like they had sense and intelligence and knowledge at their rally?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Y'all look at that. When I forget this woman's name, it ain't Candace Owens, but it was another black woman, right? When Trump did his rally, he had her speaking from behind the podium, fully dressed, speaking intelligently, talking about stuff. He gonna send out some Megan Thee Stallion. She got Cardi B
Michaela
speaking.
Montgomery.
That was her name?
Yeah.
Kamala had Cardi B giving speeches. Like we don't know what Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion be saying in their songs. That's a whole campaign. Right? That's what she did. That's a whole
Literally.
campaign. She thought she was gonna win the black vote with a whole campaign. That's just the truth. I'm just telling y'all how it is. Y'all know what these women sing about in their songs. That ain't don't be get mad at me. Right? That's what she had. And she insulted a lot of black people and even some few Hispanic people when she did that. That's why she lost. I saw that coming a mile away. And all these people freaking out and getting mad at Trump. This woman was horrible. Black men, y'all just don't want a woman ruling over you. That ain't it. That ain't it. I seen a few white people, a few black women involved in this that I said, she might not be a bad first president. We didn't want Kamala. And then y'all get mad. And the woman, see, that's how you know a lot of black people can be real stupid sometimes. Because first of all, you should never vote for any candidate just because they're black. And you shouldn't vote for any candidate just because they're a woman. But she's not even black. You get mad at me for not voting for a woman because she's black and she's not even black. She don't even claim black until she wants some black votes. Now she black all of a sudden, y'all. When she got elected to the Senate, I'm the first Indian American Senate. That's what she said. Everything she did at that point, Indian. All this stuff on social media. Indian. Soon the polls open up, time for election day. Oh, now you're black now. Now you're a black woman. How did that happen? How much y'all want to bet after this election she ain't gonna ever mention her so-called blackness again? How much y'all want to bet? See how many black events Kamala show up at after this. She already showed y'all how pissed she was. She didn't even come out to give a speech. Did you catch that, Coral? Elijah, Dusty? After the
Yeah.
results, didn't come out.
Yeah.
All her supporters out there didn't even come out and say, we fought a good fight. You know what I mean? This one just for just left everybody hanging.
Well,
Didn't even tell people she would come out.
that
Go ahead.
shows the respect she has for the people that follow her. Like she doesn't care about them. She doesn't care about people. Yeah, like this. She's just using you clearly.
Yep. Trump did a concession speech when he lost to Biden.
Mm-hmm.
He came out and let the people know. She didn't even come out. Right? And then they go on social media the next day. all mad and flipping out. Let me ask y'all a question. If these are the type of people who Kamala inspires to follow her, aren't y'all glad she didn't become president? Y'all tell me in the chat.
100%.
Yes.
Y'all tell me in the chat. Right? How many people y'all remember freaking out like that when Trump lost the first time? How many people y'all remember freaking out like that? Right? All the nuts and loonies. They doing death threats. Don't y'all know that the FBI got so many people under investigation that just came on TikTok alone? Did y'all know that? Don't y'all know people are losing their jobs because they're saying crazy stuff and it's getting back to their job? They're saying crazy stuff about Trumps and what they want to do to Trump supporters is getting back to their jobs and they're losing their jobs. Did y'all know that? If I work for a
I didn't
big
know that.
company that's paying me, yes. If I work for a big company that's paying me a lot of money, do you think I'm about to say something stupid and incriminating when I know my boss could be watching? These people crazy. You follow what I'm saying? These people are crazy. This one woman said she just gonna hurt people, black and white women, but it's mostly women. It's mostly women. I'm telling you, man, they were pissed. They mad because we didn't put what they perceive as a feminist over. That's really the feminist American dream. Y'all know that, right? We want a feminist. They don't just want a woman. They want a feminist woman over us. Because the feminist whole agenda is to emasculate men. Feminists do not like men. They don't. They try to act like they don't. Y'all seen all the hate come out. That's why I love these reaction videos. You seeing all the hate that these women really have for men come out. It's about they want to kill people. They want to put hitmen on them and stuff like that. I hate all men now. That one woman. We should all just not have sex for 4 years with this man. Teach them a lesson. Black women tomorrow said they
Great.
ain't got our back. They ain't got our back no more. When only a really small percentage of y'all actually had our back. You follow what I'm saying? You can't threaten me with something you weren't ever giving me. It's like Coral saying, Josh, I ain't gonna pay your rent no more. Well, Coral, you never were paying my rent. You follow what I'm saying? You can't threaten me with something you never gave me. Right? We ain't gonna cry. I'm glad all this stuff came out. I'm glad everybody can see. Y'all can get through the deception. You follow what I'm saying? I hope everybody can see. We get caught up in our feelings. She's a woman. We gotta vote for her because she's a woman. Ain't nobody thinking how the rest of the country gonna view, the rest of the world gonna view this country. Y'all gotta understand, man. The rest of this world was really into this election. The rest of the world been laughing at us for like the last almost 5 years. Don't y'all know the other countries are laughing at us? They can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman. We're the laughing stock of the world. Like I'm telling y'all the truth. Y'all better start this stuff, man. Y'all better stop just going for the same old, rhetoric and believing the same old stuff over and over again. I'm telling y'all, man, they're deceiving us. We got to have discernment. We don't have discernment. Discernment means being able to judge spiritually and righteously between right and wrong. We don't have that discernment. I'm not going to vote for Kamala just because she's a woman or just because she's black. That's racist and sexist. That's what we would call that. Hey, Josh, why you voted for Kamala? Because she's a woman. Hey, dude, that's sexist. That's what we would say. If I vote for her only because she's a woman, or if I don't vote for her because she's a woman, that's sexist. Ain't that's what that is, Dusty? Coral, y'all let me know if I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Right? That's what that is. Let me see. Roar. What you got to say, Roar? After that, we're going to close it out. What you got, Roar?
I got a question after Raw, if that's cool. Like a little question.
Yeah, you good. Yeah. Go ahead,
It's
Roar.
like other people, like they don't understand, like He's gonna be our president for like foreign affairs. He's gonna get to talk to other world leaders. And other
Yep.
world, they don't respect women in power. Like Iran, they don't respect they if they're in the same room, they're turning to face the wall while she's talking. There's no way they respect a woman in power over there. If you're not hooded up with the what you call it, the hijab or something.
Right.
But she grew up in a middle class home. She don't know about that.
See,
And they
and it's
just
funny
tried
you
to
said
kill him yesterday. They tried to kill him yesterday. It was another assassination attempt.
Are you
by
serious?
whom? By whom?
It was some people from Iran. It was another assassination attempt. They got arrested.
How close did they get to him?
I don't
I'm
know.
getting an echo on your end too, Roy. What's going on? And it's
You're
delayed
gonna
too.
echo?
Then just stop now. Yeah, now. I was like, how close did they get to him?
I don't know about that. The
I looked it up.
Because
It
FBI
says
court,
an
it was a
Iranian
scheme.
assassination,
spy.
because
It
was
says
it
it
an
was a scheme.
assassination attempt or was it a threat? Because there's a difference. Oklahoma still get your butt locked
It
up.
was
Don't
an
get it twisted.
attempt.
So what did they
Yeah,
do? Attempt mean they were in the process of trying to kill this man and they got stopped.
correct.
So what were they
I'm gonna
doing?
share
How
the
were they?
screen.
Huh?
What's to share the screen?
You gonna share the screen?
Yep.
Oh, Trump. I looked at it up. It
Until
said Trump murder for hire plot.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a plot in place, but nothing actually happened.
Oh, okay.
What
Okay.
happened is this is what I was talking
Yeah.
about earlier about all these people. You got people. One woman, she's stupid. I can't believe this woman said this. This woman said on TikTok. She asked, "Does anybody know a hitman or a hit woman that we can all pay to go kill Trump?" Why
Oh
would
my
you say
god.
something that's? Why would you say something that stupid?
Did she get arrested? She get in trouble?
I don't know. Like if you go on YouTube, look at all those compilations of people melting down. Not only that,
Yep,
too,
left.
it ain't just on her TikTok page. Everybody got hurt in her compilation saying that. In their compilation saying that. She is a freaking idiot. Who is that sharing their screen? That's you on Roar?
Yeah, so Sky News has all of the compilations together.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, man, these
Lefties.
people are crazy, right? Now the good news is most of it is just cap. That's the good news. Most of it is just cap. But cap can still get you put in captivity. You feel
Yeah.
me? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Y'all stupid. If you're gonna get locked up, at least you need to do is actually make the attempt. Don't just get locked up because you're talking about it. That's stupid on
Oh, do you
your
see
part.
this?
Oh, she's
Brother Josh.
she's usually the first. She's usually the first that pop up in every compilation. Why?
Yes.
Why? What made me laugh is when she said, "Why would
Oh
you do this to
no.
me?" Look at that woman.
What?
Now you know what's so crazy. She probably wouldn't act like that if her own mama died,
Yeah, she wouldn't even do that then.
right? You know what I'm saying? Also, why? Also, why would you do this to me? I'm still trying to figure out who's the you. Are you talking about God? She didn't say, "Why would y'all do this to me?" She said, "Why would you do this to me?" Who's the you? God? Donald Trump? You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. Why would she do that? And record it. She had to stop that and then go to her phone. Okay, let me click stop and share.
Yeah, but you got to understand
Hey,
these mentally ill people. They spend most of their time getting on the internet and just spewing their emotions anyway. So this ain't no different from anything else they do. They'll get on there and just start crying for no reason. It ain't got nothing to do with this. I've seen them do it all the time. Right? These are the kind of followers Kamala inspired. These are the kind of followers she inspired, y'all.
right.
Right? Grown adults
Yep.
breaking down and throwing tantrums because their candidate lost. These are the
I
type of
used
people
to
she
be one of
inspired.
them too.
Yeah.
Because
See,
I
we
didn't
don't
do no research.
right. Most of us don't. And if you want to talk about it from a black perspective, black people have been programmed culturally to mostly always vote Democrat. It's almost
That's
automatic.
vote blue, no matter who.
Exactly. That's what we do. And what's going on is a lot of people are tired. Y'all really y'all want me to tell you what else that kind of tank Kamala's election? What really tanked it too? The woke culture. This people just so tired of this woke culture. People tired of it. We can't even say what a woman is. What is a woman? Define. We can't even. We don't even define what a woman. Man, get out of here. We tired of them.
Brother Josh. Brother Josh. It's someone who identifies as a woman. Clearly.
Right.
Ugh.
What do
See,
I always tell y'all when you're defining a word? What are you not allowed to use in the definition, Roar?
the word.
The word. Don't I always tell y'all that? Right? If you're gonna
Yep.
define any word for me, you can't use that word in the definition. You can't do that. That's circular reasoning and circular arguing. You cannot do that, people. That's not what we do here. If I say what is a dog is, something like a dog. No. Like I said, man, I don't just teach the Bible. I teach people how to debate. I teach university. I teach English. I teach literature. I teach history. Y'all need it. I can do it all. But y'all need to understand that if somebody asks you a question, the first thing you need to ask yourself if you're not really paying attention is if it's a who, what, when, where, or why question. Give me a W in the chat if y'all understand me, if y'all hear me. Who, what, when, where, and why. Do everybody understand that when I say those kind of questions? Y'all understand that? Every question is going to be in that category. Who, what, when, where, and why. If somebody asks you one of those questions, it's going to be in one of those categories. It could be both, depending on how they word the question. Like, for instance, if I were to ask Dusty, don't forget about how. Let me throw that in there. How, how can be a question too, like how, right? If I were to ask Dusty, that's a what question. What time is it where you are?
11:38 p.m.
Right. Now, that's a what question. That's not a when question. So if I ask him what time it is, he's not going to answer me with a when answer. He's not gonna, in other words, he's not going to be like, hey, man, what time is it? Well, when you asked me what time it was, I was, no. Y'all understand? Learn how to do that. And when people do that to me, I'm going to think you either are deliberately trying to be deflective or you're dumb. That's what I'm going to do. If I say roar, who are you? What are you going to tell me?
Well, when you asked me,
Yes,
I was
if I don't
I was
know
talking.
you and you just come walking in my house and I say, who are you? What you going to do?
Well, I'm here for your stuff. Put your hands up and give me your wallet.
That's more of a why. See, I like how you did that though. That's a why. You see that? He told me why he
Why
was
are
here.
you in my house?
Exactly. I didn't ask you why are you in my house. I just asked you who are you. So I asked him a who question. Did y'all see that? I asked him a who question, and he responded with a why answer. Did y'all see that? I asked him who he was, but he told me why he was there.
He was giving a Kamala response.
He was giving a Kamala response. Now, if I ask same thing, Roar, you come to my house, and I say, Roar, why are you in my house? How would you answer that?
Because I'm gonna need you to run your pockets.
That is a correct answer.
Run them. Run the pockets.
He's
Yeah,
telling me why.
I know
He's here to
that.
run my pockets. Do y'all see that? Do y'all see this? And y'all need to learn, and y'all will be surprised how many of us unconsciously answer questions like this. Somebody asks you a who, what, when, where, or why question, and you just mismatch the answer. Baby, how was your work today? I asked you, your wife come home. Baby, how was your work? Well, how was your day at work today? And your wife started telling you what she did at work. No, I didn't ask you what did you do today. I asked you, how was your day? How is a question asking a state of being and feeling, or sometimes referring to the way something occurred. Y'all see how this stuff works?
Right. But some people don't want to hear that. They will want to vent. They don't want to, you know.
If they want to vent,
Some people
then
won't
how
accept
was your day?
criticism.
Is the first. Hold up, Roar. If a woman wants to vent, well, I eat coral. Coral. If a woman wants to vent, how was your day? Is the best question, ain't it? If she wants to vent.
Oh yeah.
Because she's gonna answer and then continue on and not stop. She's gonna be like, "It was
Right.
terrible,"
That's the.
and it was terrible.
Yeah. How? If you ask her that. If you say, what did you do today? That's not a question asking her to vent. It could lead into
All
it,
right.
right? I'm just trying to teach y'all, like, this is everyday. I took speech, I took communication. People say, we don't know how to communicate. They'll tell you that you don't know how to communicate. I know how to communicate. You don't know how to communicate. I asked you a how question and you answering it with a what answer. That's what that guy kept doing today. That's what he kept doing. I kept asking him, where, that's a where question, where did everything come from? Well, you got to understand the justification of existence. I didn't ask you about
Exactly. That's
justification.
what he did.
I didn't ask you about
Well,
justification. Justification is
well,
a whole different topic. Justification means to make something right. That's what that is. I'm asking you about origin. You asking me about, you're talking about morality. I'm like, Roar, where you come? Like, Roar come running up the stairs. Where are you coming from? I'm a good guy, Josh. You know what I'm saying? I take care of my wife. I pay my. Dude, I asked you about your morality. I asked you where you came from. Focus, y'all. Especially y'all youngsters, because y'all gonna piss off a lot of adults and authority figures when they trying to get something out of you, and y'all don't know how to answer the question and match it up.
it's like
I
it's
want
like
y'all to
trying to get out of a whooping.
exactly answer people directly based on the way the question is framed. And you got some people that are so stupid, it's in reverse. They will ask you a what question, and you answer with a what answer, and they'll be like, that ain't what I asked you. Yes, it is. You're so stupid, you don't even know how you framed your own question. I don't have people do that to me. You're not answering my question. Yes, I am. You asked me a what question, I gave you a what answer. Well, let me rephrase the question. Please do. I'm just saying. Well, we're going to go ahead and close this thing out. Dustin, you said you had one more question after Roar.
Yeah, I got a question.
Go ahead.
I know I've asked you this in the DMs before, I believe. If we have to wear tassels to sleep. But I've been thinking lately, like, do you have like is there any like historical place I could go to see that, or like anywhere in the Bible, or?
No, all I know is that they wore. What I could tell you is this though. The Hebrews, their wardrobe, they had like an outer cloak, like an outer jacket, and they had like an inner jacket. They wore their tassels on their outer jackets, and when they went to sleep at night, they would take the jackets off and stuff like that. Right? Tassels are just supposed to be on your clothing, right? When you put them on. So there's nothing that says about you wearing them to sleep. Some probably did, some probably didn't. But back then, their tassels wasn't reattachable like ours are. Cora made them reattachable, so you can put them on different clothes without you. Now, if you want to buy a set of tassels from Coral for every wardrobe you got, she ain't gonna tell you no either. She gonna be like, run that, right? But for convenience purposes, she made them detachable so you can put them on one set of clothes and another. I don't fell asleep plenty of time with my tassels on though. You follow what I'm saying? And then, when I change clothes, I just put them on the other one. So, but there's nothing that says about you going to sleep with them on. All I know is that when you up and about, because the purpose of the tassels is for you to look upon them. Can you look upon something while you sleep?
Nah.
So the whole purpose of the tassels is for you to look upon them and to remember the commandments. I did a whole class on tassels before. I need to do that again. I haven't done that in like 15 years. I had to do a whole class just on tassels. A
That'd be
whole
nice.
class. Like, it's deeper than that. I know y'all probably wondering, how you going to stretch up that all the way out to a whole. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. But if y'all want a set of tassels for each of your outfits, Coral will oblige. That's just more money for her. She'll oblige. Ain't it right, Coral? If they want to set of tassels for each of their outfits, you'll hook them up, won't
My pleasure.
you? You'll do it. Shoot, she trying to help
No,
y'all out. She made them detachable. She could have been like, mail me your shirt and I'll sew them on there and I'll mail it back. She could have did that. Made them detachable.
I'll
She
do
made them
a deal.
detachable for you. You know what I'm saying? She made them detachable for you, so you can put them on any outfit without having to have a set. But if you want to just be like, I want them on every set, okay, go ahead. What it is? How many shirts you got, Dusty? You think you own? Just off the top of your head, how many shirts you think you own?
Maybe like 50 or yeah, probably around 50.
How much it is, Coral? 50 sets.
Sheesh. Depends on what you
Shoot.
want on them, but I'm telling you, we can do a group deal.
Yeah, you should get a group discount.
Group discount there.
You follow what I'm saying? Buy them in bulk. And these things are, let me
Yeah.
tell you, man, these things are exquisite, man. These things are beautiful. I like that she put her own little spin on them, though.
Yeah.
Y'all, can anybody see my camera? That's what I want to know, because I
It,
just been showing stuff. Can
it's
anybody
it's
even see?
it's laggy.
Can you see? It's
Yeah.
like, can anybody? Am I moving in real time to anybody? I just want to know that. Anybody in the chat?
Nah, not me.
Who that said? Somebody said yes. So there's a few people, but look how these things look. Look how these things look. These things are beautiful. I like how she put these little beads on it, right? It gives it like a kind of a Middle Eastern feel to it. But in Middle Eastern like culture and stuff, they like to use beads and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that really just brings it out, right? These bad boys, like, a lot of people make fringes. They do. Nautica got her own style too. So I like when people make fringes and they put their own little spin on them. Like, Coral put her own little spin on, like, I'm doing something a little different with these. Ain't nobody, I'm telling y'all like this, you ain't gonna find none out there that look like these. These are exclusive. These are limited edition. And I'm gonna tell you like this: if you find some out here that look like these and Coral didn't make them, they copied them. You feel me? If she didn't make them, they copied her. I mean, we can't stop nobody from copying them. But if you find them and she ain't selling them, they either bought them from her and they reselling them, or they copying her swag.
I'm on Coral's Facebook. Coral, did you make some tassels based off of the woman who had the issue of blood? Did you make some issue of blood tassels, Coral?
That man say
No,
issue of blood. That man is tripping.
no, they
Yeah.
requested those, but when I saw them, I was like, they kind of remind me of that story because it's like that red, like it's popping. So I was like,
Yeah.
that kind of reminds me. I'm like, oh, okay, but no, it wasn't because of
Yeah,
that.
that's pretty significant.
No, I just made some that were requested. It was like orange, purple, black, and white. I just posted the video. Those legit, like they gave me like Halloween vibes, and somebody requested those colors, and I was like, this is like Halloween, but like make it righteous.
Right. And she does custom colors. That mean like if you got one of your favorite drips that you want to put on that got like a color scheme, she can make that color scheme. You follow what I'm saying? But she always got to put that
Yeah.
blue in there because that's a commandment, or that purple. It has to have that
Right.
because that's just part of. Now, don't get it twisted. If you just want her to make you some friends just for just styling purposes, she'll make them that for that too. If you just want her to whatever color, but if you're wearing them for the commandments, they got to have that blue in there. You follow what I'm saying? So she can make that color scheme, and it can match everything you got on. You know what I'm saying? Of
Yeah.
course, it's a little extra for the custom, but y'all know how that go. But I'm telling y'all, man, go like she posted. They asking how much it costs. Post it in the chat. Check it, and we supposed to be doing this, right? She's helping you keep the commandments. We supposed to be wearing these. Like it's not like you just I'm trying to make some money, but everything back in the day that the Israelites did, material, everything got a cost. Somebody had to pay for that material. When they first were building the tabernacle, they had to donate gold and material to that tabernacle. You follow what I'm saying? And what I like about these is she the only one that make them like this. She put her own little spin on it, right? So if you walk out into the Jewish community and they wearing their fringes too, and they see you wearing these bad boys, they're gonna be like, hey, where you get them from? You follow what I'm saying? They stand out. Nautica got
Yeah,
a nice little design she put on hers too.
yeah, most of them are just like white and blue, and then they just look super plain. And like I mean, you guys know Elijah. He's a black man. He has style. He likes the
That's
colors.
swag. You know what I'm saying?
Literally, and I make it because of that. Because it's like you have like an outfit that has like orange, black, red, green. You know what I mean? It's like I want to make it so that it
Mhm.
matches with what you're wearing.
And some of y'all who like to rock y'all favorite sports team color. You know what I'm saying? You got
Right.
like a jersey you want to wear. She'll put that color scheme. Y'all, yeah, I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Like, we trying to make some things happen. My merch about to drop. Y'all been getting on my nerves, man. Like, Josh, we need these shirts. I got some stuff for y'all. I got this book for y'all. Like, y'all gonna be my number one customers, right?
You
But
you've been
if you
talking about
notice,
it for a minute,
what you
Josh.
say, Dusty? What you say, Dusty?
So you've been talking about that book for a minute, Josh. I'm ready for it to come out.
The book been done, man. I'm just going through what they call the administrative process now. You follow what I'm saying? Like when you get a book published, you gotta make sure you pick a right publisher. You follow what I'm saying? And stuff like that. That's what I'm dealing with right now. And I want the cover. I already got a cover design. Y'all gonna like the cover design. Y'all gonna like that. You're very creative. I mean, I think y'all gonna like it, right? It's gonna be something, and I hope y'all read it every day. It's not one of those books that you read one or two times and put down and never had to pick up again. You know what I'm saying? It is a book of maxims, like a modern day book of Proverbs. It's gonna help you understand your Bible better and work on your morality. Make you that's the whole point. It's not meant to replace your Bible. It's meant to direct you to your Bible and these concepts in it. Every concept comes from the Bible in it. It's just like I'm trying to put it in modern day language as if my whole mindset was if Solomon was alive today or C-Rock was alive today, how would they word this stuff in modern English language with our slang and our stuff like that? How would they do it? So I try to make it like that, modern day. So when y'all read this, y'all gonna be like, y'all don't seen some of the quotes that I don't put plenty of quotes from my book online for free. Y'all see
Yeah,
them, right? You saw when I shared them, right, Dusty?
yeah, I've been seeing them.
Right. But a lot of them, a lot of stuff that I share is not in my book. It's just my quote. It's just my personal quote. But I got a lot of them that y'all ain't ever seen because they just in my book. And a lot of them I share is not going to be in my book. But it's gonna be 500 of them though. I already told y'all that 500. Right. So that's it. We're gonna close it down. Thank you, Dusty and Coral. 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 No Coral. Y'all need to watch The Walking Dead. You follow what I'm saying? We're gonna close out with this prayer too. Everybody bow your heads in respect to the Most High. We're gonna close out with the Lord's Prayer, per usual. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Shout out to everybody who tuned in today. I really do hope that y'all were edified by today's class. Understand better how God works. Also, shout out to everybody who donated today. Really appreciate these donations. Y'all really been showing a brother a lot of love. Anybody interested in this game? Any gamers? Y'all interested in some PC games that y'all want to get? Learn how to do these emulators and stuff. Hit me up in my DM. We'll see if we can try to make something happen. I'm telling y'all, I hooked Solo up with that new Dragon Ball Z Spark. That Dragon Ball Spark. Did you have to pirate anything, by the way, Solo? Solo Z? You had to pirate nothing, did you? He ain't had to pirate nothing. There's a lot of legal loopholes out here that y'all don't know about. And that Wukong, matter of fact, what you call it, Dustbin? You the one that asked me about that Wukong, remember? You hit me up on Facebook in my chat. Remember that, Ben? Yep. I got it now for free. Do you hear me? You got the Sonic now too, Solo? You say you got that now too? You got that Sonic now too. There's a way you can share your screen. Remember I showed you that it don't ever I can't ever do nothing, man. I don't know why it don't let me share my screen when I'm on the stage. I can do everything. I got the ability to do everything else, but I can't do that. But hit me up in my DM if y'all are interested in that. You follow what I'm saying? I'll show some of y'all how to do that stuff, right? Some of y'all be seeing me online. I'll be playing that State of Decay. Anybody seen that game yet? Heard of that? It's an old game, and it's a part two just came out this year. I ain't playing part two yet. I'm playing part one. It's a zombie game. That State of Decay, man, we might get on that a little later tonight. That's like playing the Walking Dead show. It's more like the Walking Dead show than the video games based on the Walking Dead show. So anyway, just DM me if you are interested. He said, "What's?" He said, "Wait, there's more than one State of Decay." Yeah, there's State of Decay too. It just came out this year, and I can get that too from that site. I got two sites I can get stuff from. PC games only though, but there's a place where you can get regular games. You know, I can show y'all how to get these emulators. Y'all know about emulators, right? My gamers, y'all know what emulators are, right? Hold on, you don't know what an emulator is? Awesome. Nah. Shit. I got a Switch emulator. I got a GameCube emulator. Emulators are what they call emulator means to copy or to imitate. An emulator is like a hardware you can download that'll let you play games that like are available like on PlayStation. Like I got Detroit. I got a lot of stuff. You can get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to put y'all on game. Put y'all on game so y'all can be really playing games. We'll do game night and stuff one of these days. All right. But anyway, peace to y'all. We are out.